Hello, Henry. This is Michelle Tate with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. You had your hand raised in the meeting, and actually attendees aren't using the hand raise function. Is there something, a question you have, or something I can answer for you? Hello? Hello, you still there?
Okay, we are live.
Great, thanks, Bob.
Are all the commissioners? It looks like all the commissioners are here.
Let's see, I'm waiting for, where's Commissioner Spellbrink?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink is not on yet. He had a power outage at his home, and so he was traveling to another location. So
Okay.
he may be delayed a little bit.
Okay. Well, it turns out that in Langley's there are 2 utilities, and so I moved to a different house. So we'll see how long this works, and hopefully everybody else's is doing just fine. Dr. Meltzer, do you have any idea how far Commissioner Spellbrink needed to go?
I do not know what his ETA is, so I would say if you would like to start, we can do so. I can check with Michelle real quick. She may have a better idea on his arrival time.
When Bob and I spoke this morning, he said that go ahead and we would start, and he would be not too much longer after we started, he would be in.
Wherever he's, okay.
But the driving conditions are pretty ugly, as much as many know.
Yeah, it's a little scary. But you're ready to go, Michelle, the person that we were looking, yeah, okay. Then let's go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone, and welcome on this blustery, sometimes snowy, sometimes rainy, and definitely windy day. Thank you for your interest and for being here. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm from Langlois and represent Congressional District 4, and I'd like to call the November 13th, 2020 Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting to order. First, we'll do introductions. If the commissioners would introduce themselves, starting with Vice Chair Woolley.
Thank you, Chair Wall. My name is Gregory Woolley, and I represent Congressional District 3, which is much of the Portland metro area and some land a little bit east of Portland. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yes, I'm Commissioner Jill Zarnowitz, and I represent the 1st District, which is kind of the east side of the Portland metro area and on into along the Columbia River.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart.
Good morning, everybody. Mark Labhart. I represent Eastern Oregon at the at-large position. I live in Sisters, but I'm actually in the ODF&W office in La Grande today. It's a blizzard here, snowing hard. So.
Glad to have you. Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Good morning. I'm Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I'm in Paisley, Oregon this morning. And our little valley it says could have 70-mile-an-hour winds today. So that's pretty exciting. Sent the husband down the road to work, and snow is coming our way. So I'm looking forward to the day today, and I'm kind of glad, Kurt, that we have this forum and I'm not driving over the mountain. And I am in Congressional District 2, yay, which is a lot of the state.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we'll let Commissioner Spellbrink introduce himself when he gets here. Director Melcher, could you introduce yourself as well? And then we'll go to Josh Metzler.
Sure. Well, thank you, Chair Wall. Good morning. I'm Kurt Melcher. I am the Commission hired Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm here in blustery Salem, Oregon. Thanks for joining us.
Josh, could you go through the operation of the platform?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. Hi, everyone. My name is Josh Metzler. I work with the Center for Public Service at Portland State University, Marco Hatfield School of Government, where we work to enhance the legitimacy and effectiveness of public service institutions and democratic governance through the integration of theory, academic research, and practice. Today, I'm here to provide technical support to the Commission and ODFW staff to be able to hold this Commission meeting virtually through Zoom. We're glad that you're all here and on the YouTube stream and appreciate your patience with us as we continue to learn and adapt to this new virtual world. I have a few comments to orient you to the Zoom meeting platform before I turn over to Chair Wall to continue our meeting. First, only commissioners and presenting or participating staff will be visible on the screen. To help with communication and meeting management, we ask that commissioners and participating staff to please keep yourself muted to limit background noise. You can do so by clicking on the mic icon on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. We ask that you wait until you're recognized either by chair or vice chair before unmuting yourself to speak. And next, please use the digital raise hand feature to signal if you have a question or comment and wait to be recognized by the chair. The raise hand feature is available if you click on the participants icon on the bottom of the screen, which will open a panel on the right-hand side with a list of names. At the bottom of that panel, you'll see a blue raise hand icon. So I'll be tracking the raise hands at the appropriate time, and we'll notify the chair, vice chair. Next, limit use of the chat feature. Chat feature is available to participants and commissioners as it can be distracting for meeting participants. Please understand also that the chat will be saved as part of the public record. If you are a non-participating attendee that is not visible on the screen, you will not be able to mute or unmute yourself, but you will be able to use the raise hand feature to get our attention. Again, this can be found at the bottom of the screen by clicking on the participants icon and finding the blue raise hand icon. Some of the observing attendees may be asked to participate in the meeting. At that time, I will announce that I'm switching your role from the observing attendee to a participant. There'll be a small blip on your screen, and then you'll be able to unmute yourself to speak and start your video. Once your participation is complete, you'll be moved back to an observing attendee status. I noticed that there are several phone numbers call in today. For those who joined by calling in, you can use the mute unmute feature by entering on your keypad *6, or to raise your hand *9. And when you're ready to speak, you'll notice on the screen also a timer, which will show your allotted time. Lastly, our backup contingency plan, if there are technical issues, is that I will end the meeting and restart it. You will need to log back in using the same Zoom link you used to enter the meeting now. In the event of an inappropriate disruption, or Zoom bombing as it's become to call, I will first try to remove that person from the meeting before rebooting. Again, we're pleased to have you here with us today. And with that, I will hand it back to Chair Wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And we appreciate your help with these meetings. They seem to be just going better and better. So just a note on logistics, if the power does go out again in the southwest corner of the state where I am, Vice Chair Woolley is ready to take over as chair. It looks like a shorter agenda than usual, but there are more than 60 people signed up to testify today. So it probably won't be a lot shorter than usual, but we welcome you all. We thank you again for being here. There were literally hundreds of comments, either emails or letters for this meeting, and we appreciate your engagement. We'll start with the director's report. So Director Melcher.
Well, thank you, Chair Wall, and good morning. We'll start off just by mentioning that we did provide field reports to you all in written form, and if there were any questions on those, we'd be happy to answer those. I do have Deputy Director Erica Kleiner in the room next door, and she is going to give you our monthly expenditure report. Erica?
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Director Melcher, and Commissioners. For the record, I'm Erica Kleiner, Deputy Director for Administration. So I'll jump right into the report. The data component of your financial report reflects revenue and expenditures through the end of September. I'm pleased to report that license sales revenue remains healthy. So the period January 1st, 2020 through end of September, license sales revenue is up nearly 15%. So our participation increase is a little bit more modest at 3%, but still a really important accomplishment for the department. And I'm pleased to announce we've started a customer retention planning effort. So really our goal is to retain as many of the 150,000 new customers that have engaged with us since the beginning of the COVID pandemic as possible. We do plan to reach out to a subset of these customers. Really, we want to make sure that we're providing all of the tools and resources that they need to keep engaged in hunting and fishing moving forward, especially as competing recreational activities return. And so I wanted to provide an update on our efforts to obtain federal reimbursements for COVID costs and wildfire expenditures. Since the start of the pandemic, we've been tracking and reporting on our costs that directly and indirectly relate to COVID. We recently received our first CARES Act payment for nearly $280,000. So this is a reimbursement for our COVID expenditures through the end of June. The majority of the federal relief relates to reimbursement for our personnel costs. So staff coding COVID leave for childcare, schooling support for children at home, and illness. And then on the wildfire side, we have submitted private insurance claims for 4 fish hatcheries. So Klamath, Rock Creek, Kleberg, and Minto. The claims are currently under review by the Department of Administrative Services Risk Management Section, and we'll continue to work closely with the insurance adjusters to provide information that will keep our claims moving. And then we're pursuing a parallel track with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and we will also be submitting a request for disaster relief funds to FEMA through our State Office of Emergency Management. And we're waiting on the initial scoping meeting so we can discuss with them scale and eligibility for what types of costs we should be submitting. Moving on to 2021-23 budget development, we just recently made it through our budget appeals process. This is a process offered to all state agencies. It is a confidential part of the budget process, so it's not publicly released, but it's really our opportunity to work with the Chief Financial Office and identify any technical budget errors that need to be corrected, or bring attention to any budget issues with a significant policy or operational impact. No audit updates for this report, and that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Great report as always. Commissioners, any questions? I don't see other hands up, but I have 2 questions, Erica. The first is on the federal money and the insurance. What percentage do you think of our losses will be covered?
Chair Wall, thanks for the question. So far, a large percentage of the COVID costs we've submitted have been covered. The period that goes through the end of June, we submitted $340,000, and of that, $280,000 was covered.
That's great. Thank you. The one other question I have is that the lottery funding looked in your report to be down less than we were expecting. Is that the case, or is it still sort of on a downward slide right now?
Chair Wall, thanks for the question. That is the case. It's down a little bit, but not significantly. The previous quarter lottery allocation was over 90% of what we expected. And then the most recent quarter, we were given 82% of our expected lottery fund allocation. So it's down a little bit, but not significantly.
Thank you. That's real helpful. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, you have your hand up. I think you're on mute, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
All right. Okay. Good morning, Erica. I just think that's so neat that there's all the new, what do you call them? You're calling them the new COVID users, or the, what was the term you used?
We refer to that subset of customers as the COVID cohort.
The COVID cohort. I mean, that's exciting to see if we can retain that kind of interest in the future, isn't it?
It is.
It's exciting. Anyway.
Thank you. It looks like that's it on the questions, Deputy Director, so we'll stop there. And thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Director, for the temporary rules.
Thank you. Yes, thanks, Erica. And Chair Wall and Commissioners, we do have for you the 7 temporary rules that require ratification. They should be in your final agenda that you received, and we would be happy to answer any questions you might have on any of these.
I see no hands up, and since Commissioner Spellbrink isn't here, and he's usually the one that does the motion on this, so we'll have to have somebody else.
I move that we, let's see, approve the temporary rules. I don't know what else to say, sorry.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded that we ratify the 7 temporary rules set forth in today's agenda. Those in favor, can you give a thumbs up so we can see who's? Looks like we have everybody here. Okay, voted yes. Thank you.
Very good.
Director, go ahead. Is there any other business that you had? Because we're to.
So next on the agenda would be other business. I have just one item that I wanted to highlight. I did email to you all yesterday some draft language for our letter, your letter signed by Chair Wall to the United States Forest Service regarding their engagement on Secretarial Order 3362 and migration corridors in the national forest lands. I did get a note back from the chair and from Commissioner Labhart indicating that the letter looked fine. And so unless I hear otherwise from any of you, we will proceed with that letter for the chair's signature.
Thank you. It looks like Commissioner Labhart has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. I just want to thank the department and the commissioners for agreeing to send this letter. It might be a little bit of a duplication. I'm sure the Forest Service is very committed to what we're asking them to do in the letter, but I think this just adds more weight to the discussion that we had at the last commission meeting about the need for federal coordination and cooperation, and this will add a little bit of weight to that. And not that they haven't in the past, and not that they won't continue in the future, but it at least gives a very clear perception of the commission and what we are trying to achieve. So I compliment the commission and the staff for their work on this letter. I think it's going to be very helpful.
Thank you. Anything else from you, Director Melcher, under other business?
That is all I had, Chair Wall.
Okay, then thank you. And we will go to commission items, and Commissioner Labhart, why don't you go ahead with what you were hoping to talk about with the Conservation and Recovery Fund.
Okay, thank you very much. This is an update. I want to thank Davia and Carl Wiener for their efforts in the amount of progress that we've made with the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. I'm going to read some stuff because I want to make sure I don't leave out anything in this update. The Conservation and Recreation Fund has generated nearly $200,000 to date, with over 12,000 individual contributions. And it also included some large restricted contributions from the Pew Charitable Trust, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and Oregon Wild. I want to personally thank them for those restricted contributions, because they go directly on the ground to projects that implement the conservation strategy. Restricted donations came in support of 2 major projects the Commission approved in September. The Gilchrist Underpass wildlife directional fencing, which is going to eliminate probably some significant crashes between wildlife and vehicles along Highway 97, and the feasibility study on reintroducing sea otters to the Oregon coast. The advisory committee's second round of solicitation, we ended up with 65 project proposals requesting over $500,000. And of course, we don't have that much money, and the advisory committee is considering allocating about another $60,000. So it's going to be a tough decision for the advisory committee to make those recommendations and narrow it down to $60,000 for our review in the upcoming months. Finally, the advisory committee formed an outdoor and equity subcommittee in July. The subcommittee members actively pursued contacts with the Oregon Conservation and Recreation organizations that are seeking to reduce gaps in equitable access to Oregon's outdoors for all. The advisory committee adopted a statement of purpose regarding outdoor equity that is pasted below for the commissioner's information. And I'll just summarize that. Embedded within the mandate of the document that you received from Michelle, the OCRF has a priority commitment to reach out and engage underserved communities, underserved people who have not traditionally participated in conservation issues or outdoor recreation in the past due to various barriers, including perceptions, orientation, disabilities, or other cultural, religion, or economic status, or other conditions that are listed in the statement of Oregon's equity framework. The advisory committee went further, and they recognized that these barriers will not be broken down coincidentally, but rather through a needed focus and pursued endeavor sponsored by the advisory committee. So in support of that commitment, OCRF, the advisory committee, has established an additional committee called the Outdoor Equity Subcommittee with the explicit purpose of reaching out and connecting with reaching out intentionally to people and communities and organizations that have not traditionally engaged in matters tied to ODF&W's conservation strategy. To this end, we are dedicating a significant portion of the available funds to this purpose, and will work with these audiences and stakeholders to identify and fund opportunities and projects that mutually support the interests, intersection, engagement of underserved communities in Oregon with the Conservation and Recreation Fund. And last but not least, and this is mainly for the YouTube audience that's watching us today, it's very easy to make a donation to the Conservation Fund, the Oregon Conservation Fund. There's two avenues. One is you can go to OregonIsAlive.org. It's very simple, and then you can make a donation there. Or you can go to the ODF&W homepage, and when you're looking at renewing your licenses for this year, and this is the time of year when people look to give Christmas gifts or other gifts, when you're getting your new license, click on there and make a donation to the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. We have a kind of a small goal here. We said if 10,000 Oregonians donate $10, we're going to reach our goal of $1 million that we hope will be matched by the legislature. At least they've given an indication that they're going to do that. And so I would close with this statement. All of us, I think, that are watching today and not watching want to see Oregon be a better place. And they would like to, sometimes there's a little frustration on, well, how do I do that? How do I make an Oregon a better place for fish and wildlife? I don't, I work in an office building. Well, through a $10 donation, through a tax deductible donation, and it's that time of year, to the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, you are helping to make a contribution to Oregon's conservation strategy and making Oregon a better place. So it's not that you have to go out and build fences or work in riparian habitats, but just through your cash donations, there will be projects done on the ground that will make a lasting impression in Oregon forever. And so this is a way for you to donate to the Conservation and Recreation Fund that will make that lasting contribution. So I encourage you and implore you to consider going to OregonIsAlive.org or to the ODF&W homepage and clicking on that donation. And we assure you that it will go to a good cause to benefit Oregon's fish and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. And I will note that when I introduced the topic, I misspoke because I called it the Oregon Conservation and Recovery Fund. It's the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. So thank you for your work on that. I don't see any hands up from the, Commissioner Vice Chair Woolley.
Thanks, Chair Wall. Commissioner Labhart, I just wanted to congratulate you and the committee on all the progress that you've made. And also the creation of the Outdoor Equity Subcommittee. As you know, I filled in your spot for one meeting in your absence, and we had a real good discussion about the Equity Committee. And I appreciate that it shows the department is extending kind of the big tent of inclusivity with our funding. So thank you for that, and also just thanks for the PSA at the end to help, because you're right, a lot of folks want to contribute, and they can't maybe get outdoors in the same way, but they want to be able to make a difference. So you're giving them you can say an avenue to be able to support this work. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. I think we'll move then to public forum. And we have 3 people signed up already. We are having public forum today and limiting it to 3 minutes each. And please do respect that, if you will. Also, just to note that the commission hears and welcomes these public forum items and the information that we get from you that we wouldn't otherwise have on the agenda. We will hear them. We won't act on them today. So the first person is Kirk Blaine. And Josh, if you could invite all 3 of the people for public forum in, I bet you already did it. Kirk Blaine, and then Jerry Applin, and then Leonard Krug.
Yes, I'm ready to bring them in. I just want to make a note. The list that Michelle gave me most recent has 2 additional people to that to those names.
Okay.
Do I have? Is that okay if I bring all 5
Yes,
in?
please bring all 5 in.
Will do.
If you will, and we'll start with Kirk Blaine.
Yes, Kirk, I'm going to bring you to our side of the room. And also Jeff Hickman is the other person who was not in the original list. Jeff is on phone today. Hey, Jeff, I'm going to allow you to talk. As explained earlier, to unmute yourself, you need to enter *6 on your phone to speak. Yep, it looks like you've got that work. Okay. So Kirk and Jeff, you're both in the room right now.
Awesome. Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher, I'm Kirk Blaine, Southern Oregon Regional Coordinator for the Native Fish Society. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and thank you for reinstating the public forum. This fall, the department released the 5-year review of the Coastal Multi-Species Management Plan, or CMP. The results of the review raise serious concerns for Oregon coast steelhead populations and current management. The review shows 3 out of 4 Oregon coast winter steelhead strata saw population abundances below critical threshold established in the plan. The mid-coast dropped below critical abundance in 2017, the mid-south coast in 2017 and 2019, and the north coast in 2018 and 2019. The CMP states population decline such as this would trigger distinct management actions by specifying if critical abundance levels for stratum are observed in 2 successive years, ODFW shall initiate an evaluation of additional actions that are warranted to protect the stratum from long-term decline. Included in the CMP review was an evaluation of PHOS, or percent hatchery origin spawners of steelhead. Many populations saw over 10% PHOS, which is indicated in the CMP as excessive. In particular, PHOS for North Umpqua summer steelhead is dangerously high at a 9-year average of 30%. Likewise, mid-south coast winter steelhead are seeing an average PHOS of 20%. These declines in population and increases in hatchery origin spawners, combined with Dr. Sean Clement's climate and ocean change evaluation, create utmost concern for the future of Oregon coast steelhead. What management actions is ODFW taking to resolve these issues? A state-sensitive species is characterized as any species having small or declining population, a population at risk, and/or a population of management concern. Implementation of appropriate conservation measures to address existing or potential threats may prevent these populations from declining to the point of qualifying for threatened or endangered status. Based on this direct definition, Native Fish Society has submitted a request to the department to evaluate whether Oregon Coast winter steelhead warrant relisting as a state-sensitive species, and Oregon Coast summer steelhead warrant uplisting to sensitive critical species. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We look forward to seeing public awareness on this issue and precautionary management to conserve these species. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kirk. I don't see hands up for questions, and we did get your written information, just to let you know. So we will go to the next person and appreciate your thank you. Jeff Pickman. And then
Hi, this is Jeff.
Go
Can you
ahead.
guys hear me okay? My power is out here, so I'm calling in on cell phone. I have spotty service. I did also email in written testimony to Michelle if my connection is not good here. But I just wanted to say hello, Commission. Thanks for your time today. My name is Jeff Hickman. I live on the North Oregon coast in Nehalem, where I've been a full-time steelhead fishing guide in Oregon for the last 18 years. I'm also a volunteer for the Native Fish Society as their Nehalem River steward. And despite the downward trending populations of wild winter steelhead, the amount of angling pressure has been exponentially increasing in recent years. It's become nearly impossible to find an available spot to fish that isn't already occupied. This has created a very competitive environment to fish in. This new age of winter steelhead fishing makes me want to pursue other careers. I realize the Commission doesn't have the power to control the crowding of our rivers, but the Commission does have the power to adopt fishing regulations that protect steelhead for future generations. Wild steelhead are incredibly valuable to our local economy. Repeat spawning of wild steelhead on the North Coast is much more common than originally believed. Coastal steelhead management must reflect this, and we must err on the side of conservation. I'm very worried that my 4-year-old son, Oli, won't have the ability to experience catching wild steelhead by the time he's old enough to do so on his own. Steelhead fishing has been so much more than just the way I've made my living. It's kept me sane and given me purpose. To protect spawning wild steelhead in the Nehalem River Basin, I ask that you close the Sandberry River and Cook Creek to all fishing. Numerous members of my local community from diverse fishing sectors would support this. These two tributaries are both very important spawning habitat for winter steelhead. The fish have no place to hide and are spotted, often on reds and fish teal. To add to this, these systems are hiking only, where no law enforcement is ever present, so poaching is common. Secondly, I ask you to impose catch and release limits for wild steelhead. We know that there is a percentage of mortality associated with catch and release, so why is there no limit to the number of released fish? Over the last few winter seasons, I've heard other guides bragging about their clients landing 30 or more steelhead per day. This is a gross abuse of the resource, and hooking this many fish has a significant impact on other anglers' experience. There should be no reason to keep fishing after an angler has caught and released 3 wild steelhead. California anglers have been required to record all steelhead caught and released on their tag. It is time for Oregon to do the same. I feel these regulation changes are long overdue, and you will see strong support in my local community for making conservation decisions that protect viable wild steelhead fishing opportunities for years and generations to come. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Jerry Applin. And just before you start, Jerry, could I ask Josh?
Yes.
You said that there were 5 total on your list. I only have 4. So is there a 5th person that we have?
Right. So there's Jerry, Leonard, and I have David Moskowitz,
Okay.
who is on our side of the room already. So those are the 5 I forgot.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Then let's go to Jerry Applin. And please note that I'm not able to see right now the timer. So if you'll self-monitor, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Go ahead, Jerry.
Thank you very much, Commission. My name is Jerry Applin. We live at the very end of Lower Bridge Road out of Terrebonne. We are in the Metolius unit. And I called today to ask you people to look at the landowner preference tags that are being issued into this area. We have almost 900 acres between White's Creek and the Deschutes River. The ranch borders the Deschutes River on one side. White's Creek comes in and heads out, almost touching the property on the other side. We have witnessed and been here for 55 years on this ranch. The amount of wildlife and big bucks that have come into this area is absolutely incredible. We are in the migratory route. There is no ranches, nothing behind us, clear to the Cascade Mountains. Therefore, the deer turn around and come and head this way when the cold weather starts. We have over 400 irrigated acres here that they come and they feed on in the fall and in the winter. What has been happening with this landowner preference tags, we have witnessed people abusing this year after year. It is getting to the point where it's absurd what's happening. There's so much fraud and deceit of people acquiring these tags that have 160 acres of sagebrush and getting a tag because they have that many acres, when the people like us that are feeding several hundred deer or more on a daily basis are the ones that are actually taking care of these deer. We want to create a sanctuary here on this ranch. It is in a trust now. It cannot be sold for 60 years. We want to create a sanctuary for these big bucks, to be able to have a place to go where people can't shoot them. We are being overrun with people hunting, trespassing on our property. They'll have a tag for 4 miles down the road that they can't find anything, so they come up here. We run 3 people out of here just the other day. We've got fraud going on of people hunting on properties that they do not have the tag for. We've got people getting these landowner tags that are hunting all around our fields when the tag is issued down the road. Anyway, I would ask the commission and all of you to reconsider and allow these tags to go to the people that are taking care of these deer and feeding these deer. Make them a priority to acquire the tag that they can get as a landowner preference tag. And maybe I didn't say all this correct this morning, but I beg you people, we don't have one deer where we used to have 50. And unless we conserve this now, just like the gentleman said earlier about the wild steelhead, we're not going to have big bucks in the future. And we're willing to turn around and work with the Fish and Wildlife or anybody that will help us to create a sanctuary down here on a long-term basis where these deer have a place to go. Thank you very much, and please think about what I said.
We will think about it. We think about all of these and appreciate the comments. Thank you, Jerry. And then we'll go to Leonard Krug.
Hey, Leonard, you should be able to unmute yourself by clicking the microphone icon on the bottom left of your screen. Hey, Leonard, do you hear us? Oh, there we go.
All right, I got it. It took me about 4 clicks and I found it in a different spot. Anyway, yes, good morning, Director Melcher, Chair Wall, and respected commissioners. My name is Leonard Krug and I live in Brookings, Oregon, and I am the president of the newly formed Anglers Alliance. I planned on reading the letter of introduction that had been sent to you, but in the interest of time, I think it may be better to just give you the condensed version and begin by letting you know that part of our membership consists of the 8 step groups that help to form this organization. So we already have a great working history and relationship with ODFW through STEP. And by uniting the STEP groups and adding other commercial and recreational fishing organizations, businesses, and natural resource advocates, we're able to bring a very large single unified voice to the table. And as we stated in the letter, our goal is to help ensure maximum opportunity and a maximum sustainable harvest by continuing to help ODFW craft a plan for more abundant sport, commercial, and tribal fishery. You know, we're fortunate that the state of Oregon has all of the tools needed to accomplish our goal. Our fisheries really are the envy of other states. We have some of the best fisheries managers and biologists in the business, and we have the STEP program. We have the Oregon Hatchery Research Center, and we have cutting-edge hatchery programs that complement world-class habitat and native fish stocks. We are looking forward to supporting ODFW and the legislature in crafting a plan for increased angling and harvest opportunity through habitat enhancement, education, and responsibly operated hatchery programs. The Oregon Anglers Alliance thanks you for your consideration.
Thank you, Leonard, and thank you for staying within your time. We really do appreciate that. Let's go to David Moskowitz.
Okay, David, so I think your microphone should be working now.
Okay, thank you very much, Josh. This is David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler, and I'm hoping you can hear me well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair Wall, Director Melcher, members of the commission. My name is David Moskowitz. I'm the Executive Director of the Conservation Angler, the Wildfish Conservation Organization based in the Northwest. And I want to talk to you today about taking advantage of the opportunities that the recent fires have presented to us. I've sent in a statement. I'm going to probably read some of it because it was sent in fairly late. Apologize for that. But Conservation Angler and other organizations are concerned about ODFW's short-term actions being taken regarding fire response without apparent regard for the long-term analysis that should occur. While it is good practice to quantify the losses suffered during these wildfires and to meet required deadlines to qualify for insurance or relief, there should be a community conversation to ensure that the funds received or recovered from state, federal, or private sources are judiciously conserved, carefully considered, and wisely applied so they contribute to the broadest and most effective recovery, serving as the seeds of change, just as the first rains often begin rebuilding scorched soils and germinating seeds that do not without fire. Oregon's response cannot simply be to just rebuild all the facilities that were lost and continue business as usual. The September 2020 fires must be viewed as an opportunity for ODFW to imagine the future and determine what fish propagation programs should look like in the next decade and in the decades after that. This is essential given the pace of climate change related fire frequency and intensity, as well as climate impacts to patterns of precipitation. Oregon's natural ecosystems and native fish and wildlife are better adapted to change than our hatcheries and human infrastructure. Thus, agency efforts to address climate change must support our fundamental natural infrastructure, wild fish populations, clean, cool waters, and allowing habitat processes, including fire, to create the necessary elements that foster productivity, resilience, and abundance. Sadly, even before the fall rains extinguished these fires, private, state, and federal entities began cutting fire-damaged trees along the Santiam, Mackenzie, and North Umpqua rivers, relying on hazard tree removal protocols and likely without necessary consultation with federal authorities such as NOAA or U.S. Fish and Wildlife, over the habitat modification impacts of the salvage timber harvesting on spotted owls, coho, salmon, and spring chinook. These actions will have substantial long-term impacts on the recovery of the riparian areas along the North Umpqua, including Rock Creek itself, where stream restoration work in and along Rock Creek was also burned by the fire, a major setback to improving water quantity and quality for Rock Creek and the North Umpqua. Many working hatcheries have questionable water supplies, and they're in areas that are at risk when fires burn. The existing system is outdated and in need of major repairs. Emerging scientific understanding shows that the existing hatchery system needs to change. Water conflicts will continue to arise between power generation, out-of-stream water demands, and in-stream flows. ODFW should take this moment to conduct a critical review of its hatchery system so it can create a blueprint for the next 30 to 50 years. One that considers new technology, is well planned in terms of risk management on genetic diversity in fire and water, and considers the poor track record of the aging and failing current system. We ask that the Commission convene a special session to consider a more holistic response to the 2020 wildfires in the Sandy Ann, McKenzie, and North Umpqua rivers. This could also include the Klamath as well, since it was damaged. The Commission could join with local communities and stakeholders on a broad conversation about rebuilding options and making changes to management priorities to support native fish assemblages and widespread community benefits. In the interim, the Commission should direct ODFW to pause on-the-ground work to repair, replace, or restore the hatcheries that were damaged in the fires until a comprehensive assessment is complete that examines the pros and cons of restoring facilities that were damaged in the fires.
Dave,
Before,
wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, there should not be any more irretrievable commitments of resources prior to this kind of review. We suggest a number of specific things that should be looked at in terms of ODFW's work and compliance with basin and management plans that are already in place. The bottom line is, with wildfires, all is not lost along several iconic rivers. And while there's many losses of natural and human treasures, it is critically important that the Commission and ODFW take a clear-eyed look at the opportunities that also present themselves in the aftermath of what is hard not to call disaster on so many levels. We must see the forest, not just the trees. The wild fish will continue to obey their duty to return, and we must honor and allow that. Keeping as many wild fish as possible in their native rivers to spawn will be the best thing we can do. We hope the Commission will take up this conversation that must happen before we just move straight ahead to repair what is old and outdated. And thank you so much. I apologize for going over on my testimony, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, David. That concludes the public forum. I see that Commissioner Spellbrink is here now. So would you like to introduce yourself? And then we'll go to the minutes and take care of those.
Find my mute button here. Yeah, Bob Spellbrink, Commissioner from representing District 5, Siletz, Oregon.
Thank you and welcome. So let's go to the minutes. Are there any revisions to the minutes as written? These are the minutes for the October Commission meeting. If not, can I hear a motion to approve the October 9th meeting minutes? Commissioner Woolley.
Yeah, I would move to approve the October 9th Commission meeting minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the October 9th meeting. Those in favor, if you could do a thumbs up. Looks unanimous. Thank you all. Let's go then to Exhibit B, which is Restoration and Enhancement Project Approval. And we have a board appointment item under this one. I think this is Kevin Herkamp that will lead off with it. Kevin?
Yes, unmute
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
And are you able to see my screen?
I see you. I don't see the screen yet.
Okay. Oh. There we go.
There, it's up now. Thank you.
All right. Well, good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Kevin Herkamp. I am the Restoration Enhancement Program and Salmon Trout Enhancement Program with the department. Today, I will be presenting 2 R&E related issues and 1 Salmon Trout Enhancement Program issue for your consideration and action. Before we get to the issues, I'd like to provide a quick overview of the ODFW Restoration Enhancement Program, also known as R&E, and how investments from it have made fishing better in Oregon over the past 30 years. About 90% of R&E funding comes from surcharges on recreational angling licenses, and about 10% comes from commercial salmon permits and poundage fees. When funding projects, the R&E Board ensures that they benefit the sources of revenue in the same proportion as the revenue received. The terms restoration enhancement refer to the restoration enhancement of fisheries, not just habitat. The R&E program supports a wide variety of project types, all centered on improving fishing, including aquatic inventories, such as research and monitoring, and improving fish habitat, educating the public and providing access for anglers, construction and repairs of fish passage and screening structures, and maintenance of fish hatcheries, equipment used to release fish, and investments in new hatchery equipment and technology. Per statutory definition, the restoration side of the account is more about maintaining and repairing existing hatchery and passage facilities. The enhancement side includes any new facilities and other activities that improve fish populations or provide public access to those fisheries. The R&E Board is charged with recommending a balance between these 2 sides of the account. However, the supply of projects is applicant driven. The R&E Board is appointed by the Commission and includes 3 representatives from sport fishing interests, 3 from commercial interests, and 1 who represents the public. The R&E Board is charged with recommending a balance between the 2 sides of the account. Each biennium, the R&E Board awards around $4.5 to $5 million on projects. Since 1989, the program has invested over $60 million across the state. Looking at 10 years of data from the 2007 to 2017 biennium, the R&E program spent over $22 million on projects across all project types and leveraged over a 2-to-1 return on investment by supporting nearly $74 million in projects, many of which would not have moved forward if not for the investment by R&E. I will now move on to the first issue, appointing a public representative to the R&E Board. R&E Board members are appointed by the Commission, and each board member has the opportunity to serve 2 4-year terms. Per statute, our current board members include 3 commercial salmon representatives, 3 sport fishing representatives, and 1 representative of the public. Kay Brown's first term as public representative will end December 31st. ODFW advertised the recruitment through various media sources and organizations. We received 11 applications from across the state for the position to represent the public. Candidates were evaluated based on the criteria you see on the screen. The reviews were conducted by 4 staff members and the R&E Board chair. Based on the review, Kay Brown from Columbia City was the preferred candidate and is recommended to continue her role representing the public. As outlined in the packet, 2 other candidates scored well enough to be considered as alternate choices. I would like to point out that many of the candidates were very well qualified, but were actually a better fit as a sport fishing representative. That concludes my presentation for issue number 1. I will now move on to the second issue, approval of recommended projects. During their virtual meeting on September 23rd, the R&E Board recommended 1 project for funding. The recommendation for Cycle 5 totaled nearly $8,500. If this project is approved, funding for the biennium will be exhausted. Staff encouraged the commission to approve the recommendations presented today, and this concludes my R&E program presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have before we move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Kevin. We do have one hand up. Commissioner Labhart.
Well, Chair Wall, is this the time that we're going to make a motion on the RD board member, or do we wait till the end?
Kevin, are you ready for that, or did you want to go through the rest of your material first?
Oh, we're at the end of the R&E agenda exhibit, so this would be the appropriate time.
So Chair, before Commissioner Labhart makes a motion, I just wanted to say that keeping the administrative costs at 10% is generally regarded as good budget management. So I just wanted to applaud the program for staying within that. It shows that the bulk of the money is going on the ground. So thank you.
Good point. Thank you. Any other commissioner questions before we go to Commissioner Labhart for a motion on the appointment?
I'd like to weigh in just real quick and just express thanks for the interest shown in this process. I mean, I have to do a little plug for a local gal that applied for this, Megan Skinner. There's some real talent coming up in Oregon. So I was glad to see this process. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. And I would echo the thanks for the level of interest in this and the qualifications. It's great to see, and we could have gone with any number of people and I think be well served. But we have a recommendation in front of us, and Commissioner Labhart.
Chair Wall.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. It's difficult since I'm 200 miles away from you. I can't get your attention very easily anymore. But I do see on the witness registration that there is one name signed up to testify, and maybe I have an old list, but I just wanted to make sure that we didn't miss any public comment before any motion was made.
Good point. You didn't miss it. Good catch. Donna Mulvey.
So, Chair Wall, I do not see Donna in our attendees room. I'm looking for her phone number as well. I don't see it. So, Michelle, I did message you earlier. By any chance, have you heard from her, from Donna? Well, she's not in, so.
Okay, I'll go ahead and try to give Donna a call, but I haven't heard anything from her today.
Okay, I think we're good then, Chair Wall. I just want to make sure.
Okay, thank you. Good catch. I appreciate it. Then I think we will go ahead and go to Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I also echo the other commissioners. 11 candidates for an R&E board position is it says a lot about the program. It says a lot about you, Kevin. I've heard very positive comments about how the program is run, so compliments to you. I read through the applications, and of course, they're all very qualified, but I am going to unanimously, or not unanimously, most enthusiastically recommend Kay Brown. She's got 30 years of employment previous with ODF&W. Kay served in a variety of positions with ODF&W, retiring as the operations manager for the fish division. She's knowledgeable about a range of issues impacting fisheries and is able to represent the public well. During her first term on the R&E board, Kay experience was utilized during the legislative renewal of the R&E program. She lives, of course, in Senator Betsy Johnson's district, who is a very powerful Ways and Means chair. Kay is well respected by the other board members and is always actively engaged in board meetings and other board business. Her previous experience with statewide fisheries issues and the R&E board elevated her above the other candidates as recommended by the review panel. In addition, her geographical location and expertise fits in well with the other members, so we have good geographical representation. I think Kay would be a very good fit for another 4 years on the commission. So If it's okay with you, Madam Chair, I would move to appoint Kay Brown to a 4-year term to the public representative on the Fish Restoration Enhancement Board.
And I second.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we appoint Kay Brown to this position. Those in favor, could you just say aye, since I don't have all your pictures up right now?
Aye.
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 Thank you, everyone. And thank you to you, Kay. It looks like you're on for another 4 years. So can we then look at the project, Kevin, and are you ready for us to vote on that one?
Chair Wall, yes.
Commissioners, do you have any questions about the project?
Chair Wall, just to backtrack a second, just want to make sure that Michelle caught who made the second for that motion, that's documented. So it's hard to tell where that came from.
Commissioner Zarnowitz seconded it. Did you get that, Michelle?
I did not. Actually, I was on the phone. I did not even get who made the motion.
Commissioner Labhart made the motion and Commissioner Zarnowitz seconded it, and everyone voted in favor of it for Kay Brown to the appointment.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
And were you able to reach Donna Mulvey?
She did not answer her phone. I left her a voicemail inviting her to testify in a future meeting if she was interested.
Perfect. Thank you. Then commissioners, could I hear a motion? I see no questions. So is there a motion on the project recommended by the Restoration and Enhancement Board? It's at the end of our attachments.
I move to approve the project recommended by the Fish Restoration Enhancement Board set forth in attachment 3.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz moved and Commissioner Zelbrink seconded to approve the project recommended. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, are you voting in favor of it as well?
Yes, sorry. I was giving you my thumbs up.
Okay. I'm not able to see all the pictures, so I think we have unanimous on that one. Are there any votes against it? Then it's unanimous on that one. And we can move to Exhibit C, which is the Salmon Trout Enhancement Program, and we are back to Kevin. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I will now move on to the Salmon Trout Enhancement Program agenda item. Before I begin this action item, I'd also like to provide an overview of STEP. STEP was established in 1981 as a way to engage the public in fish management, including the conservation and restoration of native runs of salmon and trout. The program engages the public in 5 key areas: hatchery production, monitoring of fish populations, restoring habitat, education about salmon, trout, and their habitats, and connecting people with fishing. To engage the public, STEP biologists, 10 of them around the state, work with thousands of volunteers and hundreds of partners across the state. STEP has some great educational offerings that reach over 60,000 Oregonians each year, including raising salmon and trout eggs in the classroom, learning about aquatic ecology, and learning how to fish. STEP is directly involved in engaging the public with fishing. This includes teaching both youth and adults how to fish, developing or providing fishing access, and raising and releasing fish to be caught by anglers. Volunteers and partners directly contribute to the recovery and management of our native fishes by helping collect valuable information and participating in various restoration projects. The STEP Advisory Committee was established by the legislature in 1981 to review ODFW policies and make recommendations to ODFW and the Commission concerning the implementation of STEP projects. Currently, there are 13 representatives from around the state who meet in person 3 times per year. This brings us to the action item before you today, a request to restructure the STEP Advisory Committee. As established in ORS 496.460, STAC is an advisory committee to the Commission and ODFW, with members of the committee being appointed by the governor. This ORS states that the committee shall be of such size and have such geographical representation as the commission determines appropriate. Statute also identifies that the committee is responsible to review the policies of ODFW and to make recommendations to the commission and the department concerning the implementation of STEP projects. Members' roles and responsibilities do not specify that they represent specific entities or interests, but rather geographic areas. Today, I'll be presenting a proposal to reduce the size and adjust the geographical territories to meet budgetary constraints facing STEP and providing a long-term solution. The proposed reduction is intended to maintain a functional board while reducing costs associated with stack meetings. Meetings costs for a 13-member board exceed the previously available funding by about $5,000 per year. You'll notice on the screen the $31,000 to the right. That is the projected budget if we stayed at status quo of 13 members with our three in-person meetings per year. We are not calculating COVID, understanding there are cost savings this current biennium, but we are trying to look into the future on that. As part of $1 million in reductions from nearly every federal sportfish restoration funded program in the agency, the amount available for stack travel has been reduced by $11,000 into the future. After looking at many scenarios, the best option to meet the budgetary constraints and provide representation around the state is to reduce the size of the board to 7 members. I will also be working with the board over the next year to figure out ways to reduce the number of meetings and to otherwise minimize travel costs and expenses related to those meetings. The proposed option was the only one that sustainably addressed budgets long-term, meets our statutory obligation to reimburse travel costs, and addresses the desire of STAC to restore at least 2 in-person meetings post-COVID restrictions. The timing of this reduction is also ideal as terms for several members have been or will be ending. STAC currently only has 8 appointed members, as recently vacated positions have been held open to accommodate a smooth transition. The request before you today is to reduce the board to 7 members and define their territories as outlined on the screen. The proposal includes 6 local representatives and 1 statewide representative. This includes 1 representative for Eastern Oregon, which aligns with the ODFW region management structure and the single Eastern Oregon step biologist. 5 representatives in Western Oregon. The territories align with ODFW watershed management structure and overlap with 1 or 2 step biologists. In addition, we would add 1 statewide representative, which will provide an opportunity for partners or individuals with broader interest or expertise to serve on the committee, or to also be used as a way to fill in if there are areas that maybe have limited representation or where there's something projected to happen in the near future. It gives a little bit of flexibility in providing that coverage. That could be education development. It could be looking at diversifying our volunteer workforce, or again, dealing with local interests. The current members, the 8 that I mentioned that are still appointed, are represented by the blue stars. I apologize. We recognize the large territory could decrease an emphasis on the local perspective, but the smaller, nimbler board should help the board focus more on the macro or statewide view of the program. As mentioned before, this would be things like program development. It could also be education program development, diversifying our volunteer force, and addressing other issues that affect STEP regionally or statewide. The larger territory should also make it easier to recruit committee members. Over the past decade, it has become increasingly difficult to get 1 or 2 interested candidates for each vacancy. Staff recommend the commission adopt the proposal to reduce the STEP Advisory Committee to 7 members and realign the territories as outlined in Attachment 3. I would like to point out that other options were considered that included more than 7 members. The larger board size, even if reduced to 9 or 11, would at most slow the inevitable of moving to 1 or fewer in-person meetings as inflation continues to affect the bottom line. While virtual meetings are a great tool and are part of the plan to address costs, unfortunately, they are not as effective of a platform for this type of committee. They do not allow the staff members to visit and interact with STEP projects, staff, and volunteers around the state. One in-person meeting per year post-COVID would not allow the committee enough time or frequency to adequately build these relationships. This interaction with the field is invaluable for them to make informed and meaningful recommendations to ODFW and the commission. If the commission approves this request, staff will work with the STEP Advisory Committee to ensure a smooth transition between now and January 2022. This will include keeping current members in place until their current terms end in order to retain institutional knowledge and expertise. This plan will meet our budgetary obligation, allow staff to fulfill its statutory mandate, and be an effective advisory committee to the commission. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Kevin. Good presentation and not an easy topic. We do have one person to testify on this, but before we go to that, commissioners, do you have any questions of Kevin now before we hear testimony? Seeing no hands up, let's go to Leonard Krug, who would like to testify on this one.
Hey, Leonard, you should now be in the panelist side of the room. Go ahead.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Very good. Director Melcher, Honorable Chair Wall, and respected commissioners. As you know, my name is Leonard Krug. I live in Brookings, Oregon, and I'm the president of the Oregon Anglers Alliance. And as I mentioned earlier, a portion of the Oregon Anglers Alliance membership is made up of 8 STEP groups, as well as other commercial recreational fishing organizations and businesses and natural resource advocates. In fact, our board and officers are all STEP program members. So you can understand that the proposal to suddenly cut STAC has not been taken lightly by us. And I've got to add briefly here, you know, I listened to Commissioner Labhart's presentation on the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Program. And STEP is doing a lot of those things and always has done a lot of those things by bringing non-consumptive users in and getting them involved with fisheries, whether it's the outreach and education or habitat enhancement, fish propagation, research and monitoring. We get people to come in and take part in that, and they enjoy that. And many of them don't even have hunting and fishing licenses, although as time goes on, some of them do pick it up. Also, to refer to David Moskowitz's comments about monitoring the burns and fish hatcheries. And, you know, we're doing all those things here through the STEP program and have been. Those are nothing new to us. You know, we believe there's a huge value in this relationship between state and the public. We're concerned that we may lose some of this. Plus, the STAC STEP program affords the state with many hours of free labor for habitat enhancement, free community outreach and education, and free labor for research and monitoring, to name just a few things. For the year 2018-19, the STEP program generated the equivalent in labor of 36 full-time employees at an estimated value of $2,650,000. That's the deal of the century for the state. You know, and if this is truly about budget, we would ask that you please consider other options. We've entered into a culture of virtual meetings with little or no travel expenses incurred. And we agree that a 13-member committee may be too large, but we believe that 7 cuts too deeply. STEP clubs are too diverse and too distant to fully retain their effectiveness under this proposal. For instance, the South Coast, we're at least 3 hours away from the proposed delegate that would come from the Rogue River area. But we respectfully request that you protect our state and public partnership and negotiate a compromise or deny this proposal. Thank you for listening, and thank you for any consideration that you may extend to us.
Thank you for your testimony, Leonard. And commissioners, are there questions of Leonard? I see no hands. Speak up if I'm missing you, but I see no hands raised.
So I have a question, not of Leonard, but, Kevin, I asked this question earlier in the week, and so I just thought maybe you could have an opportunity to just reiterate that for the public, because you provided some ways that you're helping to compensate for or mitigate for the distances that are created by this reduction in these districts. So could you just give a few words about that, about how you're working with that to help to offset some of the distance challenges?
Yes, Chair or Commissioner Willie, Chair Wall. So my plan, if this is adopted, my plan is over the next year is to work very closely with the remaining stack members to work diligently on their position descriptions, kind of really defining that they should be connecting with all of the volunteer groups, all of the organizations, our step biologists and the watershed managers within those geographic areas. In the past, because we've had more representatives, there has definitely been a much more local focus on the boards and even the presentations at the meeting, and trying to maintain that, but also move forward is going to be a challenge. And like I said, it is one of those things where we would have to define their roles and try to come up with some strategies in order to help them succeed, such as helping them create phone lists, contact lists, so they can be aware of all the activities that are going on. Part of the budget proposal would also include some ability to compensate board members for some travel to go see some of those other areas and stay overnight, do that type of thing. That is part of I'll say the flexible portion of my budget that could be put toward that. So there are multiple things. You're absolutely right. The local representation is important. There is also the statewide view that is important, and sometimes gets lost in some of the local discussions. I think we can find a really good way of moving forward, working with the existing stack members and redefining those position descriptions, roles, responsibilities, those type of things, and giving them the tools they need.
All right, thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz, you have a question as well.
Yeah, this is for Kevin. Thank you for the presentation. It was very, I liked all the pictures and the way you laid it out. It was very easy to follow. But I have a question about why there are not more people interested in becoming members of the stack.
Commissioner Zarnowitz and Chair Wall, I'm not 100% sure on that. We have tried the traditional ways of reaching out. I mean, obviously media, our website, news releases, those type of things. But most importantly, our step biologists reach out to the clubs and organizations. And the feedback that I've tended to get is that the people who would make the best stack members are also the ones that are most heavily involved locally and really have too many irons in the fire, and they're not able to take on additional roles. Also, I think some of it is how we have presented the announcements. And I think a lot of times I've got some feedback related to, well, I'm not a member of a specific group. How does that play into this? And one of our past members who recently left came in from that, had no involvement with STEP, but was very interested in getting involved and really turned out to be a great advisory committee member and tried to do the best for his territory. And so I think some of that also comes into engaging that the broader public and those skills that the broader public can bring in, which is one reason I really like the idea of the statewide position, so that we can bring in, whether it's education partners or experts that deal with with similar volunteer programs or related volunteer programs that have expertise in diversifying our volunteer workforce, those type of things. So that's where that position comes in. But as far as, generating that additional interest, I think those are the types of things I think that may bring more people in, seeing that the role isn't, more locally limited. You're actually looking for people to represent the interest as a whole for that area.
And it seems to me that if you reduce it to 7 members, they're going to actually have more work. Each stack member is going to have to do more travel, have more work. And it's obviously, it's a huge volunteer program that, of course, we have staff that are managing that as well, but it might actually make it even harder to get people if you reduce it down too far, so that you have one member in a huge basin that then has to travel to, from their basin to the coast, or, vice versa, from like the Willamette Valley, travel the whole Willamette Valley to manage a whole variety of, or deal with a whole variety of different volunteers. So has the department considered how that might impact recruiting more stack members?
Commissioner Zarnowitz, Chair Wall. So yes, we did look at that. That's part of why we wanted to hold some money back to compensate for the travel. But I think one of the things I would bring up is it's not necessary for stack members to be involved in, I'll say every on the ground activity to know what's going on. What's more important is to have those relationships and the connections to the people doing the work on the ground, and being able to get that perspective from that broader range. And that can be done, especially in this virtual world, a lot more effectively. And so I think, yes, to see all the activities, there would be more travel involved. That's part of why I mentioned, I think we really have to define the roles and responsibilities more to not have that be an expectation. Quite frankly, that is what stack members should be doing currently in their areas, is knowing everything that's going on with, all the different groups. And that has not always been the case. There have definitely been, times where some members have been more locally focused in one area or very broadly focused. And so it's really defining those roles so that everybody comes out of this with a clear understanding that, we're not expecting you to drive all around the state. Eastern Oregon's a good example. We're not expecting somebody to drive to Northeast Oregon to go to work with the volunteers or go do those type of things. They can pick up the phone and find out what's going on up there. And the same would hold true in some of these other areas. And so it's all about defining those roles. And I think that also may help us to improve recruitment by having a very clear definition of what we're looking at. We did that about 10 years ago. I worked with STAC to develop some roles and responsibilities. That actually helped STAC kind of come back together. It's probably about time to look at that again, especially in light of where we stand today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. We have 2 more questions. I do want to mention that I was struck when you were talking, Kevin, about, clearly there are budget constraints and issues that you have to balance and work within, but also the difficulty in getting candidates in some cases. And I appreciated your comment about the need for meetings, and that one meeting a year doesn't typically give you enough of a relationship and an awareness of the other people. So it's a balancing act, it sounds like. Let's go, though. There's no question that was just an observation and an appreciation for the way you're looking at all these factors. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, I got fairly heavily involved in this. A lot of calls from the South Coast. Everybody knows I'm a fisherman, and I guess I'm going to push for the compromise position, the 9-member one. I think Leonard, if he's still on, could probably confirm too. But he said on a lot of the coastal areas, they actually have people waiting in the wings, waiting for an opportunity to serve. So I think it makes a big difference between areas too. And I guess, again, I'm pushing for the compromise position of 9 members because I think when you lump the coastal areas there with the inland areas, there's so many different concerns and circumstances in those different areas. Inland, you have many more concerns. You have dams, you have water temperature concerns, and anyway, just there's a lot of other concerns. And I think I would like to see, and I know talking to all the fishermen on the South Coast, and I talked to a couple, Reese Bender, retired from Fish and Wildlife, and Tom Rumrick, a retired step biologist from that mid or that South Coast area, and all of them, would rather see it held at 13 members, but I think they were all receptive to the compromise of 9, which would leave 4 districts on the coast and 4 down the Central Valley, and then 1 Eastern Oregon. It would be North Coast, Mid Coast, Coquilles, 10 Mile, Coos, Coquille, and then Lower Rogue, South Coast on the coast, and then it would coming down the valley. It would be North Willamette, South Willamette, Umpqua, and Rogue, and then your Eastern Oregon district. And I like I say, a lot of talking, a lot of conversations here. I think that would be well supported by up and down the coast and everyone I talk to. And so it's like I say, I'm suggesting that. And one thing in talking to all these people too, I'll second what Commissioner Labhart said, is everyone I talked to had nothing but positive comments about Kevin Herkamp. And Kevin, there obviously you're well respected in the whole STEP and STAC committee group. So everyone spoke super highly of you. And anyway, like I say, I guess that would, if we could make that compromise, I think I talked to most of the members. I said, you're going to have to live within the budget constraints, and they all agreed to that. But everyone was that I talked to was leaning towards that they could compromise that 9. And I guess that's what I would suggest. I don't know if any response to that. I'm welcome to.
We do have one other commissioner with a hand up, Commissioner Labhart. Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the staff's proposal and the work and the justification for it, but this is too big of a leap for me too. Almost a 50% reduction is a fairly large jump for me. I would concur with Leonard and Commissioner Spellbrink that maybe we can compromise here a little bit and still do a reduction, but knocking off 50% of it is a pretty big jump. And even the advisory committee, they were split, so 4 yes, 4 no. So they weren't even supportive of 4 supportive of the staff proposal and 4 not. So I think there's some opportunity here to maybe go a little slower, go slow approach, but still take an approach. And the 9-member option seems like a fairly rational compromise, but I can't support the 50%, almost 50% reduction in stack. So if that's the proposal, I'm probably going to vote no, but I would support the 9-member option, and then we could test it for a few years and see how it works. That's my comments.
Thank you. Are there other comments or any questions from any commissioners?
Commissioner Hatfield Hyde has her hand up, her real hand.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And I'm so sorry that you can't see my hand and my screen is all mixed up to do the appropriate hand on the screen. So I've poked around with this issue a little bit and also support the 9-member option. And I realize we have budget constraints and that is something that needs to seriously be considered. But one of the things, I think in some ways we all hate this Zoom format, but having spent my entire life living in places that mean it's at least, a 5-6 hour drive to get to Salem, I think that maybe entering a time where we create even a more inclusive environment by holding some of our meetings in this format. Because the reality is a lot of our far distant communities that are rural aren't able to participate. And when we just got done having the conversation that Commissioner Labhart mentioned about, more equity and inclusivity on the habitat. I'm going to bungle all my words, but I think this is a way where more people in the future can be engaged and it allows people like, frankly, moms, right? Who can't always go to meetings hours and hours away and stay nights in motels. So I just think that there might be some opportunity here if we look at the silver lining for the future. Of maybe not always meeting in person, even though that's the most fun.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Zarnowitz has a hand up as well. And then we could go to a motion. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I support the 9-member. That seems like that will be more inclusive as well. And I think everybody else has said that quite well.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a motion?
Chair Wall, before you take a motion, if I could just say a few things, and I would like to have Acting Fish Chief Cedric Cooney moved over as a panelist, but obviously we're going to implement whatever your direction is, and I think as you've all acknowledged, we're going to manage within the travel budget. So we'll figure out how to fit everything together. And the statute obviously gives you broad latitude. I mean, the statute literally says that you can pick the makeup of the stack by from whatever geographic, I'm getting the words wrong, but from whatever geographic areas you feel is appropriate, the commission feels is appropriate. So whether that's 7 or 9 or 27 or 55 or whatever you feel is appropriate is the number that we'll go with. And this is, of course, it is a little perhaps unusual that these, while you get to decide on the makeup of the committee, that actually the governor makes the appointments. So we're never as nimble with governor's appointments as we might be if they were director or even commission appointments. And I don't see Cedric in the room here yet. Is Josh bringing Cedric over?
Yes, I can see Cedric. Yep, here we go. All right, Cedric, you should be able to, yep, you're in our room now.
So in talking through this with Cedric over the last several days, I think Cedric had some thoughts to share as well, and things that basically this isn't the last time you're going to hear about this particular topic, and I'll let Cedric share his thoughts.
Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the commission. Thank you for allowing me to step in and the invitation, Director Melcher. I just wanted to point out, as Director Melcher said, we will manage the STAC budget, travel budget accordingly, whatever level of membership you choose. We have already identified the need for rulemaking and associated with the STAC in order to better identify the business approach that the STAC needs to take. And so we anticipate coming back to you again under a rulemaking process.
Cedric, thank you. Could you say just a bit more? What did you mean by we will see this again in a rulemaking process?
Yeah, we want to enact some rules. Currently, there are no rules associated with the STAC. And so we want to enact some rules to better identify the business approach that the stack will take in conducting business, such as representing the entire geographic area, not just local interests, things like that.
And I would add that Chair Wall and Commissioners, this is one of those things where you can be around here for 35 years and you still learn something new every day. But on my review of this particular item and in Cedric's review, we discovered there actually are no administrative rules that implement this committee. While there's a statute that directs the formation of the committee, there's no administrative rules that enact the committee, unlike, for instance, the Restoration Enhancement Board or the Access and Habitat Board or the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund Advisory Committee. Those all have rules that implement the actual committee and the committee business. So we want to, here 40 years later, actually adopt some rules that will codify and guide the stack work in the future.
Thank
I
you.
also wanted to point out that the other committees do operate under 7 members.
Thank you. That helps. Good clarification. Commissioners, any other questions?
I just have one comment that with the 9, I believe that it'd be good to expect that they stay within their budget.
Chair Wall, Commissioners Arnowitz, that is our intent.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, commissioners, I think it's time for a motion. You've heard the.
I have one ready if you would like.
Go ahead.
Okay, I would move to approve reducing the STEP Advisory Committee to 9 members representing the territories identified as follows: North Coast, Mid Coast. That's 1 and 2. 3 would be 10 Mile, Coos, Coquille. Next, South Coast in Lower Rogue. Moving inland, North Willamette, South Willamette, Umpqua, Rogue, and Eastern Oregon. That would make 9.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second. Did we lose Mary?
I think perhaps. So we have a motion. I'll cue this up for Greg since it looks like Mary is frozen on the screen. So we have a motion from Commissioner Spellbrink to make the committee 9 members with the geographic specifics that he mentioned in his motion. And the motion was seconded by Commissioner Zarnowitz. And I'll hand the gavel off to you, Vice Chair Woolley. Unless Mary is back. No, it looks like she is back.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll just say, could we have a vote on this motion in a second? All in favor, please give a thumbs up. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. And just for logistics, my internet seems to be coming in and out. So thank you for taking over. And if I go silent, let's just plan on that. Commissioners, it's if we could go through one more item, then we will be through with everything except the Exhibit E. So it might be useful if, unless anybody objects, I'm going to go right ahead to Exhibit D, which is Access and Habitat Program. It's a project funding approval that the department is looking for, and Travis Schultz is going to present on this one.
Good morning,
Morning.
all members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I am Travis Schultz, the Access and Habitat Program Coordinator. In my presentation today, I will provide a summary of the components of the A&H program, highlight recent actions by the Director's Office to complete emergency fire reseedings, and then seek approval to A&H Board recommended projects.
Stack stuff went for quite the.
The statutes that created the A&H program in 1993 stipulated that the program deliver a range of projects that provide for both access and habitat benefits. Projects should utilize partners both for labor and matching funds. A&H projects ought to recognize and encourage landowners' stewardship of wildlife. When needed, the A&H program should assist landowners experiencing wildlife damage. The statutes provide for preference to projects that allow hunter access. The statutes also provide for funding the A&H program exclusively by hunters in the form of a surcharge on hunting licenses, raffle and auction tag sales, and a portion of the license sales directed to wildlife habitat. Conversations with hunters, whether in the field, office, sport shows, or public meetings, indicate greater desire and acceptance for projects that contain an access component. Numerous surveys have identified access as a constraint limiting hunter participation, both in Oregon and nationally. Most recently, 2016's Responsive Management's Oregon Residents' Opinions on and Values Related to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Access is one of the few constraints that ODFW can influence and the only one that the A&H program can address. Landowners find out about the Access and Habitat program through numerous methods. According to the 2004 Access and Habitat Program Landowner Survey conducted by University of Oregon's Oregon Survey Research Laboratory, the vast majority of landowners heard about the program from ODFW staff, closely followed by neighbors, family, friends, and coworkers. The third most likely source was other organizations, both federal, like the NRCS and FSA, as well as NGOs such as Pheasants Forever or Mule Deer Foundation. Less likely, landowners heard about the program from A&H board and regional council members, ODFW brochures, and advertisements. The study represented each of these methods individually, but the reality is success relies upon the relationships between them all. Department staff works with numerous agencies and organizations that impact landowners. We partner on projects and suggest programs that would benefit the landowner. Ensuring that relationships remain positive allows for ideas to flow and trust to be built. Trust takes time. Many of these projects are years in the making as that relationship is built. The best resource the A&H program has is our landowners. From a landowner's perspective, allowing strangers with firearms on the property can be very frightening. Encouraging them to speak with a landowner enrolled in the A&H program can reassure them as nothing else can. This has proven to be a great recipe for more participation. Regardless of the method the landowner found out about the program, the next step is for them to contact ODFW staff. For most landowners, the first contact is their local ODFW Wildlife District staff. Wildlife District staff total approximately 48 employees across 20 districts in the state. These biologists represent the department and the A&H program to the communities that they serve. They are most likely the first contact on wildlife issues the landowner for the landowner and the first to provide information on the A&H program as a solution to those issues for the landowner. Whether referred to by Wildlife District staff or contacted directly, the department's A&H regional coordinators will help the landowner through the A&H process. There are 6 regional A&H coordinators spread throughout the state. The regional coordinator will assist the landowner in developing the proposal, guiding the proposal through the regional council and the state A&H board. Once a project has an executed agreement, the regional coordinator, either directly or working with Wildlife District staff, will post the property, patrol the property during the hunting seasons, work with the landowners on issues as they arise, and maintain the relationship with the landowner and the landowner's neighbors to ensure the project continues. If a project is recommended by the state A&H board, as the A&H program coordinator, I develop the documents and present them to the commission, as I'm doing today. If a project is approved by the commission, I steer that project through the contracting process. Once the contract is executed, I update the website and Oregon hunting map with the new or renewed project information. Then the project maps are developed for distribution to hunters. As part of my duties as the A&H program coordinator, I provide information and direction to Wildlife District staff and the regional coordinators as they develop projects. The program staff at headquarters, which includes an administrative specialist, organizes the A&H board meetings, completes budget and accounting information, and prepares all the necessary documentation. Additionally, program staff respond to questions from landowners, hunters, and sports groups, as well as provide information on the A&H program throughout the year. In particular, the program staff spend a great deal of effort on the raffle and auction tags, which account for roughly 36% of the A&H program revenue. An excellent example of the process that we have discussed are projects that utilize the emergency fire reseeding rules. While the process involved is similar, there are some key differences. The commission approved rules for emergency fire reseeding projects ask the regional council to evaluate the project. They allow for the board to hold an emergency meeting. And lastly, the grants are approved by the director's office rather than the commission. All of these measures are to allow for speed, as the window to successfully reseed after a fire is very narrow. These rules allow the A&H program to be very nimble after a fire to provide the greatest opportunity to successfully improve wildlife habitat. The rules for emergency fire reseedings restrict efforts to private lands that provide critical habitat for wildlife. The seed mix utilized must be approved by the local district wildlife biologist. The equipment needed for the seeding effort must be available, and the project must be completed in the time frame necessary for a successful planting following a wildfire. The relationships developed by local wildlife district staff are critical. The local wildlife district staff coordinate with partners to assist landowners after a fire and prioritize areas for rehabilitation. The emergency fire reseeding rules allow the department to address the most critical needs for fire rehabilitation on private lands while our partners work through their processes. This year, the board has approved 2 emergency fire reseedings so far. First, the J. Spear Ranch near Paisley, Oregon, will reseed approximately 7,100 acres of critical mule deer winter range and sage grouse habitat at a cost of about $132,000 to the A&H program. The landowner will pick up the cost of the aerial application of the seed at $80,000. The seed will be applied via helicopter with the first snow of the winter, allowing for the best opportunity to successfully outcompete invasive species. Both the NRCS and OWEB are developing projects for this fire's rehabilitation effort with other landowners. The second project approved is the Richard Dodge reseeding. This project reseeds approximately 772 acres of big game winter range within the drift fence adjacent to White River Wildlife Area. The project will aerially apply the seed mix to the area. The effort matches the rehabilitation work conducted on White River Wildlife Area. The total reseeding cost is almost $39,000. A&H provides the cost of the seed mix at about $27,000, and the landowner provides the aerial application at roughly $12,000. I appreciate the commission taking the time to allow me to present a more detailed overview of the A&H program, including the emergency fire reseeding projects. I will now continue with the 2 A&H board recommended projects before the commission today. Here you can see the map that illustrates the location of the 2 recommended projects, New River Access Area in red, north of Port Orford, and the C2 Ranch in blue, northeast of Medford. The C2 habitat improvement is a continuation of a project to improve wildlife habitat and provide public hunting. The department has cooperated with the C2 Ranch since the 1960s. This project brings the total acres of habitat improvement to over 7,300 acres conducted on the ranch over 6 projects. The ranch is within sensitive deer and elk winter range. Habitat will be improved by mowing invasive Himalayan blackberry, followed by a herbicide treatment of either crossbow or garland, mowing the decadent buckbrush to provide new growth, seeding for wildlife forage, and fertilizing pastures. This project passed both the Regional Council and A&H Board unanimously. The local OHA chapters also contribute funds to this project. Hunting will consist of 5 unguided archery deer hunts for 3 days each, 5 guided youth deer rifle hunts for 1 day each, 6 spring turkey 2-day hunts with the first day guided for both the 2021 and 2022 seasons. The New River Access Area is the only project on the South Coast. It was initiated in 2007 to address Aleutian goose damage to agricultural crops and to provide quality goose honey. This project pays for a portion of the fertilizer for the 5 landowners to use each spring on 1,200 acres of pasture to offset forage consumed by Aleutian geese in the spring. The fertilizer used and the application rate vary by soil type and vegetation. The project is supported financially by the Delta Waterfowl, as well as OHA's Josephine and Tioga chapters. The project was recommended unanimously by both the Regional Council and the State A&H Board and has strong district support. The project offers by permission hunting to over 3,500 acres of with the landowners handling the reservations. The project is the best location in Oregon to harvest an Aleutian goose, attracting hunters from Oregon, Washington, and California. Last year, 225 birds were taken by 90 hunters. Of the 225 birds, 160 were Aleutian geese. From the permission card for the property, hunter satisfaction averaged 4.75 out of a possible 5. The New River Access Area and the C2 Ranch projects both recognize and encourage the contributions of landowners to wildlife. They minimize the economic loss to those landowners. New River addresses wildlife damage to agricultural crops, and both help build relationships between hunters and landowners, all critical aspects of the A&H program. Staff recommend the funding of both projects the A&H Board approved. Thank you. That ends my presentation. I can take any questions that you may have.
Sorry, I was muted. At the start of your presentation, Travis, you mentioned access. You said the 2 words, access and habitat, and it sounded like you said access is the only one we can pay for. I misheard that, right?
Correct. Yes. Yeah, we can fund an exclusive habitat project. There's nothing in the rules that say we cannot. The statutes that created the initial A&H program do try to encourage landowners to provide access, but it is not a requirement for a project.
Okay, thank you. And could you also just, in terms of numbers of applicants, are there, and I'm thinking about the one we heard about this morning with the high number of deer on a large piece of property as well, are there lots and lots of applications for this kind of money and way too little money to go around? Or are you having to try to find applications at some point?
We're continually working to find applications. We are fairly close to our spending limit. We try to maintain enough of a buffer that we can do things like the emergency fire reseedings, because those come out of the same funds for the rest of our projects. So to be able to do a one-time habitat project, we try to always make sure that there is a reserve there to be able to do those types of projects. We don't get a lot of additional applications. Most of the projects that we have for the board members that, well, I guess just for Vice Chair Woolley have seen, we end up with a lot of projects that are repeats. So once we get them into the program, generally they like it. There's not a lot of turnover at times. We always pick up a few projects and lose a few projects, but ultimately it stays pretty consistent year to year for most of what we do.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioners, are there other questions for Travis? And just so you know, we have 4 people who would like to testify. And so Josh, you could bring those 4 people in if you will.
Sure, and I only see one present, so I'll bring that person in. That's Alvin.
Okay. We also should have Kimberly Lopez, Caitlin Heilman, and I think it's Alice Picot. So commissioners, any other questions?
I had a couple quick ones for Travis. I could ask now or after our testimony, but they're pretty much short answers. So I'll just go ahead. So the emergency fire reseeding project, which I think is great. What's your seed mix, and is the seed mix the same in the 2 different locations?
The seed mix varies by location. The seed mix done for each one is designed to do a little bit different things in those places. So the seed mix that was applied on the J. Spear Ranch is designed to be able to be grazed by cattle, but still provide the structure and habitat requirements for sage grouse. So it's got a lot more of a tall wheatgrass, crested wheatgrass, those things that survive grazing well, but still provide a very good structure for nesting sage grouse. The seed mix for the Dodge project utilizes more of a forb component to help build up the forage capacity and the winter range of forage nutrition on that property, because it is utilized for deer and elk winter range, and it's also utilized to help pull and keep those deer and elk from the agricultural valley below them, White River Wildlife Area. So they are designed to accomplish a little bit different goals. I don't have the seed mix exact seeds in front of me. I can certainly get that to you if it's something you're interested in, but that's the overall goals for each of those seed mixes.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's good enough. And then with the C2 project, the application of crossbone garland on a Himalayan blackberry after cutting, I mean, how's that being applied? How are those herbicides being applied?
They're being after it's mowed down. It is a broadcast over the area applied. It's crossbow is one of the best at removing and permanently killing Himalayan blackberry. So once they've got it mowed and out of the area, as much removed as they can, it does a fairly good job of preventing resprouts. So it is applied obviously according to the label, and with all those restrictions.
And how many acres is that application?
I believe all total it's 400 acres, but I'm not for positive. I'd have to double check.
Okay, thanks, Travis.
Thank you. I don't see other questions, so let's go to Alvin Elkins, who's the first person to testify, and then we'll see if the other 3 people are here.
Yeah, Alvin, you are now able to unmute yourself by entering *6 on your keypad on your phone. Okay, let me try that from my end. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, I'm not seeing your mic unmuted yet. Oh, there we go.
Got me?
Yes, we hear you.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Meltzer, for the record, I'm Al Elkins, representing the Oregon Hunters Association. You have in your packet a letter that we have sent to you dated October 26, 2020, regarding the A&H project renewals for 2021. We support both of the projects mentioned earlier in the presentation, C2 Ranch and the New River project, and we list the reasons why. OHA would like to express appreciation to the OH board and ODFW director for providing emergency fire seeding funds to benefit wildlife, including over 7,000 acres in Lake County, involving a much needed partnership between multiple landowners and agencies. That concludes my testimony. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Al. Commissioners, any questions? And just for knowing what's coming, the other three people who were going to testify have not called in. So Al is it. Questions to him? I'm not seeing any. So
I can go back to mute.
Yeah, I will go ahead and move you back to the attendees room.
Thank you, Al.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, any questions, any more questions of Travis, or would you like to have a motion? Put a motion forward.
Well, Chair Wall, I would move to approve the two projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat Board.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
It's been moved by Commissioner Labhart, seconded by Commissioner Spellbrink, that we approve the two projects recommended by staff. Those in favor? You can do a thumbs up. I can see everybody, I think, except Commissioner Zarnowitz. So
Zarnowitz says hi, or aye.
and I.
And
Thank you all. And the chair is abstaining on this one because of a family relationship with one of the landowners, but the motion passes with 5 votes yes. And thank you for that. And to you, Travis, for your work on it. Commissioners, we are at 10 o'clock. Let's take a 15-minute break, and then we can come back for Exhibit E, which is the petition. So we will be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Josh, are you back on yet?
I don't think he is, Mary. Is there anything I can do?
I see the timer right now. I didn't see it before. It's great if it can stay on there in a corner somewhere, just so I can keep at least lose track of the time.
Yeah. Earlier, Bob Swigel is who managed that for us, and I think he was getting things posted on the web for me, and he wasn't prepared for the public forum piece, so it will be up there continually.
Oh, okay. That's terrific. Thank you. Thanks.
That was our timing.
Yay. So do we have? Okay, it looks like everyone is back. Welcome, everybody, again. We'll call the meeting back to order. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and the other 5 commissioners are all back on as well. We're ready to move to Exhibit E, which is a petition to initiate rulemaking to amend OAR 635 500-0070. And I will clarify at the outset that the petition requests that the Fish and Wildlife Commission initiate rulemaking. The decision before the Fish and Wildlife Commission is whether to accept or deny the petition. We are not deciding today whether to amend our rule. We're deciding whether to accept or deny the petition to initiate the rulemaking process. And I wanted to clarify that because there has been some confusion, and we just wanted to make sure it was clear from the outset. The person doing the presentation for the department today is Derek Broman, and I believe he's here and ready. He's the Carnivore Fur Bearer Coordinator. So we'll go ahead and start with Derek's presentation.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Members of the commission, good morning. For the record, Derek Broman, I'm the ODFW Carnivore Fur Bearer Coordinator. And as Chair Wall pointed out, I'll be addressing a petition to initiate rulemaking for beaver harvest closure on federal lands. So just a very brief outline of the presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit about APA petitions and the one that was received. I'll talk a little bit about the current rules in place and give a little bit of a recent history on these topics. And then I'll go into a staff evaluation of the petition and end up with a very brief summary. So any interested person or groups may submit a petition to any Oregon agency requesting the creation, amendment, or repeal of an administrative rule through an Administrative Procedures Act rulemaking petition, otherwise known as an APA petition. An APA petition was received by ODFW in late September from a member of the public and a number of groups. And that petition proposed a change to current rule, which would include permanently closing hunting and trapping of beaver on federally managed lands in Oregon. So these APA petitions are identified and the criteria are laid out in statute and rule. And the petition meets the requirements for a formal commission review. And we're here today for the commission to decide if they want to accept the petition and initiate rulemaking or deny the petition. And this must be done within 90 days of receiving that petition. And we are certainly within that window right now. Initiating rulemaking means that we would evaluate the petition requests and return after a thorough review with the rule set open for potential edits. There is no set timeline, so rulemaking may not occur until the topic has been adequately addressed. And so those rules associated with APA petitions provide some considerations for the agencies when reviewing these petitions and making their decision. And these factors were mildly addressed in the staff agenda item summary, but I really won't be using those criteria in today's presentation. As requested by the petitioners, staff examined the evidence presented in the petition to determine if it warrants the action requested. So a brief background on the current fur bearer rules particular to beaver. Beaver are classified as fur bearers and are protected under ODFW fur bearer regulations. Harvest of beaver requires a license, and there is mandatory reporting requirement associated with that license. There is an open and a closed season for beaver harvest, with the open season occurring here in the winter months. And there are a number of beaver harvest closures in place, both those that are specific to beaver and those that are closed to all hunting and trapping. And those include things like cities, parks, national parks, refuges, and other areas around the state. And these fur bearer rules are adopted every 2 years. And so we actually just adopted the fur bearer rules in June 2020. So this is still pretty new. So in that June commission meeting, the fur bearer agenda item lasted actually over 6 hours. And nearly all of the time was focused on beaver. Much of the conversation was initiated when we received public comment in December, requesting a harvest closure on a single national forest, and then a request for a harvest closure on all federal lands in Oregon came in late spring, and both were also addressed in the June commission meeting. So we've already heard from and engaged with these petitioners and many other stakeholders on the value of beaver and beaver management. So as we are all here today for the petition, I won't be repeating most of what was thoroughly discussed in June, but just do want to point out that certainly all of that content is relevant for today's discussion. One of the primary outcomes of that meeting in June was the commission unanimously deciding to further address beaver topics through a work group of stakeholders and subject matter experts. The commission took the lead on developing the work group and publicly discussed the topic in the July, August, and September commission meetings. This included communicating with stakeholders and researchers to participate in the group, which included the petitioners. The petition was then received in late September, and the commission halted the work group and making that announcement in the October commission meeting, and they're halting that work group until this petition has been addressed. So there's been a lot of confusion coming out of the very lengthy petition, and we're seeing a lot of confusion in the majority of the public comment that has been received. So before we proceed any further, I'd like to clarify a few things. First off, as required in an APA, a petition must be explicit in its request. This petition seeks a permanent closure to be enacted, and it does not call for any other action. The request is specific to only federal lands. The petition did not request the harvest ban be imposed on state lands or private lands. I also want to point out that there's no such thing as commercial and recreational trapping of hunting and fur bearers. Those words don't actually even exist in the fur bearer rules. So the ultimate request is viewed simply as a ban on all harvest. And the concept of a closure to beaver harvest is not new. As I stated earlier, we have a number of beaver closures currently in place throughout the state of Oregon. So in our evaluation of the petition, through examining the petition, The evidence to support the request appears to lean on a few assumptions. As understood by staff, some are clearly stated, but some are more inherent in the arguments made. And I'll go through each of those here now. Oops. Paused. Why is my pause? There we go. There we go. So the first assumption is that beaver populations are suppressed or are decreasing. And there's no evidence, no data, no empirical information presented to show that beaver populations in the state of Oregon are suppressed or are decreasing. And a component of that assumption is that beaver harvest on federal lands is suppressing or decreasing beaver populations. Despite plenty of harvest data available, none was used in the petition, and especially none specific to federal lands when trying to prove this assumption. Also, despite having numerous closures, no population assessments were conducted to show a relationship between current closures and beaver populations. Let's see, it looks like, am I having an issue with my screen share? Sorry about that. Through the evidence presented, it appears that the petitioners assume a direct relationship between a lack of beavers and a lack of dams, where places without dams means there are no beaver. There is no evidence to support that relationship presented in the petition, but there are numerous Oregon data sources that show that the majority of the time beaver are detected, but there are no dams present. Also, a lot of the beaver dam analog work, or BDA work, where man-made structures are implemented in streams to replicate beaver dams, is oftentimes based in particular situations where beaver are present, but there are limited or no dams. An extension of that assumption is that beaver harvest on federal lands is directly responsible for a lack of beaver and dams. There's no evidence making that connection in the petition, and despite closures having been in place for a very long time, there's no assessment made showing a relationship between harvest closures and beaver dams. Again, one of the most well-known successful BDA studies is the research done on Bridge Creek, where BDAs were implemented in an area close to beaver harvest, where beaver were present, but dams were very rare or very short-lived. And another assumption in the petition that's core to the argument is that beaver habitat is unoccupied. Again, there's nothing in the petition identifying, there's no evidence that unoccupied beaver habitat exists. In fact, the petition does not go through any exercise to identify beaver habitat and indicating that it's unoccupied. Instead, the petition incorrectly attempts to use dam suitability models and fish habitat surveys to identify beaver habitat. This falls short because the Brat Dam Suitability Model focuses on the conditions that are best suited for dam construction, but it does not focus on the habitat features that the organism needs to survive and reproduce. Similarly, measurements of beaver pond surface area from ODFW fish habitat surveys is important for fish, but has little to do with identifying beaver habitat or beaver occupancy. So again, actual beaver habitat is not identified and there's no evidence it's unoccupied. Regarding the secondary assumption that harvest is the cause of unoccupied habitat, there's no evidence presented in the petition to make that connection. So, in very brief summary, none of these assumptions are understood by staff to be supported by the evidence presented in the petition, and certainly all fail to provide a connection to beaver harvest and beaver harvest specifically on federal lands. All of these topics and associated questions are indeed important, and that's why conversations on these topics need to continue and are all slated to be addressed by the work group organized by the Commission. So the petition does not provide any new or meaningful information that warrants changing the course on the Commission's work since June. As such, staff recommend rejecting the petition based on the fact that the topic of beaver harvest in addition to many other very important topics, is already open for discussion and slated to be addressed through current commission direction via a working group. The commission has already shown great interest in beaver management, and to date, the chosen path has been the use of a work group of stakeholders, scientists, and subject matter experts, and a scope to include all science and management actions to address beaver population limiting factors. The petition would unnecessarily focus the scope and omit many important areas that are vital to meaningful beaver conservation and management. Staff continue to be engaged in multiple areas on this topic and look forward to continuing to collaborate on meaningful endeavors. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to address any questions of the commission at this point. Otherwise, we can resume conversation after we receive public testimony.
Thank you, Derek. I don't see immediate hands up. So I think we could go to.
Oh, I see two, Vice Chair Wally and Commissioner Happy-Hyde.
Chair, I don't have questions yet for Derek. I just wanted to reiterate a little bit on your opening remark that initiating the petition rulemaking process doesn't require us to make a rule at the end of that process. It really is to explore the concept presented in the petition. So that was just another small clarifying point, because I know that that's part of some of the misunderstanding of what our role is and what it isn't today. So I just wanted to add that to your opening remark.
Thank you, Commissioner Woolley. Was there another commissioner that wanted to speak now or ask a question?
Yes, I wanted to.
Go ahead.
Chair Wall, thank you. Let me just say, it's so funny at these commission meetings. I think the one in September, we had the fire right outside of town coming down on us. And today, with the high winds and the rain and snow hitting us, I have a major roof leak happening as we speak in my living room. So I think this is why we go away to, stale conference rooms and stuff to have meetings. So my apologize for that, because this is a really important topic to me. And I want to be very present here in the middle of nature hitting us once again. Derek, I was super excited when Commissioner Woolley put together the working group concept for these issues, because I felt like it was a way that a broad group of people could better begin to learn about the issues facing beaver in the state. And maybe I was a little bit overly optimistic in what our process could achieve, but I thought it was an opportunity for people who don't normally really work with each other to learn a lot, and for the department to learn a lot from all of the expertise that is out there and that we saw testify in the June meeting. So I guess I'm just kind of curious as we start into this, because we're going to hear a lot of really emotional testimony again, I think. I mean, I've personally have spent hours and hours listening to folks and reading more data on beavers, and I think this has become kind of an emotional thing that some feel could be handled immediately by us initiating a rule making, and some feel we could just initiate the process that Commissioner Woolley set up. So I guess my question is, were the petitioners invited to the working group process, and how has this work group process sort of, I guess, what's happened with that over the summer? Because I know we had two processes. One was going to deal with trapping and one was going to deal with the other issues. So there's my opening thoughts.
So Commissioner, I could briefly address that if that's directed to me.
Okay.
The petitioners did offer representatives to be a part of the committee, as with other organizations that I listed that represent, different views on this issue. So they are part of the committee. We haven't formally met. When this petition came along, I felt that it was best to address this first, and also feel that the two processes don't have to be mutually exclusive. In other words, it doesn't have to be one or the other. There's some merit to exploring the rulemaking concept and having the committee. And, we could talk more about that in our discussion phase. But that's kind of where we are right now. But just to answer your specific question, it's yes.
So they were they fully represented in both processes, the trapping and the?
They also have representation, in the trap check committee as well.
Okay, because I know that there's a history here that was before my time where people felt that they were not well represented in the previous Beaver working groups. And so I just think that that was actually, what I'm wondering is if we were getting this working group off in a robust way, or if that's why they would come back yet again, because I don't quite understand that.
Yeah, and I'm not aware of the petitioners feeling an omission from either the original working group or the one that has recently been formed as a reason for creating the petition.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't hear a specific reason why now the petition.
Okay, and this is kind of a chicken and egg question, and Greg, this probably isn't for you, it's probably more for Kurt. There is no reason at any time that if the commission was in, for example, a work group process, that the commission could then decide that it's important for them to initiate rulemaking and bring that to the commissioners as an option in the future, right?
Yeah, one doesn't preclude the other. I'll yield to Director Melcher on that question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Woolley.
Chair Wall and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, that's correct. Of course, subject to all the requirements of notification associated with any rulemaking. The commission could ask us to initiate rulemaking on any topic, and then we would go through the notification process and proceed with that rulemaking. So this particular issue is no different.
Okay, so I just think, one of the things that has me discouraged as I was reading the testimony, and I know we're going to hear lots and lots of important testimony yet again, is that, depending on how the commission decides today, there might be some people that think that there isn't a deep interest in going deep in understanding and responding to these issues. And I think that that is absolutely not the case. I think that a decision is not about whether you care about beavers and climate change and the important role that beavers play in the state and not caring about beavers. It's just two different approaches. One would be people working together ahead of time and then potentially creating rules. And another would be saying, oh, we have to be in a formal rulemaking process first, or we're not taking this seriously. Just some thoughts I had before we go into, hours of testimony here, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioners before we go to testimony? Seeing none, as a courtesy, we offer elected officials the first chance to testify, and we do have somebody who is an elected official. So I will read the first four and the second group of four. And so if we can do like we have done in the past, bring over at least four at a time. The first four are Representative David Brock Smith, then John Melgren from Eugene, Jefferson Jacob, and Nick Cady. The second four, Suzanne Foudy, Bernie Nemi, Sristi Kamal, and Quinn Reed. So if we could start, please, with Representative Brock Smith.
Okay, Representative Brock Smith is in the room. Oh, there we go. Figured it out.
Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I'm not just any elected official, Commissioners. I'm actually Commissioner Wall's elected official.
That's right.
Down here in Southwest Oregon. Appreciate the conversation and, of course, all of your great work for the citizens of Oregon. I am here to encourage the Commission and support the staff recommendations to deny the petition. You know, we've taken up, as Director Melcher knows, beaver dams and artificial beaver dams over on the east side because of the eradication that happened many years ago. And we're, as you know, in the staff report and the information that you have in front of you and all these discussions, that there are a number of areas that have already have exceptions for and prohibitions with regards to harvest. But as many of you know, and Commissioner Wall, you know, we have an intersecting road infrastructure that that has different jurisdictions of ownership. For example, the road to Agnes is federally owned. And so there are a lot of culvert issues. Just in Curry County alone, there's over 3,000 culverts that need to be managed for beavers. And as Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde mentioned earlier, with the storms that are unfortunately, and I'm sorry, Commissioner, pouring into your living room at this moment, that brings a lot of water. And those beavers might not build dams in open areas, but they like to dam up those culverts, which then causes serious issues with public safety. As you know, Commissioner Wall, once Agnes, the road to Agnes is compromised, then those folks up in Agnes are stuck. And there's really no way for them to move around and get the supplies and the possible emergency support that they need, especially during these times. And so I also want to let the Commission know again that, you know, I'm fully support ODF&W and their staff and all their great work and the researching and the information that they provide you. And I appreciate that work. We're working on supporting their budget in the future in different ways. And I've been working with Shannon Hearn and Kurt Melcher on those issues and have legislation moving forward that I'll be presenting as such. And so I, again, just want to let the Commission know that that those individuals that are working for you to make these decisions are doing so in a great manner, and please heed to their direction with the great presentation that they have, and deny the petition today. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Representative, for coming back and speaking to us again. Appreciate your testimony a great deal. Questions from the Commission? Thank you. Then we'll go ahead and go to John Melgren. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is John Melgren. I'm an attorney at the Western Environmental Law Center down in Eugene. But today I'm actually here on behalf of Representative Pam Marsh, Representative Marsh asked me to read her letter to the commission into the record. And so that is how I am going to start today. For those of you who may not be aware, Representative Marsh represents District 5 in Southern Oregon, Southern Jackson County, which includes Ashland, Talent, Phoenix, Jacksonville, and Medford, an area that I'm sure you all are aware was devastated by wildfire, with the fire coming through the Greenway down in Talent and Phoenix this year. So although Beaver has always been an important issue to Representative Marsh, this takes an increased importance given the wildfires in the region. And so I'll now read Representative Marsh's comments. I am reaching out to express my strong support for Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission's approval of the petition to initiate rulemaking regarding beaver trapping and hunting on federally managed public lands. In the face of extreme drought and the ever increasing threat of catastrophic wildfire in Southern Oregon and across the state, it is imperative that we give credence to the connection between beaver's natural ability to retain water on the landscape and the value this presents in mitigating the effects of drought, hampering the spread of fire, enhancing water security, and creating more resilient landscapes. Dams and ponds increase temporary surface water and groundwater in the headwaters, slowing the rate at which water is released, offsetting the impacts of drought, and decreasing the frequency and magnitude of downstream flooding. Wetlands and wet meadows surrounding the dams not only help to slow fire and create sheltering areas for wildlife, these wet areas also help to maintain downstream water quality by trapping sediment and preventing erosion, and they enable forage and habitat to recover more quickly. What's more, beavers do this work free of charge, saving Oregonians the expense of human attempts to accomplish these same tasks. While beaver alone will not solve the threats of wildfire, they are an invaluable tool that we can and should utilize, particularly now with declining state budgets. Decisions made by ODFW and this commission have far-reaching impacts that extend beyond the traditional scope of fish and wildlife, impacting our natural resources on the landscape scale, our water security, and even our economics. Because this issue is of great interest to Oregonians, I'm looking forward to a robust and transparent rulemaking process that involves broad public input and includes a range of experts who can present about the services and benefits that Beaver provide. This will enable us to better understand these complex issues and the merits of this petition. Thank you for your consideration. Best regards, Pam Marsh, Representative, House District 5, Southern Jackson County. And so thank you very much for letting me read Representative Marsh's letter into the record, as she apologizes for not being able to make it today, but really appreciates the commission's dedication and thought to this important issue. And with that, I can't really answer any questions on behalf of Representative Marsh, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. We will go then to Jefferson Jacob, and commissioners, I'll go through a few and then ask for questions at the end of each set. Jefferson Jacob.
Yes. Hello. Thank you. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Melcher, Director Melcher, and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to comment today in support of the petition to continue the formal discussions regarding potential regulatory changes and clarifications regarding beaver predator status designation. My name is Jefferson Jacobs, and I'm representing the Oregon Natural Desert Association and its 10,000 members and supporters. Founded in 1989, ONDA's mission is to protect, defend, and restore Oregon's high desert. I hold a master's degree in wildlife ecology and have worked as a natural resources professional for nearly 3 decades, including a decade of beaver-based habitat restoration projects in Eastern Oregon. 3 minutes isn't enough time to restate all the reasons Oregon should be prioritizing doing everything it can to collaborate with beavers on restoring thousands of miles of impaired waterways, making them resilient to climate change, improving habitat for imperiled species and hunted species, and even helping combat wildfires. It isn't enough time to discuss the hundreds of millions of dollars of ecosystem services that beavers could be contributing, or even how all these benefits line up directly with specific programmatic and national climate and conservation mandates. This information is already meticulously laid out in the petition itself. Questions like the impacts of regulation changes on beaver populations are best answered by reading the 201 pages of the petition with its 5 pages of supporting scientific literature and ODF&W reports. Instead, I'll use my time to say this. It is a clearly established chain of cause and effect that when beaver are removed from habitat on smaller creeks that they are actively maintaining, the ecological arch that keystone species supports crumbles. It is also true that beaver can take marginal habitat and improve it over time. Oregon taxpayers are spending hundreds of millions of dollars on efforts in a race against climate change to maintain and restore those very ecological arches on thousands of miles of impaired streams. At the same time, the state is enabling activities removing those keystone beavers right where they are providing a benefit. When beaver make progress on improving habitat, their presence becomes obvious and they become easy targets. You don't need to impact the state's beaver population to destroy beaver habitat on a creek. You just need to trap that one beaver. Sure, another beaver can move in sometime in the future, but only after precious time and progress is lost. It's like trying to build a house and shooting the contractors each time they show up. We don't need to prove that riparian habitat restoration on a specific creek failed because of beaver being killed by humans, because we know it's impossible for that restoration to succeed without the long-term undisturbed habitat management by beavers. Dead beavers don't build dams. Please vote in favor of the petition and consider creating safe areas where those keystone contractors can get to work in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Jefferson. Nick Cady.
My name is Nick Cady. I'm the legal director of Cascadia Wildlands out of Eugene. Our 10,000 members and supporters are urging this commission to accept this petition so that we can give this issue the consideration that it deserves. At the outset, I just wanted to address the concerns raised by Representative Smith. This petition and the rulemaking process is not attempting to preclude beaver trapping in response to damage issues, which would be culvert concerns. So that issue is kind of out of the scope of what we're asking for. We're just concerned with recreational commercial beaver trapping. And Commissioner Hyde, to address your chicken and egg concern, the archived ODF&W minutes on the website go back to 2008, where there was a beaver petition to address beaver trapping in relation to coho salmon recovery. And in 2008, they rejected that petition in favor of forming a beaver working group to work on changes. There have been no changes from that working group for over a decade now, or any meaningful discussion of those issues from what we can tell. And so to reiterate here, what a yes vote on this petition today means is just that we're going to give this issue further thought and consideration. And as mentioned earlier, while petitioners had to supply proposed rule language, I mean, this is a legal requirement, a vote in favor of initiating rulemaking today just means that there are some issues or considerations raised in this petition that deserve more discussion. A vote to initiate rulemaking does not even mean that the rule will ultimately even change, just that it deserves to be looked at. A lot of folks, scientists, land managers, restoration workers, economists, a lot of people put a lot of thought and work into this petition to get this commission and this department to look at beavers in this state with a broader perspective than just how much money can we make through trapping and hunting. Because clearly this issue is bigger than just fur bearers and trapping. The commission deserves to be fairly informed on this issue. And as you can see, there are a ton of specialists begging for the opportunity through this petition. Back in June, this commission recommended the creation of a beaver working group because it believed that this issue merited further consideration. If it was true then, it is true now. And a rulemaking process gives an ongoing beaver discussion actual structure and purpose, which it desperately needs, as evidenced by the last decade or longer of inaction. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Nick. Questions of the last three people that spoke, Commissioners John Milgren, Jefferson Jacob, or Nick Cady? Okay, we'll keep going. Thank you. Suzanne Fouty, and then Ernie Nimi, Sristi Kamal, and Quinn Reed. And after that, Wally Sykes, Chuck Erickson, Michelle Blake, and Michael O'Casey. So Suzanne.
Okay,
Is Suzanne?
See, you should be able to unmute yourself.
There you go.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Wall and commissioners, for this opportunity to testify. This is a really unusual experience, having just listened to Mr. Broman state things in a petition that I am the primary author on that in fact are not true. And it's a very awkward situation, and it's actually the reason why the formal rulemaking process is so incredibly critical. We're in the same room, or we're having the same conversations, where a statement that is made can be verified by everybody else in the room. We never said Beaver numbers are decreasing. There's a lot of things he said that we didn't say. And the problem is that we end up into this reactive and having to sort of respond to this. The goal in this, I believe, is the same thing for everybody. We've got Oregon's future at heart. And climate change left its calling card this September. And it was not pretty. And it's what we can expect to come in the future. This idea that our petition is, and information is just assumptions and baseless, is incredibly disrespectful. I've got a PhD from the University of Oregon. I've worked with the Forest Service as a hydrologist. I've looked at water issues in the West and beaver issues for the last 25 years, as have many of the colleagues I've worked intensely closely with on this petition. We are field professionals, and we are committed to Oregon's future. And this idea that we're just doing it because we've got nothing better to do and our assumptions are baseless and our statements are baseless is incredibly troubling. People working groups without a formal rulemaking process in which you guys set us forward with a mission and statement will be just another failure. I don't know how you feel about looking at those wildfires and watching those towns burn to the ground, or reading about farmers stressed out about dust bowls potentially, or hearing about increasing water conflicts and declining salmon populations. But I find myself absolutely unable to grasp why we refuse to basically take a close look at these beaver regulations. Where is the anxiety in an honest discussion? The problem with a beaver working group, of which I, as the lead petitioner and writer of this petition, was never reached out towards, is really odd, because within the context of a formal rulemaking, you basically send us a message. It's serious, get to work. Come back to us with recommendations. We want them science-based, and we want them in the best interest of Oregon. We can't address it all, but we can't even begin to prepare Oregon for climate change unless you allow us, unless you compel all of us on both sides to get together and have an honest discussion. What was presented in Mr. Bowman's presentation is not an honest assessment of what our petition said or what is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Ernie Nemi.
Ernie, you're on your phone, so see if you can unmute yourself. You can enter *6 on your keypad. Oh, there you go.
Hello, I am Ernie Nemi, President of Natural Resource Economics, a consulting firm in Eugene, Oregon. I have more than 40 years experience as a professional economist examining precisely the economic issues that are on the table today. This experience tells me that the degraded aquatic and riparian ecosystems in this state impose costs on the public sector and the private sector of Oregon of more than $1 billion per year. Those costs, in effect, represent a tax on every one of the 400,000 businesses in this state and every one of the households. My experience also indicates, and the evidence presented in the petition indicates, that we can expect climate change and other factors to exacerbate the ecosystem degradation unless we act to prevent that or slow it down. A mountain of economic evidence indicates that it is cheaper to act sooner rather than later. Putting all of this evidence together tells me and should tell you that every day you delay, every day that you sustain the status quo, you are imposing additional costs, higher costs on the state's 400,000 businesses. As a result, your best option for reducing the negative impacts on businesses from this petition, your best option is to act sooner rather than later. I therefore recommend that you immediately initiate the requested formal rulemaking process, and you take every step to ensure that the department and the commission complete that process as quickly as possible. I also understood Mr. Vroman to say that all of the information from June is still relevant. In June, I understood the staff to say that sustaining the status quo would have no economic impact. That is so profoundly disparate from economic reality that unless the commission rejects that position, you are left out on the radical fringe along with people who call climate change a hoax. So again, I strongly recommend from an economic perspective that you act as soon as possible to initiate and then complete the formal rulemaking process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. We'll do two more, and then if there are questions, we can take them then. Sristi Kamal.
Chair Wall and members of the Commission. My name is Dr. Srishti Kamal, and I'm the Senior Representative for Defenders of Wildlife in Oregon. Defenders is a national wildlife conservation organization with over 30,000 members in Oregon alone and over 1.2 million members nationwide. Defenders is also one of the petitioners in this petition, and I would like to use my time today to talk about why we support it, and I would urge you to do the same. The role of keystone species like beaver in our ecosystem is undeniable and was recognized and acknowledged by this commission during the June meeting and by the scientific literature cited in the petition. In the same meeting, the commission couldn't vote on the request, citing that it was not a formal petition. So all petitioners worked really hard to make this petition happen. And now ODFW staff mentioned the Beaver group. Well, we have had a Beaver group for over a decade, but nothing that could be considered significant to promote beaver conservation has come out of it. The group faces the same challenge that the commission does, given a broad topic with no specific questions to address. This is why we presented the commission with a very specific ask, but also making sure that the ask would provide in-depth look into beaver management and all issues pertaining to it. The science is sound on the benefits that human and natural communities enjoy from beavers. But the petition is urging you to look at the species as a proxy for a conservation on landscape scale restoration and climate change mitigation, all in line with uniting ODFW's different divisions, the fish division, the wildlife division, and hopefully the habitat division if and when it's reinstated. It is also in line with ODFW's new climate change policy. I will use the recent catastrophic wildfires in Oregon as an example because it has come up multiple times here. That's a result of poor management practices compounded by climate change. These wildfires have an impact on water quality, water temperature, and accessibility. It will also affect underserved communities disproportionately. Proactive forest management practices are now being discussed, which includes thinning and prescribed burning, but at what cost? To carry out effective thinning in our forests, which is all predominantly wet climate, where undergrowth grows exponentially fast, it cannot be cheap. Prescribed burning at a scale that is necessary to prevent such wildfires cannot be without an impact on air quality and the health of our vulnerable population. So why can't we supplement and support these actions with something that is already in nature and works perfectly? Beavers create fire breaks and refugia against wildfires. This is just one example, there's plenty more. So at some point we have to take a pause and ask ourselves if we are doing enough for a species that's providing us with so many benefits without getting much in return. I urge you to accept the petition so we can have this long overdue conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Srishti. Quinn Reed.
Yes, thank you. Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher, my name is Quinn Reed and I'm the Oregon Policy Director for the Center for Biological Diversity. We are one of the petitioners, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible amount of work that went into this petition by a group of scientists and economists led by Suzanne Foudy. Although there are numerous NGOs who support this effort, it is important for you to know that this process was driven by a group of people who did this unpaid, on their own time, informed by their decades of experience and their deep concern about Oregon's wildlife and habitat. I'm not aware that any scientist or economist associated with the petition was included in the latest Beaver work group mentioned earlier. To questions of trust around process, this is an important consideration. I support the testimony of my fellow petitioners and have just a couple of issues I'd like to raise for your consideration. To my point about the work that went into this petition, we provided 70 pages of thoroughly cited arguments to support our proposal. We also addressed and rebutted incomplete or inaccurate information provided to the commission in June. We bolstered the petition with an additional 130 pages of appendices, and we provided hundreds and hundreds of pages of scientific documentation. In response, the agency provided the commission, the public, and the petitioners with a 5-page agenda item summary and a less than 10-minute presentation. The agency did not provide a single scientific citation. It didn't address our concerns about misinformation. It didn't address the recovery plan for coho. It didn't include critical perspectives from ODFW's Fish Division, Habitat Resources Program, or Conservation Program. And it didn't address this commission's own newly adopted climate and ocean change policy. I won't restate the role beavers play in making Oregon more resilient to climate change. That's already been well addressed. But the policy itself states that the department will incorporate the relevant key principles into any new plans or policies and will revise any existing plans or policies to incorporate these principles as needed. Those key principles include guidance that says the department should proceed with a precautionary approach, including when faced with scientific and management uncertainty. The department should prioritize conservation actions for native species and habitats to be most efficient and effective in achieving conservation outcomes. And the department should prioritize actions that will result in the creation of high-functioning habitat despite the impacts of a changing climate. For this policy to have meaning and impact, it must be part of your analysis and decision-making process today. The petition provides more than enough scientific information to justify initiating rulemaking. The commission can and should elect to do more to reform beaver management in Oregon as part of a landscape scale conservation effort, but it must start here with a vote to approve the petition. Doing so starts a rulemaking process that will ensure any stakeholder process has credibility, sideboards, accountability, and urgency. In conclusion, the public deserves the chance to weigh in on this issue that impacts so many things weighing heavily on Oregon, from the extinction crisis to habitat loss to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Quinn. I'm going to keep moving to other people, and commissioners, you tell me if you want to ask questions and I will quit asking you at the end of each set. How about that? So Wally Sykes, Chuck Erickson, Michelle Blake, and Michael O'Casey are the next set. Wally.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Wally Sykes. I've lived in Wallowa County for 25 years, and I'm a signatory of this petition. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Oregon is assailed by drought and wildfire as never before, and we are unprepared for the consequences. The petition before you powerfully represents the case for protecting beaver on federally managed public lands in our state as a necessary part of the effort to reduce the effects of fire and enhance the storage of water, protecting wild and human lives and values. The benefits created by beaver overwhelmingly exceed the downsides. You are choosing today whether or not to accept the petition and begin the rulemaking process. The discussion and public involvement inherent in the process are important. We're all vulnerable to fire and drought. All we value is connected to water and watersheds, and all Oregonians deserve the opportunity to participate in the discussion. And the best way to do that is through the rulemaking process. Former Beaver working groups overseen by the ODFW have accomplished little, and considering the determined opposition to this petition by the department so far, I don't believe a working group would be worth its salt unless within the rulemaking framework and free of ODFW direction. You have before you 200 pages of supporting science and economic data. Now I ask you to accept this petition and begin the important dialogue between all Oregonians. The future is rife with ecological challenges. We can get help from our wild friends. To begin with, we can leave some of the job to Beaver. Thank you.
Thank you, Wally. After this set, I will just name the four: Jacob Hupp, Brian Posowitz, Patricia McDowell, Paul Engelmeyer. The next person in the current set is Chuck Erickson.
Commission, my name is Chuck Erickson. I'm a Pioneer license holder and business owner. We make fishing tackle. I'm concerned that this is being stalled. And I'm concerned that last time I heard Derek testify to the commission, he told the commission there's no studies that show that fisheries are receive any benefit from beavers. That's a bunch of malarkey. And I'm wondering about his sincerity to this whole thing. I mean, I'd rather listen to a fish biologist than Derek, because I don't think he's being honest to the commission. And it's time that we get this done. I have the study. I read it all, every bit of it. You know, every community from Astoria to Brookings depends on fisheries. And it's time that we get this done and save our fisheries for our children and my grandchildren. This is ridiculous that we're kicking the can down. I'm disappointed. I really am. I think we need leadership changes at Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. You're not doing your job. You know, you folks, you know, I've paid a lot of money in licenses all my life. And we're underserved. You are not serving the fishermen. We pay your bills. The duck hunters pay your bills. I belong to Ducks Unlimited. We have 700,000 members. We know about beavers. And you folks know about it too. And so does Derek. It's time to get it done. We need it done now, not tomorrow, not next year, now. Vote for it. Pass it. Get it done. You know, you're hurting my business. You're hurting every business. It's a bunch of malarkey. You guys are terrible. Get it done. I'm done talking. I'm not going to participate anymore either, because I don't think you guys are honest. That's the part that bothers me, the dishonesty. And Derek, you're very dishonest to this commission. Now, you shouldn't even have a job. Thank you for the time. Good luck.
The next person is Michelle Blake.
Good morning, Director, Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Michelle Blake. I have lived in Salem, Oregon for 30 years. I'm the Western Region Coordinator for the Mountain Lion Foundation, a national nonprofit with members in every state, including Oregon. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter today. We first applaud the petitioners. This is a sound proposal, very well thought out and timely. And we do urge the Commission to adopt the petition and initiate rulemaking proceedings concurrent to launching the trapping work group. We understand too that the Commission requested comments specifically on how to minimize economic impact to businesses for considering this petition. Honestly, other testimony this morning has addressed the cost to all Oregonians of not addressing the environmental and climate impacts that we're facing today. But when faced with the question of business impact, I just want to note that the ODFW's mission is to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and their habitats for the use and enjoyment of present and future generations. And we encourage a laser focus on that mission in your deliberations. We believe there's a clear public mandate for the Commission to prioritize wildlife and environmental conservation. The 2016 Oregon Legislative Task Force Survey is prominently posted on the ODFW website. And in that, members of the public said that among all of the agency's priorities, quote, the purely ecological efforts are at the top. And these include conserving and restoring fish and wildlife habitat, protecting endangered species, protecting and restoring native fish and wildlife species in Oregon. Survey respondents, members of the public clearly rated human-centered efforts as a lower priority for the agency, whose primary responsibility is protecting and enhancing fish and wildlife and their habitats, which are held in the public trust. We all know beavers are ecosystem engineers. They provide invaluable ecosystem services, including water purification, nutrient cycling, greenhouse gas sequestration, and habitat. I want to point out specifically that the beavers contribute to the survival and persistence of the coho salmon populations within the Oregon coast coho ESU. And the benefits of the ecosystem services that beavers provide range in the hundreds of millions of dollars annually. That is the economic impact that we need to prioritize at this crucial time in our history. And thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Michelle. Next is Michael O'Casey. Michael?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioners and Director Melcher. My name is Michael O'Casey and I'm a board member for the Wildlife Society, and I'm living here in Bend, Oregon, and getting quite a bit of rain today, which is much needed. And as a board member of the Wildlife Society, we're an international organization that was founded in 1937 with over 10,000 members worldwide. And in the state of Oregon, we've got more than 800 wildlife professionals from both the public and private enterprise. Our mission is to promote the wise conservation and management of wildlife resources. And as such, this is a very critical issue for the Wildlife Society. And I'm gonna shoot a little bit from the hip here, which is probably a bad idea. But clearly, climate change is having detrimental impacts to Oregon's stream systems, to Oregon's inland and coastal stream systems. We agree on these issues. We agree that beaver are a keystone species. We agree that action needs to happen. And I think it was interesting to hear the discussion earlier about in 2008, the formation of a beaver working group. And it was interesting to hear that this petition is an effort to initiate rulemaking. And I agree with all of these things, and the Wildlife Society agrees that changes are valid to occur to the management of wildlife and to specifically beaver. Changes are needed and they need to happen soon, but that doesn't mean that we need to go from having a season that's 5 months long with no harvest limits across the state of Oregon on federal lands to no beaver trapping across the state of Oregon on federal lands in a permanent way. We believe that there are steps that could be taken and need to be taken that will benefit both the stakeholders of this working group as well as the species itself. And as a member of the Wildlife Society, one of the things we really try to make sure that we keep all of our testimony on is based in science. And there's been a lot of science and opinions that have been spoken today, but it is factual that there is very limited evidence showing that trapping is having a negative, that is the limiting factor of beaver alone. There's very limited evidence in the state of Oregon that shows peer-reviewed studies indicating that trapping is the reason that these populations are not increasing. And the Wildlife Society believes that we need to develop management strategies that balance both the biological necessity of conserving this critical keystone species, while at the same time maintaining that public support, engaging a variety of stakeholders, and making sure that we use that science-based management. Temporary moratoriums, those may be a very valid use of wildlife management. Changing season dates, changing quotas. These are some examples that could occur for wildlife management. And we don't even know the population of beaver today in this state. And as a conservation biologist, that's one of the most critical pieces to understanding a wildlife species. So thank you for your time today. I really appreciate this. And Leland Brown will follow up later with Wildlife Society.
Thank you, Michael. Jacob Hupp.
Sorry, Chair Wall, I just want to make sure I'm doing this right with this room management. Are we leaving the last 8 folks in this room for now?
No, let's not. Josh, the commissioners will ask a question as we go if they want to, but I think we're just mostly going to keep moving. So I will tell you 4 at a time. So we have these 4, and then Hillary Teifer, I believe it is, Rob Bodner, and Dan Rosenberg, Sally Maish. So let's go. So thank you for your question, but we don't need to leave everybody on. The commissioners can ask their questions as we go.
Sounds good.
Jacob Hupp. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for having me today. I'm with the Sportsmen's Alliance. The Sportsmen's Alliance is a leading national organization that fights detrimental legislation that seeks to diminish or destroy our outdoor American heritage. I'm testifying today on behalf of our Oregon members requesting this commission move to deny the recently filed citizen petition to ban beaver trapping on federal forest land. Current Oregon regulations allow for sustainable beaver trapping on federal public land, and these regulations should be maintained as is. Trapping is an integral part of the North American model of wildlife conservation, and as such, efforts should be made to protect this opportunity. Trapping is managed through scientifically based regulations is one of the most strictly regulated outdoor activities in North America, contrary to what the petitioners would have you believe. Unfortunately, Oregon allows interested persons to petition an agency requesting the promulgation of an amendment or repeal of a rule. Unfortunately, special interest groups use this as a pathway to outlaw common hunting and trapping practices through commission rulemaking nationwide. The rulemaking process was never intended to undo seasons and bag limits that had proven sustainable based on beaver populations. In a previous attempt to enact similar changes to the beaver trapping regulations, the proponents of the effort claimed that increasing wild populations of beavers would lead to more coho salmon in Oregon's rivers and streams. After the previous petition did not move forward due to a lack of scientific basis, the proponents of a ban quickly changed direction and regrouped and now argue the state's climate and ocean change policy, which provides that wildlife shall be managed to prevent the serious depletion of an indigenous species, requires the state to limit beaver trapping. And I'd like to back up Derek on this. ODF's biologists found repeatedly that the current beaver trapping regulations will have no negative impact on beaver populations as a result of trapping. Specifically, ODFW Fur Bear Management decided to maintain these regulations because trapping and hunting beavers during the breeding and pregnancy season has no effect on population numbers and distributions. All suitable habitat is occupied in the state, and a beaver colony of 6 requires 18 acres of willows every year. Further, they found there was no economic effects of the existing rule. Petitioners have failed to refute many of these points legitimately and further provide the scientific justification based on beaver population. No one's necessarily refuting the impacts no one's necessarily refuting how beaver impacts climate change and things like that, but no one here who's petitioning on behalf, or who's brought forth this petition has really spoken to beaver population numbers. And that's what wildlife management really focuses on. Just a few months ago, this commission called for beaver trapping work groups to work through these very issues. Sportsmen have made good faith efforts to have open and public dialogue and will continue to do so. When the commission makes a decision, we as sportsmen feel it is our duty to follow through and follow the commission's decisions, whether or not we agree with them. The petitioners appear to be trying to work around these working groups through the citizen petition process without producing the data needed to make the changes they seek. Instead, they are using the rulemaking process to undermine wildlife conservation efforts. We urge the commission to continue to follow the North American model and deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Brian Pozowitz.
Yes, hi everybody. Chair Wall and members of the commission, I'm Brian Pozowitz. I'm here today on behalf of Humane Voters Oregon. We are a nonprofit organization working to promote humane treatment of animals in Oregon. We are not one of the petitioners, but we support the petition because we believe that the watershed benefits that others have talked about deserve further consideration, and that they would be good for beavers, that they would be good for fish and wildlife other than beavers. But we also support the petition for the sake of the beavers themselves. We submitted written comments, and I want to just highlight a couple of points. According to the department's report and presentation in June, Oregon has about 150 people who hunt and trap beavers, and they kill about 1,500 beavers every year. Apparently that's done primarily for recreation and for a small price for the fur, between $10 and $15, which I don't imagine is profitable after all the time and expenses. Trapping apparently is more common than hunting and is done with so-called body gripping traps that are supposed to kill the beavers instantly, but often don't. And I cite some literature in my written testimony to that effect. And leg hold trap setups, leg hold traps with a setup that drowns the beavers. And so I want to say that even if there is not an airtight proof that less hunting and trapping of beavers on federal public lands will lead to more beaver dams and the benefits they provide, I think you have to ask whether what's on the other side of that is so compelling that you shouldn't even consider discontinuing it, at least as to federal public lands. I often hear people talk about the North American wildlife conservation model, and the prior speaker did that. Even people opposing the petition cite that. And according to the phrasing on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's website, two principles of the model are, and I can't recite them all here, I don't have time, but two principles are: wildlife can only be killed for a legitimate purpose, and markets for game are eliminated. Now, those two principles you would think are inconsistent with beaver trapping just for fur and recreation. And I have to admit that in the interest of transparency, that the model goes on to say that a market for fur bears continues, but if you read it, it's almost in an apologetic tone and with a recognition that it may be inconsistent with some of these other principles. And it justifies it as often to manage invasive wildlife, which we are not talking about here. So I would just ask you to consider that even if the science in support of the watershed health benefits is less than perfect, and just to be clear, we think it's pretty good, do we really need to be killing beavers on federal public land, often with methods that some of us consider cruel, just for recreation and for the benefit of fewer than 150 people who can still hunt and trap beavers elsewhere? So in addition to the other questions raised here today, it seems to us that that question too deserves at least the further consideration of a rulemaking process. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you, Brian. The next person to speak is Paul Engelmeyer.
I believe we had Patricia Pat McDowell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Patricia McDowell, and then Paul. Thank you, Josh.
And Pat, let's see, let me unmute you from my end. There we go.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher, my name is Pat McDowell. I'm a professor emerita at University of Oregon, where I taught for over 30 years. I have a PhD in physical geography with a specialization in river systems. My research focuses on river geomorphology and habitat and river restoration. I've worked on rivers all across the state of Oregon, from the northeast corner to the coast, and a lot of my work has been on the east side. So I'm very familiar with conditions in Oregon rivers. I'm speaking in favor of the petition. We're asking you to adopt the rulemaking process, which will allow for an examination of the question of beaver trapping. My arguments for limiting beaver trapping is based on issues that have already been well addressed today, so I'm not going to go over them again. The issues are climate change, loss of snowpack, drought, and the potential of beavers to add water storage that will help mitigate these problems. They've been very well addressed, and in particular, the letter from Representative Marsh described the situation very well. Making a decision in favor of this petition would also be in line with a number of Oregon policies: the Oregon Integrated Water Resources Strategy, the Oregon Climate Assessment, the ODF&W Climate and Ocean Policy. Beavers are an obvious drought and climate change resiliency strategy for ODF&W, right in line with its mission statement and its climate and oceans policy. Beavers won't solve the problem on their own, but they're a key tool that is low cost and self-sustaining. I'd like to briefly make a comment on the science-based decisions that have been raised previously in the testimony, that there isn't enough scientific study to address this question. The way we use science to address questions is We draw from a number of sources. Very often there is not a scientific study that has already been done by somebody else that answers the question that you want answered. Usually you have to fund that study yourself or find some way to get that study started. That doesn't mean you can't make science-based decisions in the absence of a specific study addressing the specific question that's being asked. You do this by looking at other studies, by drawing analogies, and by constructing your reasoning based on other studies. Much scientific decision making is made from this. I've been involved in it myself. I've been on several National Academy of Sciences policy overview studies, and that's how it's done. So I ask you to vote yes to initiate rulemaking. In closing, beavers will expand and increase summer water supply vital to Oregon's economy and fish and wildlife. Beavers will help us survive future droughts and the predicted climate change. I encourage you to support this petition to initiate rulemaking and allow the public and transparent discussion to begin. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Pat. Paul Engelmeyer. And after Paul, it will be Hillary Teifer, Rob Bodner, Dan Roseberg, and Sally Meisch. And then the next four after that, Robin Carpenter, Kimberly Lopez, Yvette Perry, and Alice Pickett.
Sure. Well, I just want to update. I was looking through the list, and the next four we have available are Hillary, Dan, and all the way to Stan would be the third person. That's the 29th person you see on your list. And the fourth person is down to the 35th person, who is David Moskowitz. So the next four, we're skipping quite a few people, it looks like.
Okay, then you said Hillary is here.
Yes, Hillary, Dan Rosenberg, Stan Steele, and David Moskowitz.
Got it. So Hillary, if you'll start then.
Thanks for having me. I was a professor at oh, I'm sorry. Were you telling me or? Okay, am I not? I'm sorry.
I think we got Paul next, and then you, Hillary. Apologies.
I'm sorry, I did that. My fault, Hillary. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to do testimony. I'm a land manager for Wetlands Conservancy and Portland Audubon here on the Central Coast. The parcels that I manage, the preserves, are in conservation opportunity areas 18, 19, 20, and 24. Those are identified in the state's conservation strategy. The conservation strategy gives us clear direction about a suite of species, including beaver, and the 60+ species that are linked to the beaver. So here we've got this really solid direction that many of us in the community are endorsing, okay? So we've got this opportunity, and I think that we need to act on it. And so I'm here urging you to support this petition before you today. To me, it just makes so much sense. I'm on the ground. The landscape that I deal with is right at 1 million acres, from Cascade Head, Salmon River Estuary, Siletz, Yaquina, Beaver Creek, Alsea, and down to the Cummins 10-mile block, 1 million acres. And so when we as the Watershed Council deals with conservation vision, a technical team was Forest Service, Siuslaw National Forest, ODFW, interested, engaged community members. Beaver is one of the strategy species for us on the ground to deal with coho recovery. It is no surprise that this petition is before you today. We have seen and continue to identify beaver, and making sure embracing beaver being on the landscape is a priority. So this is an opportunity. The coho recovery plan is just one of multiple salmon recovery strategies that point to beaver being a piece of the solution, okay? Again, on the mid-coast, we're also struggling with other issues that are very real. The Clean Water Act implementation, would beaver help on that? The answer is yes. We're also struggling with the place-based planning related to water quantity. Pilot project, Central Coast, will beaver help with that? Probably, if we have natural storage in the upper portion of the basin. So as you know, there are multiple conservation issues that we on the ground are struggling with. And by this petition moving forward, all Oregonians will be able to have a dialogue about the value of beaver being on the landscape in a robust population. This is where we need to go. And it is not controversial. If we look at just the science, it makes just logical sense. I endorse it. I urge you to endorse it so all Oregonians can participate in this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And now Hillary. Sorry about the earlier mix-up.
Okay, well, actually, I was a professor at Southern Oregon University and Road Community College, but that was in English. So I can't really talk as adequately about the beaver being a keystone species and how, killing one beaver will affect an entire wetlands and several species and the many fish that encourages, like trout and salmon, and the many species of birds and the purity of the water. That's other people, the scientists, to speak about. So I will just say that I, speak from the philosopher's point of view here, is to look at the beaver itself and what we owe this, and from history, talking about our heritage. And I'm actually not too impressed with our heritage. If you think of the history, that the beaver almost went extinct because of the uses of them for beaver hats until the silkworm came. And so that's why we still even have beaver to talk about. So I'm not really impressed with this idea of the euphemistic use of the word harvest, killing for the pleasure, killing for some minor commercial benefit. This, I'm actually just here to make a plea as human beings to consider keeping them around, trying alternatives if there's problem areas where there are too many beavers, or beavers are causing some kind of problem, to maybe capture them and put them where they are needed, because obviously they're very helpful in many other areas, using options that are humane. And, I just look towards their benefit for their own sake as a species. So that's what I have to say on the matter. But I know, thank you very much.
Thank you, Hillary. Appreciate it. Dan Roseberg is the next speaker. And after Dan is Stan Steele.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Dan Rosenberg. I'm a wildlife ecologist and co-director of the Oregon Wildlife Institute, and have worked closely with several biologists from ODF&W. I was a population ecologist on the faculty at Utah State University before returning to Oregon, and now I have remained affiliated with OSU's Department of Fisheries and Wildlife for many years, where I have directed graduate students in various population and landscape ecology studies. I submitted written testimony during the June 2020 hearings, which has been resubmitted for today's hearings. Today, I just want to emphasize two key points that I feel strongly supports the criteria for initiating the rulemaking process. Sorry. Such a process on this issue is in the public's best interest because of the strong relationship to Oregon's enormous effort to restore wetlands and salmon populations, and of course, all the economic impact that those efforts have, or would have if they failed. First, restricting harvest of beavers on federal land supports ongoing salmon restoration efforts in Oregon. My support of the petition is that beaver harvest on federally managed public lands hampers restoration and healthy watersheds. It's really that simple. The issue has not been appropriately considered in ODF&W's arguments. Harvesting of beavers on federal lands in question is simply contrary to the goals and enormous funding for wetland restoration from ODF&W's sister agency, the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, as well as the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds, plus of course, huge efforts, financial efforts from the federal end. A public process will allow a better evaluation of the science and economics of the proposed amendment. And I share some of the concerns that have been expressed earlier with ODF&W's review. Second, ODF&W's response is fundamentally flawed. I detail my concerns in my earlier written testimony. The petition also emphasizes several of these concerns. I can understand ODF&W's arguments against the proposed amendment only in light of serving the status quo. ODF&W's arguments against the proposed amendment are inconsistent with scientific understanding of the impact of beaver harvest in watershed health. It is imperative to initiate the rulemaking process to evaluate changes to the existing beaver harvest regulations, given the enormous economic and ecological values of salmon recovery in Oregon, and and the huge financial commitments from state and federal agencies to achieve this important goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Stan Steele.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. It's real interesting to hear what's going on today. It makes it sound like beaver trappers are not interested in population health or dynamics of Oregon beaver. Couldn't be further from the truth. But we do have some real concerns that the petition process poses to science-based fish and wildlife management. Petition processes often are used to get around what would be classified as a stronger public involvement. But also disinformation in the petition is what concerns a lot of us. On November 6th at 10:10 a.m., Defenders of Wildlife sent out an action alert to their, what we now understand, 30,000 members in Oregon, stating that we have no regulatory protections in Oregon on hunting or trapping of beaver. These falsehoods are what concern most of us who have been around Measure 18 from the cougar situation years ago to where we are presently for beaver. There are over 20 regulations that apply to beaver trapping in Oregon, as well as federal regulations such as the Lacey Act, and we have interstate compacts on violators that, in other words, if you're convicted in one state, you cannot take activities in another state. So false, patently untrue assertions are undermining the public trust in process, not just in the petition process, but also a regulatory process. Now, speaking to the petition more directly, it is said that it's just on federal ground, that it will not have impact on private ground. But on page 36 and page 37, please pay close attention to ineffective ODFW closures. And it talks about inholdings. Inholdings are private properties within national forest boundaries. The petition also states that those inholdings, if trapped, will have a negative impact on beaver repopulation on the rest of the national forest properties, or in this case, federal lands, as well as in-stream, upstream, downstream. What about adjacent private properties? Will beaver that are traveling out of protected areas be protected to make sure that when they return, in other words, no trapping in adjacent lands? This could have a major impact on private land ownership and activities on that land if petition is accepted as written. In closing, the Oregon Trappers Association and trappers throughout Oregon do agree to work in a regulatory process, a work group process. These can be beneficial. This is the best way to make public policy. There are all type of options. And the gentleman from the Wildlife Society very well represented those options. We're here for the discussion. We're open to it, but please don't vilify and say that we are heartless, uncaring people. Beaver is most important to us as they are to anyone else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stan. The next person is David Moskowitz, and then the next four after that, Lisa Brown, Ann Nowicki, Amy Roberts, Cindy Hawes. Josh, are any of those people ones that are not here?
Correct. So the first person will be Cindy Hawes, followed by Stanley Petrosky, Fran Recht, and let's see, Marianne Cooper.
Okay.
Michelle.
I'm working with Lisa Brown to get her online right now, so she will be joining soon.
Okay.
And we can make the next group a group of five if Lisa could come on. Lisa Brown, Cindy Hawes, Stan Petrowski, Fran Recht, Marianne Cooper, and right now is David Moskowitz.
Thank you very much, Chair Wall, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. My name is David Moskowitz. I'm Executive Director of the Conservation Angler. Our organization is one of the petitioners. We have a very strong interest in this issue and appreciate the opportunity to testify. Regarding the harvest impacts are not always measurable. And I was before the commission in the early 1990s, urging them to reduce ocean coho harvest, which at the time was at 80% harvest of coho. We were asking for a reduction, and ODFW did not want to do it because their spawning surveys, which were not randomized, but actually done on index sites, meaning they checked the same best sites all the time, they were always full of spawning coho. And so it was believed that that harvest rate was sustainable. The result was a collapse of the population and ESA listing. And one of the earlier testifiers, Paul Engelmeyer, was actually instrumental in having the survey method be changed from index surveys to random surveys. Those kinds of realizations have real impacts for wildlife in Oregon. So when your staff is convinced that harvest has no impact on the distribution of beavers around the state, we have serious experience to be able to question that. And harvest practices for Fish and Wildlife always change over time. We don't allow snagging by sport anglers any longer. We don't allow market hunting for ducks. We close salmon and steelhead spawning streams to fishing, either by closing an area altogether or by changing the season to limit it. Those are all important fish and wildlife management strategies. Harvest management has to be changed. Beaver management and trapping regulations should be reviewed from top to bottom for seasons, locations, timing, areas, methods, and the entire structure of it. This petition, if you accept it, will actually set some sideboards for an active, timely, action-oriented discussion that is compatible with the department's decision-making, with a work group, and it would actually help jumpstart what we consider a moribund beaver working group. This opportunity to have this discussion was denied to the public in June. It was improperly denied. The Conservation Angler would ask you to vote yes to accept this petition. We believe that the legal and administrative burden to do so has been met. And I'd like to just close by saying that I at least finished on time in a timely manner on my testimony this time, which is a new record. Thank you very much for your service and your consideration.
And duly noted on your timing, David. Thank you. Lisa Brown.
Let's see, do we have Lisa, Michelle? Oh, I see you here in the room. Lisa, I'm going to move you to the panelist side. And you should now be able to unmute yourself. Glad you made it in time.
Yeah, I was watching the testimony. I just wasn't logged in. So, Chair Wall, members of the commission, and Director Melcher, for the record, my name is Lisa Brown. I'm a staff attorney with Water Watch of Oregon. Water Watch was founded over 35 years ago with the focus of protecting and restoring natural stream flows in Oregon's rivers. We are one of the petitioners here and urge the commission to initiate rulemaking. Our interest in this issue is really fundamentally driven by the significant benefits of beavers on water quantity and quality. And across Oregon, federal public lands, watersheds really play an outsized role in providing these benefits that really continue downstream from those watersheds. And allowing beavers to help these watersheds function, as many have discussed before me here today, is just critically important, and really especially so in light of the hydrologic impacts from climate change across Oregon, which of course include lower summer and dry season flows in many parts of our state. And I want to talk a little bit about the process. And to address the process specifically, of course, the Oregon Administrative Procedures Act provides specifically for interested people to petition our state agencies to initiate rulemaking proceedings on issues of interest. And this is really an important I would even say sort of bedrock public process element established by our legislature. And I think Derek said he would not discuss the 6 factors that the APA requires a petition to address. So I will, and I'll just say I don't think there's any question that the petition's discussion of those factors provides ample reason for the commission to initiate the requested rulemaking. And as someone who's participated in a number of rulemakings before various Oregon state agencies, I think it's an appropriate tool here because it really provides a solid foundation and framework that would allow for a focused, accountable, and transparent discussion of these issues, which I think everybody agrees are important. And I think providing for this process is especially critical here, given the long history of inaction on this issue that Mr. Cady and others before me have already highlighted. I would also add that it strikes me that today's format, where an ODF&W staffer who's involved, in running the trapping program, presents a narrow and decidedly non-neutral PowerPoint presentation, maybe highlights some of the process concerns and the need to consider a different process that can look at this issue holistically with sort of a solid foundation and framework. And in closing, I would just urge the commission to initiate the rulemaking process to provide for a fair and meaningful process to address this critical issue. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Next person is Cindy Hawes. And then after that is Stan Petrowski.
Thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening and considering a yes vote on this petition, which I believe would take us closer to achieving conservation goals for Oregon's wildlife and fish. My name is Cindy Hawes. I'm a wildlife biologist. I currently teach principles of fisheries and wildlife conservation at Umpqua Community College, along with other wildlife and science courses. I actively work in wetland restoration on the Umpqua. I'm the president of a local 501c3 science education nonprofit, Umpqua Natural Leadership STEM Hub. I'm a retired forest wildlife biologist, last having worked on the Umpqua National Forest for 15 years and having spent a total of 31 years in the field. I have worked on 3 different forests and 1 BLM district and conservation organization. I have extensive ground experience on those forests, particularly in understanding species and habitat relationships. I also served in the past on the board of the Oregon chapter of the Wildlife Society and for 4 years on the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation Project Advisory Committee. The first thing I would like to point to is that my 30 years of monitoring wetlands on Forest Service land disagree with ODF&W's points that were made earlier today. And that leads me to a quote from Chris Mazer, my mentor, who's a prominent Oregon mammologist, from his book, Decision Making for a Sustainable Environment. Despite all the evidence before us, we keep making the same types of unwise social environmental decisions, ignoring volumes upon volumes of historical evidence depicting their dire consequences, yet each time expecting a new and different outcome. And that's why we really need to look at this in a different way. The actions this petition is asking for is to examine the regulations closely in light of climate changes and changing values and needs, and with a future recommendation, not for closure at this time. A key point in my testimony is where an economically and ecologically meaningful closure approved by the commission, once implemented, it would begin improving hunting and fishing opportunities of many species on federal lands as a result. This is an important interest for all Oregonians. This is due to the proven habitat improvements a recovered population of beaver can make. These improvements would provide benefits that far outweigh the costs of a few people recreating for beaver on these lands. Specifically, elk, white-tailed deer, black-tailed deer, mule deer, antelope, many species of waterfowl, mink, black bear, and many species of fish. The kinds of habitat beaver develop and maintain provide more food, water, shelter, cover for all these species, and help to distribute the high quality habitat across the forest, increasing both hunting opportunity and access, but also quality of hunting as a result. If improved future hunting and fishing opportunities and quality habitat are some of your desired outcomes, then a yes vote on initiating rulemaking is the only logical and defensible choice. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify, and best to you all and your families and friends in these trying times.
Thank you, Cindy. Stanley Petrowski.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Mulcher, thank you for this opportunity to share testimony with you today. I represent Umpqua Watersheds, one of the petitioning organizations, but I'd like to take a more subjective approach to my effort to persuade you to support the rulemaking process. I've spent the last 20 years of my life dedicated to ODF&W's efforts, the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board efforts, and the state's citizens to restore coho runs in the state. I've facilitated through my experience of chairing or being on the executive committee of a half a dozen nonprofit organizations, all focused on restoration ecology. I've spent tens of thousands of hours and thousands of dollars of my own money in support of Oregon's fish recovery, not just the coho, but the spring chinook and other species. We are in a crisis with regard to fiscal matters supporting restoration ecology in the state. Right, especially now with the COVID crisis, OWEB is facing a real crunch. Currently, low-tech process-based restoration is becoming the vanguard for restoration ecology, and beavers play a strategic, if not the key role in restoring ecological function on our landscapes. I'm spending my life for the state's interests. I do it willingly, voluntarily. Please, I ask you from a point of passion, science, and experience to support this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. And I think last time you tried to address us, we had some technical glitches and you didn't get to, so I'm glad we got to hear from you this time. So thank you very much for coming back.
Thank you, Chair.
Fran Recht.
Good morning, Chair Wall and Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Fran Recht. I live in Depot Bay and have worked for over 30 years in habitat restoration and conservation. I ask that the Commission vote to accept the petition and initiate rulemaking. I suggest that you move forward with something that may look like the working group that you were going to do in June, but it would be different. It would be a formal group that is set up by the Commission as a means to advise ODF&W staff on what, if any, changes would be included in the final rule. It would have to be free of the bias and disrespect that ODF&W wildlife staff has shown so far. Then there would be a public process to provide comment on this recommendation. I would like this public process to be concluded in time for Commission hearings before the next trapping season. This working group would be formal and very different than the frustrating ones that ODF&W Wildlife has led in the past. I would suggest it would have to have clear timelines, expectations, and goals, and that it would require and foster robust discussion and consideration of the science, and specifically consider the science that has been presented to you in the petition, but heretofore ignored. It should also direct the approach be precautionary. For example, where ODF&W has failed to study and document impact of beaver trapping and hunting on beaver numbers in individual streams, lack of information should not mean no impact. Among other diverse experts, ODF&W fisheries scientists should be included, as should climate scientists and economists. The goal would be to achieve landscape level recovery of beaver throughout the state, necessary to support federal and state endangered and threatened species, conservation strategy species, and the goals of the climate and ocean change policy. These goals are fully consistent and necessary to meet ODF&W's wildlife policy to, quote, provide optimum recreational and aesthetic benefits for present and future generations of citizens of the state, end quote. I work with and help partners on salmon recovery. We put in tons of effort and millions of state and federal and private money to achieve our goals. We have beavers move in that further enhances and expands our efforts only to have them disappear. We feel a sense of urgency to have the Commission accept the petition as a formal step and initiate rulemaking process. Here on the coast near We've been just through a wildfire that took people's lives, homes, and businesses. There's currently toxic debris and ash washing into Panther Creek and the Salmon River after last night's 2+ inches of rain, which threatens salmon recreational fishing it supports. You asked for us to address the impacts of this petition on businesses. If approved, the petition will have the potential to decrease the severity and extent of such fires, and similarly the impacts of droughts on businesses and communities, increase salmon populations, and maintain the businesses of people who live and work and recreate in our watershed. We need you to accept the petition and initiate a more formal process to get a product worthy of your time and ours. That is a meaningful recommendation to address the challenges to restoring and maintaining beaver populations throughout all our watersheds on federal lands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fran. The next person is Marianne Cooper. And Marianne, just before we start with you, I'd like to check with Josh. Can you tell me who among the next 10 people who is not here?
So I do not see Deborah Cruiser.
Okay.
I do not see Don Wright, Teresa Israel, Margarita Perez, Larry McMee, Doug Nicole, and Katie Nelvin. I do not see them.
Thank you. Commissioners, if it's okay with you, I'd like to go ahead and finish all of the public testimony, and then we can take a break, maybe 45 minutes for lunch, and then we can come back with questions to staff and our own deliberations, and then a decision at the end of that. So if that works for all of you, then we'll keep going, and it looks like it does. Marianne Cooper then, Boone Kaufman, Robert Beshta, Chris Jordan, and then Leland Brown. So Marianne Cooper, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon by 1 minute. Chair Wall, members of the Commission, and Director Melcher. My name is Marianne Cooper. I am the Vice President of Public Policy for the Oregon Farm Bureau. And our members manage private lands that are home to beavers all over the state. In doing that, we recognize the important role that beavers play in our ecosystems. However, we also recognize that they can cause negative impacts to managed lands if they are not properly managed. They can cause flooding, water quality issues, impact land management, and we especially see these problems in coastal and the wetter areas of the state. As such, beaver trapping is a critical tool in managing beaver that cause impacts on public roads and on private lands. I know this petition in front of you is dealing with public lands, but again, we view holistic beaver management around the state as a really critical part of our members' operations. We have agreed to participate in the work group that was convened by Chair Woolley, or by Commissioner Woolley. And we've also had a number of conversations over the years with the National Marine Fisheries Service around beaver management and their priorities for beaver restoration. Notably, in those conversations, we've asked them over the years to identify priority areas around the state for beaver restoration, but have yet to see an identified list of areas where they believe that beaver restoration and maintenance would have a benefit for fishery species. So you've heard a lot today about the importance of beaver for ecosystem health and salmonid recovery. And I would say over the last 5 years, I've noticed that beaver restoration seems to have become kind of the panacea for everything that ails salmonids. And for us, we really try to be a science-based organization, and we've yet to see significant science in Oregon on the impact, if any, of ongoing beaver management in the state, and whether take a beaver is a limiting factor in salmonid recovery. And I will just say in closing that I've become very concerned about the ongoing role that petitions are playing in environmental management in Oregon. They seem to be a tool for redirecting agency priorities based on the priorities of a small number of the public, a small number of interested folks from the public. And they tend to divert issues and resources away from attention and resources away from the issues that agencies and broader public input have identified as priorities for management in the state. And I've also noticed a concerning trend in this commission for those who disagree with wildlife management decisions to kind of impugn the motives of staff in the commission who are just in front of you with the best available science. And people may disagree with management decisions, but it's become disturbing to me to see how much we're impugning the motives of staff and the commission. I think we need a reset on this issue and a way to find common ground. And for us, we ask that you deny the petition, allow the work group process to move forward, and hope that we can find some common ground in those conversations without jumping to a conclusion that just isn't supported by the science at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. And the next person is Boone Kaufman.
Oh, Boone, you're muted. Let's see. Is it just me? Chair Wall, do you hear Boone?
I cannot.
One second, Boone, if you don't mind. Let me mute you from my end and have you turn on your mic again, just kind of reset maybe. No, it's kind of a high-pitched audio. Not sure what's. Yeah, that's. Well, I don't hear you too well. Is there any way you can maybe speak directly through the your computer or laptop microphone, or maybe reconnect the headset? Oh, okay. Let's see. I think your microphone is not working. No. Any way you can call in? Yeah. Let's see. Here, I'm gonna chat with you.
Maybe we should go to Robert Beshta while you work with with Boone. Josh.
Yes.
So Robert, if you're there, and then we'll come right back to Boone Kaufman. Robert?
I'm here.
Great. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chairperson Wall and members of the commission, my name is Robert Beshta and I reside in Corvallis, Oregon. I'm currently Professor Emeritus in the Department of Forest Ecosystem and Society at Oregon State University. Professionally, I've worked as a hydrologist and riparian ecologist and have observed and done research in streams across Oregon. But my testimony will briefly cover 4 points in support of the petition to begin a rulemaking process regarding the hunting and trapping of beaver on federally managed lands. First, on June 20th of this year, in previous testimony before the commission, I submitted an 11-page scientist letter that had 39 co-signers, and I urge you to go back and look at that. Collectively, those co-signers represent hundreds of years of research, teaching, and other professional activities associated with Oregon streams, riparian areas, and ecosystems. And many of these co-signers are recognized leaders in their respective fields. Importantly, all of them strongly recognize and support the petition before the commission. Secondly, the broader scientific community now understands the multiple roles beavers have as keystone species and ecosystem engineers, roles that are highlighted in the scientist letter and you've heard testimony about. If this petition had become before you 15 or 20 years ago, that would not have been the case. but our knowledge and understanding of beaver and ecosystems has mushroomed over the last 10 to 15 years. And these studies have evaluated and confirmed the crucial ecological importance of having beavers in stream systems. Third, the scientist letter identifies an array of major ecosystem benefits associated with beaver, such as creating ponds and wetlands, maintaining high water tables, trapping of sediment, carbon sequestration, and others. In turn, these processes result in diverse riparian plant communities that, among other things, are immensely important to help meet the habitat needs for a broad spectrum of terrestrial and aquatic wildlife species, many of which are listed in the Oregon Conservation Strategy. These multiplier effects for improving wildlife habitat cannot be overemphasized, and it is one of the primary reasons why more beaver are needed on Oregon landscapes. Lastly, although beaver, Castor canadensis, were originally abundant across Oregon's landscapes, for too long we have suppressed their populations and their potential to provide an array of ecosystem benefits. The science strongly reveals that without a greater presence of beaver on federally managed lands in the state, we will continue to have very simplified and unproductive riparian and aquatic ecosystems. In conclusion, the scientific community strongly endorses, and I believe the vast majority of Oregonians would also, that this commission give Castor canadensis another look, as well as another chance to someday again play their crucial role across our public lands. And I thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Boone, it looks like, whoops.
It's still saying.
Something's happening. It sounds high-pitched and cartoonish almost, instead of, and we can't make out the words. We'll keep coming right back to you though.
Yeah, and let me mute you for a second here. Boone, I'm gonna see if you, I sent you a private chat message. If you can just respond to that by confirming that you're getting that text message, that way we can communicate on troubleshooting. Chair Wall, one more thing is, I just received a message from Michelle saying that we have Bob Salinger just joined. He was not available earlier.
Oh, okay. Well,
But I brought him in.
Yeah, why don't we go back and pick him up, and then we'll come right back to Boone again. And after Bob Salinger and Boone Kaufman, then it would be Chris Jordan.
Correct.
Leland Brown and Amy Patrick. So Bob Salinger.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall and members of the commission. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today, and thanks for reviewing this issue. We are one of the petitioners on this petition, and protecting beaver is not only a priority for Portland Audubon, but for Audubon chapters across the entire state of Oregon. All the chapters get together every year to develop a list of priorities, and for the last couple of years, beaver protection has been one of the things that we have prioritized. And so that's not just the chapter in Portland, but across the state in both urban and rural communities. We believe that the criteria for initiating rulemaking is met in this petition, well met, and that the law requires the commission to proceed forward. One of ODF&W staff's arguments is that beaver are not a strategy species. And I find that very, very troubling as an argument, because beaver are a cornerstone species for our environment. And if we're concerned about all of the species that are listed in the Oregon Conservation Strategy as priorities, then we need to be thinking holistically about the species that are essential to maintaining the integrity of our ecosystems. To separate it out in that manner, from my perspective, makes absolutely no sense. We need to be thinking holistically, and what are the most effective and ecologically relevant ways to restore our ecosystem for all of these species that are in decline. And when we look at the species that are listed in the Oregon Conservation Strategy, Audubon's focus is particularly birds. There are a few things that we could do that would be more effective to restore our ecosystems than to restore beaver populations. We know that the primary architect of much of our landscape historically were beaver. So to me, it is, whether it's listed in the Oregon Conservation Strategy or not, it is an essential component of recovering those species and something we need to look very closely at as a strategy to accomplish that. It concerns me that ODF&W is so resistant to these kinds of processes. For far too long, ODF&W has focused on the interests of extraction groups rather than the health of the ecosystem. And we need to start first with the health of our ecosystem and then figure out what can be extracted from it. For too long, that priority has been flipped, and the benefit of the doubt has gone to, let's remove it from the environment and see what happens, as opposed to let's figure out what we need to do to protect our environment and then see what it can give back. So from our perspective, this is a step toward holistic ecosystem management, protecting a portion of the landscape for beaver, not the entire landscape, but a portion of the landscape makes total sense and is reflective of the precautionary principle. All the arguments made by ODF&W staff go toward, well, maybe we have enough, maybe it's okay, maybe this is sufficient, as opposed to let's actually take an aggressive strategy to restore and protect our landscapes and make sure that is the case. Again, this doesn't set aside the entire landscape, it just set aside a portion of it that makes sense. I'll end there, but we really do encourage you to move forward with this petition, to have a robust conversation about it, to look at the issues that are in play that I think the petition does a very good job of raising and articulating, and to demonstrate to the public that we're putting the environment first, that we are looking at these strategies that can truly protect and restore our environments to health, not that we're ducking and dodging those issues and finding excuses why not to have that conversation. So again, thank you very much for the time today, and we encourage you to move forward.
Thank you, Bob. And to commissioners and to everybody listening, I will mention that I got a message just a minute ago that several people who have been signed up to testify are struggling to be able to get through. And so Michelle is trying to work out whatever the problem is with that. I think that Bob Salinger was one of those, but we've skipped about 20 people who were not either aren't here or are trying to get through. So just so you know, that's what's going on. Let's go back to Boone Kaufman if he's ready.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Obviously, I'm a biologist and not an engineer. Anyway, Chairperson Wall and members of the commission, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Boone Kaufman. I'm a professor in the Department of Fisheries and Wildlife and also a small owner of a natural resources consulting company, but I'm speaking on my own behalf today. I've conducted applied research in riparian zones in Oregon for over 43 years, or authored 290 papers, including 125 referee journal articles and over 18 book chapters. Most of these have focused on the influence of land use on wetland diversity. In addition, I'm one of the few Oregonians who's on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, where I'm currently leading the writing of the role of restoration and mitigation, conservation of coastal wetlands to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Now, this petition then is quite relevant to my interest, as the influence of beavers in moderating climate change in Oregon landscapes is so clear. This includes their effects on stream flows, groundwater storage, carbon sequestration, riparian composition, the width of the riparian zone. And this width of riparian zone, the presence of fresh water, is quite important in influencing wildfire spread, has been discussed much today. Now, if the presentations by the ODF&W were given in one of my riparian ecology classes or global change biology classes, I'd give them a C-. But that's because I'm a generous liberal grader. The presentations have been quite antiquated. They're incomplete and they're very misleading, largely to maintain the status quo. Let me just give you a quick example. In June, they presented studies that said that the dams were not very relevant, but they limited their studies to third order and greater streams. Well, first and second order streams make up about 70% of the stream miles in Oregon, and it's these headwater streams where the dams are relevant. And they excluded that 70% of our stream miles, much of which are on federal lands in Oregon. This is similar to if you ran a political poll and only included Eugene as the will of the voters in the state of Oregon, for example. So all of these critical ecosystem functions that beavers provide, particularly in the first and second order streams, are lost when ecosystems are degraded, such as when beaver are trapped. But fortunately, the riparian ecosystems are resilient and they can recover. So support of this petition is very low-hanging fruit to achieve our ODF objectives for fish and wildlife conservation, climate change mitigation, as well as role of wildland fire use. And thank you very much for your efforts to conserve fish and wildlife resources for all of us Oregonians.
Thank you, Boone. The next person is Chris Jordan and then Leland Brown. So Chris.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you.
Chair Wall, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Dr. Chris Jordan. I'm a federal research fisheries biologist with 2 decades of experience in stream habitat restoration based on beavers. Realistically, the only way we can return robust salmon and steelhead populations across Oregon is by increasing the quality and quantity of freshwater habitat. Beaver dams, ponds, channels, burrows, and floodplain connection are the key aquatic components of fish habitat. When beaver modify a valley bottom, they're creating ideal spawning and rearing conditions for salmonids. They're also making a fire-resilient landscape. Riverscapes that deliver improved water quality, increased vegetation production, and dramatically expanded abundance and diversity of all riparian associated species. But we already know this. The science is a settled matter on the role of beaver impacts on our watersheds. A settled matter. Unfortunately, Oregon stands out nationally and internationally as the dark spot on the map of science-based management of our natural resources when it comes to beaver. Statutorily confined to predator status on private land and fur bearer on public land, there is no legal framework for the environmental engineering beaver can provide. Administratively marginalized by opinion, despite overwhelming evidence, culturally relegated to pest by process and fear, the only action in 30 years to begin to remedy the situation sits before you today. The petitioners are not asking for rulemaking. They are asking for a conversation, an open and public process, not a hand-picked closed work group. A process where the implications of state statute and agency opinion can be weighed against the public's interest and the international knowledge base on functional working riverscapes. This means you have a simple choice today: to allow salmon recovery in Oregon or not, to build a fire-resilient Oregon or not, to guarantee the water security of all Oregonians or not. It really is that simple. Close the discussion today and you're closing the door on Oregon Coast coho and Snake River steelhead populations. Are you prepared to explain to your children and grandchildren your role in extinction? You should practice this conversation. Perhaps walk the docks in Brookings or Depot Bay and tell the salmon boat skippers that you're not for wild coho in Oregon. Float the Grand Ronde, walk the Umatilla. Let the tribes know that you just don't see a future for wild steelhead in Northeast Oregon. Or think about how instead you could help Oregon turn the corner on salmon recovery. Maybe head up the North Santiam or Clackamas or the Mackenzie or North Umpqua and let homeowners and woodlot managers know that a fire-resilient landscape just isn't what you think Oregon needs. I think you should really practice that conversation. You can be the bright spot for all of Oregon. Open the door to sensible landscape scale management of beaver, watersheds, water, and forests. Yes, only one part of one statute in the purview of one agency is being considered today, but choose to lead. Be the start of forward-looking, knowledge-based resource management that benefits all of Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Leland Brown, sorry.
Thank you. My name is Leland Brown, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. Thank you for accepting our testimony. I am one of the board members of the Oregon chapter of the Wildlife Society. living in Portland, Oregon. We've submitted comments from both Oregon chapter of the Wildlife Society and the standing policy of the Wildlife Society on fur bearer trapping for your review, and I hope you've had a chance to look at those. I think there's a lot of agreement with stakeholders today and in the meeting in June. We all understand that climate change is having a disproportionate effect on our natural resources, our streams. Beaver are a critical species for improving stream and river quality. The issue that really comes forward seems to be that there's a lack of research that really correlates beaver trapping and the reduction or impact on expansion of beaver populations. The limited data that we do have indicates that populations are fairly stable. The information even presented within the petition itself shows that currently areas that have beaver trapping bans within the state, there's no research showing that those have led to really any significant change in beaver populations or distribution. And that really for us leads to a need for both more study and research on why and what opportunities exist to further increase these populations. The petition doesn't really answer those questions. And as an organization that represents wildlife professionals, both within the state agency and other folks across the state, that's really our goal as an organization. Part of the issue is also that the policy of the state of Oregon, as stated in the petition, is that wildlife is to be managed to both prevent serious depletion of an indigenous species and to provide the optimum recreational and aesthetic benefits for present and future generations. And those are co-equal goals and something that needs to be considered as part of how we address and manage wildlife populations. Both the chapter and parent society recognize well-managed trapping is sustainable and valid use of wildlife resources. There are some issues with management, and parts of this comes back to funding. We have major issues with wildlife management funding. But there has been identified, looking at seasons, looking at harvest data at finer scales, identifying watershed, season changes, etc. There are research looking at restoration efforts, and Pilliot et al. In 2017 paper looked at 97 beaver restoration efforts across the Western US and, quote, "The practice and implementation of beaver-related restoration has outpaced research on its efficacy and best practices. Further scientific research is necessary, especially research that informs the establishment of clear guidelines for best practices." So if we're going to be really serious about restoring beaver and taking advantage of those ecosystem benefits, we need to be using adaptive management techniques that allow us to identify and apply those best practices for the best and most efficient ecosystem benefit. I'll finish up just saying that, as wildlife professionals, we strive to use the best available science to develop management strategies that are broadly supported across all of the stakeholder groups. And we manage for all of the public, not just the majority of the public. And the decision in June to implement the working groups and engage with stakeholders was one that we enthusiastically supported. And we think this is kind of the appropriate action moving forward. The current final rule proposed within this petition actually creates more conflict between stakeholders. The idea that we're going to be doing a permanent ban as the potential end goal makes coming to some common ground really challenging. So we really do recommend implementing those working groups, and ORTWS, we remain committed to those working groups and participating as much as possible. So sorry I went over time. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Leland. Amy Patrick.
Good afternoon. I'm excited to say good afternoon, not good evening, as I did at the last meeting. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher, for the record, my name is Amy Patrick and I represent the Oregon Hunters Association. I have my testimony all written out here, but I'm going to wing it a little bit and we're just going to see how that works because I want to respond to a few things that have been brought up in the testimony ahead of me here. We've heard a lot of emotion and we've heard What I'm afraid is some conflating of topics around this petition. So I'd like to take a second and go back down to what this petition is asking for. And I'm going to quote from page 66 of the petition itself. It states very clearly, and I quote, "to eliminate beaver trapping and hunting on Oregon's federally managed public lands and the waters that flow through them." So that's the ask that this petition has in it. There is nothing in here that says, let's create another work group, let's have more continued conversation. That is really the defining factor of the petition that you are going to either accept or deny. I would go back to some of the things that have been said by some of the previous folks here. I believe Chris Jordan just mentioned that the petition is not asking for rulemaking. Actually, it is. It is asking for these rules to be opened up. It's asking very clearly for this ban on beaver trapping. And so I want to make sure that we're focusing on what the details of this petition are. It's not asking for continued conversation. And I also want to go back to the fact that many of our groups were invited to participate in the work groups that were set up in June. I know several of the hunting and trapping organizations were asked to participate and were very willing to come to the table on that. And as we've heard, there were several of the petitioners' organizations that were also invited to participate. So I would ask then that if what we've heard previously is true, where they are saying this is what we want continued conversation, then what changed? And why are we then now having to discuss the petition when we already had the work groups in place? And coming back to very quickly here, my time goes so fast, to Commissioner Woolley's point at the beginning of the topic here, and also to Nick's testimony, I would argue that the petition does not set forth structure and purpose to a work group. I would say that when we convene a work group for collaborative effort, we're asking the groups on both sides to come to this shared table on equal footing and with equal trust in the processes and the rules of engagement. And I would say that accepting the petition actually does the converse of that. It gives one side of that shared table a lever, whether that is petition or whether that is the threat of litigation. It gives a distortion of that balance when we come to the table, and it makes the act of seeking that collaborative solution that much harder to begin with. So I agree with I think it was Fran who testified earlier and said, we need a fresh start. We need a fresh look at a work group. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I don't agree that by accepting the petition, that's the way to accomplish that. If we can bring all sides to a shared table with equal footing and equal trust in the rules of engagement and the processes around the work group issue, I think ultimately we will have a much better collaborative solution and be able to invest in the research and the scientific look at the real issue of beaver population health that we need to establish before we look at management of the species level questions. So I know I've run over, and I just want to take 1 second really quickly to also say that I felt that it was very uncalled for and unprofessional, the impugnment of the ODF&W staff, specifically calling out Derek Broman. I find that to be very unprofessional and very unhelpful in trying to move a collaborative conversation forward. And I think that increases the divisiveness around this already difficult topic. And so with that, I will close and let you guys move on to the next person. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Amy. Next person is Ryan Niehaus and John Daniel, then Jim Soares. And I'd like to, in the meantime, just check with Michelle to see if any of the other people who were struggling to get in have made it. Otherwise, we have those 3 folks left. So Ryan Niehaus.
Yes, Commissioners, my name is Ryan Niehaus. I live in Klamath Falls, Oregon, born and raised in Oregon. I had a list of things here to go through, but with the testimony that's been provided, I kind of am also going to go a little bit off script. I'm here representing myself as a trapper, no one else. And I got to say that because of my occupation. I work for the state police. I've done 12 years in patrol and 11.5 years in fish and wildlife. That's just to give you where I come from, what I've seen. I'm a hunter education instructor. I trained in Idaho at a first school for law enforcement and biologists. I'm certified to trap in over 13 states that require trapper education. I've been trapping it's only been 8 years now, but it's actually something I enjoy more than hunting now. It's something that I would rather do. There was some testimony earlier. Well, there's only 150 trappers out there. Why are we catering to them? I would rather go out and trap beaver than go burn down buildings in Portland. It's just, this is what I like to do. I have real world boots on the ground and waders in the water experience in fishing, hunting, and trapping. I've done all of them. I do all of them. And I enjoy being out in the woods. I'm not a biologist. I don't have all the studies in front of me, but I don't think any of us have all those studies in front of us, and we need those studies. This really bothered by the fact that we started a work group process. Commissioner Wally was in charge of that, and this petition goes to smack him in the face saying he's not capable of doing this. I believe he's capable of doing this and working through this process. And I really believe that this new petition is subverting that. And I really think that we need to focus on that. We need to come together. We need to ask questions in the work group. I had to write them down so I remembered them. How many beaver are there? We don't know. We need to, I'm sorry, I'm getting all lost here. Where do we have resource destruction? Where are the populations overpopulated? Where I trap mostly in the Great Basin, has nothing to do with salmon. So all the water that is it ends in the Great Basin. It's Eastern Oregon. It doesn't go to salmon or steelhead or anything like that. So this is basically an overbroad brush that's going to paint all of Oregonians and trap us into a lot of areas where we can't trap. I'm already restricted about 4 weeks of trapping because of the snow and just the access in these areas. 52.3% of Oregon is federal land. Excuse me. So we gotta realize that. I realize my time is up, but we just need to realize the scope of this is much larger than I think what they're saying it's the intent of this is. So anyways, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. John Daniel.
Okay, John, are you able to unmute yourself? You see the microphone icon. Perfect, we hear you.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, John.
Director Melcher, Chairman Wall, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. Today we sat here and we've listened to a lot of testimony. A lot of the things I've heard today talks about climate change, fire prevention, stream health and things like that. I guess my question here is, do the petitioners really believe that banning trapping on public lands is the answer to all of those problems that we have? Is that going to be the answer to global warming? Is that going to be the answer to fire control throughout Oregon territories? Is that where we're going with this? If that's so, I'm not seeing any data, any evidence that backs that up. Other states who have had bans on trapping, the improvement is not there. What they've asked for is not there. If they feel like that's going to be the case, how many decades is it going to take for that to be effective? Where are we going with this? Or is this just a camouflaged way of banning trapping in Oregon? Is this just the start of the end of trapping in Oregon by doing this? The North American model has an established history of sportsmen working with professionals to reestablish and rehabitat specific species across North America. The North American model is a successful model that the rest of the world envies. If we have problems with we need beavers in the streams, let's take our study group. Let's put our study group together, working with the professionals, the conservationists, the trappers, and let's repopulate those areas. Let's put together a good management plan. Balance is the key to success in everything we do. eliminating one group of consumers, consumptive users to benefit another, that's not the answer. Eliminating trapping for global, to eliminate global warming, we all know that's not going to happen. That's not going to be the answer to it. I just ask that this commission in June put together a good, wise decision of putting together a working study group to come up with a great solution. I just don't feel that this petition has given the opportunity there. It takes time. It doesn't take decades like we would have to go through to find out if this ban on trapping would actually work. But it does take time. It takes planning. It takes cooperation. I encourage that, and I encourage you to deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, John. The next person, and I believe the last person to testify, is Jim Soares. Jim?
Jim, are you able to unmute yourself?
Did that make sense? Did it sound?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Chair Wall, Director Melcher, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Jim Soares. I live in Wallowa, Oregon. I'm Vice President at Oregon Trappers Association. I'm extremely disgusted by this petition. It not only disrupts the process put in place previously by the commission, but it's an attack on the integrity of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. The attempt to work with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to establish an avenue for discussion or possibly establish a research project that might answer some disputed questions. Instead, they just go straight to the commission asking for a ruling on an issue with no scientific basis for their request. If you would please look, if you have that in front of you, at page 18 of the petition, and pay attention to the Bridge Creek research there, which is referenced several times in this petition. We have to assume they're using the number of beaver dams to indicate beaver populations. In the years of 1989 to 1982, beaver dams increased from 9 to 103. Beaver trapping was closed in 1991, so trapping was allowed in 2 of those years. In the years of 1992 to 1998, with beaver trapping closed, numbers of dams decreased from 103 to 9. 6 years of no trapping and beaver numbers plummeted. I've explained this before, but I live in Wallowa County, where we have beaver closures on several major streams and rivers. And in the 50 years of those closures, there has been absolutely no increase of beaver. Now, beginning, around the year 2000, some of the old beaver trappers that I knew that trapped on the coast began telling me that beaver numbers were decreasing in some coastal areas. When asked why, they answered it was due to changes in habitat as a result of changes in logging practices. Due to pressure from environmental groups beginning in the 1970s, timber harvests decreased and buffer strips were left, reducing the early seral forest succession on stream banks. And as a result, beaver numbers were declining. The OTA would support an independent research project that would look at 2 similar streams, allowing trapping on one and closing trapping on another stream. This might give us some concrete idea of what, if any, effects beaver trapping has. Now, I would caution this commission that their responsibility is to act on this position as presented, not to accept any changes that we have not been able to review and respond to. And in closing, I do want to support the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife staff recommendations to deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, James. That is then, Commission, that is the end of the public testimony. It's about 12:40, it's close to 12:45. I would propose that we come back at 1:30. We can ask any questions that we want to of staff. And we can then hear from the commission on what you're thinking, and then we can move to a vote on this one. So if that works, then we will see everybody at 1:30. Okay. Thank you all, and especially to everybody who worked on getting into the system so that you could talk to us. We really appreciate it. It's quite a gamut of conversation from everybody, so thank you. Welcome back, everybody. It's 1:30. I'll call the meeting back to order. The November 13th, 2020 meeting of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. It's, in case anybody's keeping track, there's electricity on all over Langlois now, so that's great. And I hope it means that it's not raining in Commissioner Hatfield Hyde's living room anymore as well. I think what we'll do is, if this works for the commission, I'll go through the clarifications. Again, just a quick recap of the ones that we talked about at the start. And then ask any last questions that the commissioners have of staff. And then hear from each of the commissioners what he or she is thinking, maybe get a sense of the commission, and then move to a motion. So if that works for everybody, I'll go right to the clarifications. And what I wanted to mention is the petition that's before us is to initiate rulemaking to amend OAR 635-500-0700. The petition requests the Fish and Wildlife Commission initiate rulemaking, and the decision before us would be to accept or deny the petition. We're not deciding whether to amend our rule today. I think that goes without saying, but I want to just make everything really clear. We're deciding whether to accept or deny the petition to initiate the rulemaking process, and any decision to amend or not amend our rules would come later after a public process. So those are the clarifications we had talked about. Are there from the commission any questions, any last questions of staff? Just looking, I see no hands yet. And if there are not questions.
Commissioner, sorry, Wally, I saw his hand up.
Yeah, I will. I'm getting back to those pages in my notes. So, I mean, if there's another commissioner that has questions, they could start.
We do have one other hand already, and that is Commissioner Spellbrink. And then we'll come back to you, Vice Chair Woolley.
Thanks.
Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you. Yeah, one thing I did notice in the time we had off here a little bit, I pulled up a bunch of my old material here and everything, and I thought I remembered something about this. It talked about, let's see, what I'm reading. Let's see, researchers continue to investigate beaver habitat and situations of beaver presence, but no dams. Recent work on beaver relocation documented high beaver mortality due to large predators. Oregon Coast Range, the Oregon Coast Range has robust populations of bears, cougars, bobcats, and coyotes, and predation is most likely the highest source of beaver mortality in the Coast Range and elsewhere. That's from a report there in the commission minutes. I think I pulled that up from, but, and that's what I guess I was going to just bring that back up again, because I know, you know, I live in the Coast Range, I live in Celeste. Both my son and grandson are both avid sportsmen. They're outside, out in the woods all the time. They're hunting, fishing, mostly hunting. They're all pretty good deer and elk hunters and bear, and they sure noticed. I know all their trail cameras this year had cougars on them, and you know, when I ran this by them too, they said they were almost positive that the predators were having a pretty large you know, mortality on the beavers. Is that what you think too, Derek?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. I think we're getting a little bit of echo. I'll pause for a moment. Yes, Commissioner Spellbrink, you are repeating some information from the June Commission meeting and from the beaver relocation research projects that have occurred in Western Oregon. Most of the animals disappeared or died, and those that they were able to determine the cause of death, I believe, were from large predators. Cougars, bears, bobcats, coyotes, and actually wolves all enjoy preying on beaver. Commissioner Spellbrink, I think you're still on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I noticed that wasn't mentioned in any of the testimony. I just thought I'd bring that back up. That I don't think, if you know, when you look at mortality on beavers, you're definitely going to need to consider predators.
Any other questions, Commissioner Spellbrink? Okay, then let's go back to you, Commissioner Woolley.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Good afternoon, Derek. How are you?
Good afternoon. Not too bad. I've got electricity. It's not flickering, so I'll take it.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I thought I felt some hail coming down. So I don't think there's any damage anywhere. But anyway, these shoulder seasons, right? You just have to roll with it. Hopefully you stay connected. I have my auxiliary charger too, in case some stuff goes out. I'm not going to run a generator though. That's too much. Anyway, so there, I just want to check on a couple of assertions that petitioners made that you could respond to. So get back to that. So one of the key arguments of the petitioners has to do with the interruption of the beaver life cycle, specifically the removal of beaver during critical stages of the reproductive cycle, resulting in potentially large number of beaver being unable to reproduce. So they mentioned that 2001 to 1718, their quote was tens of thousands of kits not being born due to 48,408 beaver being trapped. I mean, do you agree with that analysis, or do you think the assumptions are reasonable, or how would you respond to that?
Sure, well, Commissioner Woolley, so you're referencing the use in the petition of a beaver life table. And that life table was presented in June just to show, over time, what a single colony might yield as far as offspring. And it was really kind of an elementary approach, but actually that is a very useful tool in wildlife biology and fish biology to look at long-term impacts and modeling populations. So the use of the petition to kind of simplify that approach of the impact of a mortality, especially of a breeding adult, I follow the logic, and the logic is there. I see what they're saying, that if you remove a breeding adult male now, well, according to this table, which is a fixed type of mathematical response, you could then mathematically back of the envelope say, well, that's going to mean that you're going to lose so many kits over, say, a 10-year time span. Now, obviously, that's specific to literally any source of mortality. As we know that it's, when we're trying to evaluate the conservation and management of a species, we try to weigh the holistic approach. What are all of the factors weighing in on these organisms? And certainly in that situation, it could be any one source of mortality that could cause that population to decline or to potentially see fewer offspring down the line. But that is a little bit too simplified. We all know that that table is not accounting for dispersers coming in and supplementing that colony. They're not also, that is a very fixed table where you only have the same number of offspring every single year, versus we know beaver are density dependent breeders. They can actually have higher offspring in years when the conditions are good, and actually lower or actually cut off reproduction if they're perhaps at carrying capacity or that the resources are inadequate. So I follow the logic. I support the logic and use of how a single mortality via any source could lead to having fewer kits on the landscape 10 years later. But in practice and in factoring in all the other components, and really it's wildlife population biology, natural resources population biology, that's kind of like one of the first tools that are taught in a pop bio or a population dynamics course. And then you get into the more advanced models that show that it's not just that simple, that you tip over one animal today and now you've lost 100,000 deer on the state 10 years from now. It doesn't work that way. It's far more complicated, but it does point out that, there are, well, I did at least appreciate the use of that table to show what a single colony can do, but obviously we've got probably thousands of colonies throughout the state.
Yeah, and I think they pointed out that it's an oversimplification, and we know that there are a lot of other variables that can impinge on the population. So there are some there's kind of sort of fixed hypotheticals that are built in, or assumptions that are built into it, just to illustrate a point. So anyway, I think we agree on that. So another question, so the petitioners maintain that it's not known if an annual harvest of 30% of the population is sustainable, because ODFW has no idea how many beaver are in the state. So how does that 30% harvest rate have validity when we don't really know how many beaver there are?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, you are right. We do not have any empirical population estimates of beaver throughout the state of Oregon. And this was a topic that we touched on quite a bit in June to try and show very conservatively what type of populations we might have. And we didn't want to try to go through an exercise and dilute or discredit any future real, far more empirically based efforts. So we had, I think, an example of Tillamook County, quantifying based on published literature of beaver densities, the amount of streams, and actually we took a conservative approach. We did not include all stream reaches, and we came up with a likely potential population size. And then we compared that to the known harvest levels. And so even if we were to get very conservative in a population estimate, we are so far from that 30% threshold. But I will first off say that is a desire, is to have better population information for beaver so we can say with greater certainty that we are not exceeding those thresholds. And secondly, I want to point out that those thresholds are thresholds identified in the literature. That is not up for debate. There is plenty of published literature showing at what those levels are. Most of it is in other areas. And so we had one individual testify saying, we have to fill the gaps where we can with the published science and try to plug in things so we can have more information, but recognize when we're making assumptions. And so that's simply what we're doing here is we're evaluating the known numbers of mortalities from harvest and comparing that to likely or potential populations estimates, and then seeing where that falls. What type of impact might that be having on the organism?
Okay, so there's a lot of hypotheticals there. So regarding the county-reported beaver habitat, petitioners state that it's unreasonable to extrapolate available habitat because of the wide variation in the size of the counties. And how you're kind of frowning. That sounds like that maybe it's not ringing a bell with what you read. So it sounds like they're saying there's kind of reported beaver activity or take, and then, but what I hear or what I've heard is that you do some of that extrapolation based on, or at least the research that you do is based on, the tax or the permit information that you received, or the trappers coming back and reporting. But there sounds like there's reporting by county. And so it sounds like there's an extrapolation from that's trying to address that variation through counties. And I'm probably county reporting, and I'm probably not, I probably wrote my notes down too fast to even read it accurately. But do you have a sense of what I'm getting at, or would I have to go back into the report?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, maybe I'll just try to state some common or make some general comments. Maybe it'll spark or connect somewhere. Regarding information at the county level, that's the information that we have from hunters and trappers, is we get the county level information on take and their activities, their effort, etc. We don't really use that information to try and identify or predict population estimates or habitat. That's purely, we get catch per unit effort, which can give us some information on potential trajectories of populations. But when it comes to any exercise of identifying habitat or trying to calculate potential carrying capacity, that's going to be done through remote sensing tools and ground truthing efforts, ideally trying to use whatever is most accurate and has the finest spatial scale as possible. So I think maybe there's a crossover in the perhaps trying to make a connection between harvest and beaver distribution, perhaps. But even then, yeah, county is just not adequate. What we have better information on is we do reach out to those individual fur takers to find out where they're going so we can fill in the gaps there. But we have access to our aquatic inventory program that has data collected in every watershed in the state, I believe. And so from there, we can get at information on beaver presence. But still, it's not yet to the beaver habitat level of things. There's some surrogates. You can kind of make some assumptions and extrapolations, but really, again, that highlights a major need and a current knowledge gap of, an analysis of beaver habitat, not fish habitat, not damming locations, but indeed beaver habitat, which obviously is the greatest limiting factor.
Okay. So there was some confusion around private landowners are required to report the take of animals classified as predatory to ODFW. And I don't know if that's their own take or if they hire an agent. And if not, do we not have any idea how many are taken? And then, addressing the private inholdings, which apparently don't have the same permitting requirements, but they're surrounded by public land. So does that affect your ability to be able to know how many beavers are taken in those private holdings that are also surrounded by public land because of that designation of classification as a predator?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, if I may try to rephrase the question, is it what are our feelings on potentials or situations where we potentially are missing information on beaver take?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks
for
4 hours of sleep, so I'm probably not but go ahead.
Yeah. So again, this kind of goes back to the really heavy conversations we had in June on where we get all of our beaver information. And so any beaver taken on public land, we get that information from mandatory reporting from licensed fur takers or perhaps issuance of permits. But on private land, that's where sometimes there is a bit of the unknown. Beaver are classified as predatory animals on private land. And so the landowner or their agent can take that animal and there is no reporting requirement associated with that. However, if a licensed fur taker is taking that animal and they're not signing up as their landowner's agent, we get that information. We also get information from the private lands when the work is being done by a wildlife control operator. And in the past, if the work was being done by the USDA Wildlife Services, we were getting that information. So we aren't actually limited in only knowing about take on public land. We actually do get quite a bit of information from private land take. Not to mention, we do record complaints in our wildlife damage database for beaver as well. And so we have a lot of information there. So we do have a pretty good, at times we have a pretty good grasp of a lot of that information, but you are right. There are times certainly where we are missing out on that information on private land.
Okay. So there's a lot of talk about the closures, and what was brought up was that the closure language, it is sort of narrow in terms of what is considered, what are the criteria for closure, and they seem to be very water focused. But there's also trapping on land, and land is excluded in that language. Do you feel that the exclusion of land has any effect on the effectiveness of the closures?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, yeah, this is kind of a there was a lot of confusion in the petition on this one. With these beaver closures that some of them are pushing a century in age, they all went in at very different times. We really don't even know their underlying intent behind any one of them. And so all of the language, not all, but much of the time, the language differs between those closures. And again, this is something that we thoroughly addressed in June. But in practice, those that know the regulations, those that enforce the regulations, it's all very well understood. And in fact, if you look at our fur bearer regulation booklet, I can promise you very, very, very few of our licensed fur takers actually pull up the administrative rules. And that's where you see some of that nuanced language. But if you open up our regulations booklet, it very simply says this stretch of water or this national forest in this county is closed to harvest. And that's how it's understood. That's how it's enforced. The idea of saying that, well, allowing for land trapping is a loophole. No, OSP enforces it as such, that body of water. It's like we don't say you can't, we don't have to say you can't angle on the bank and you can't angle on the water. We simply say this stretch of water is closed to angling. And that's how it's enforced. That's how it's understood. And so they're all treated by the licensed individuals the same, that area is off limits to harvest.
So a stretch of water is not just in the riparian zone? Or is it?
Can you clarify your question?
So, you know, there's trapping in the water column. There's trapping in the riparian zone. There's trapping up on the bank and adjacent to water. And so I guess what I'm saying is the closure, the language of the closures talks about stream closures, talks about water closures. And so that's being called a closure when in fact, you know, there's trapping outside of that water column. I'm going to call it column because column's actually vertical, but you know what I'm talking about. Then that wouldn't be counted. Sounds like that wouldn't be counted. Sounds like you're saying that the language is different in different places.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, I don't want to speak for OSP, but again, it is understood that you cannot trap in or adjacent to those waterways. And actually our regulations prohibit traps from being set on land. That would be the traps that you would oftentimes set to get beaver. So in many cases, one, beaver trappers are very much limited to water or immediately adjacent to the water. And again, if an OSP trooper, I feel very confident saying this, but I have to clarify, I'm not speaking for them. If somebody trapped a beaver and it was, say, 20 yards from the river, but that river was closed to harvest, that would be interpreted by OSP and by staff as being illegal because that waterway is what is closed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think that's it for now. I was going to bring up the 18 acres of willow requirement, but it seems like that's been kind of worn out. But it sounds like petitioners are saying that it's based on not really on research, but assumption of one researcher made about another researcher's results, and then it was picked up by you and in the OSU faculty. So anyway, that was kind of one of the disclaimers that came up. Personally, I don't feel that needs to be throttled more, unless you feel that 18 acres is a really important requirement. If it's not, then we can let it go. So you don't have to comment on that.
Okay.
Unless you want to.
He's not taking you up on that. So I'm going to see if there are any other commissioners. And then if not, I do have a question or two as well. And then we'll go to what the commissioners are thinking at this point. Derek, a couple people talked about the value of beaver, if you will, in some streams versus other streams. And we've all looked at that in different ways, but one of them that came up today that I would wonder if you would comment on is if they are in the smaller tribs especially in headwater trips, that's where most of them are, or a lot of them are. And actually, let me say that again. That's where beaver presence is even more critical, is in those smaller streams where there might be small numbers, but they're critical. Could you talk a little bit about that? Because we did hear about that from a couple people about how important they are in those, if you will, small headwater streams.
Sure. Yeah, good question, Chair Wall. So certainly a majority of the people interested in this topic are very much interested in beaver dams and the secondary or tertiary products and effects of those dams. And so when it comes to the conversation of dams, their location, their distribution, their abundance, in many cases, we are no longer talking about the larger stems. We're not talking about the Columbia. We're not talking about the Willamette anymore. We're now talking about those smaller reaches. And the Beaver research, BDA work has all identified that there are stream orders that are most conducive to dams being implemented. Now, obviously, the smaller the stream reach, the easier it is to implement the dam. You know, that's greatly simplified, and I'm stealing Greg's word. That was one I was looking for earlier. And so obviously, those are the areas that are people hone in on, because the larger reaches, they just can't build dams. So it just loses its value and interest on its impact on you know, retaining water for fish, those types of things. So as you go up that stream reach, and I should almost punt to a fish biologist on this, but as you go up in that stream reach, as it gets narrower and narrower, it makes it easier and easier to implement a dam. However, you are starting to get into those reaches that may be ephemeral. And so there's not water there year round. And you get shallower and shallower water, which now means that these animals are more and more exposed to predators. You also have habitats that are much more, shouldn't say sensitive, but susceptible, say, to habitat limitations or degradation, you know, riparian, you know, vegetation loss, or especially if we talk about, you know, high in the Cascades, you get a lot of snow and it's just a beaver can't function in most of that area. I think it was even mentioned today that, you know, some of the places open to beaver harvest are functionally not open because you can't access it because of all the snow. So in some cases, we oftentimes have a little bit of a Goldilocks approach, where it's the streams that have just the right features, just the right hydrology, that are usually probably going to be a third or fourth order stream. Once you start to go into the second order and first order, now you're starting to get into those reaches that, yeah, they might be adequate for a beaver to persist and perhaps put a dam. You would assume that that dam should last longer because you shouldn't have as much water coming into it to blow it out. But those are what really people hone in on, certainly, just because of the damming probability. That's what the BRAT tool hones in on. If you look at the map outputs, they're showing it's the little fingering reaches higher up, not down below. But those areas too usually do have a little bit, probably less beaver density, just because you have less resources, more shallow water. And so you probably have beaver colony home ranges that are probably going to be a little bit more elongated, just to adequately comprise all of the necessary components they need for their habitat. So I think I've meandered all over the place, Chair Wall, but please remind me if there was a question I missed.
I think you got at it, and I will listen to the tape again later and make sure you got at it, because this one seemed like it was quite a big deal in terms of where, you know, some of these smaller streams that if you take the beaver out, if they're and they are often in small numbers, then you know, it takes a long time perhaps to begin to get the value again of having beaver presence and beaver activity there. But let me switch gears a little bit. I have one other question. And when we talked in June, one of the things I mentioned is that it sounded like two people that over the years I've run into in a bunch of different locations and forums, Stan Steele and Bob Salinger, were both saying the same thing. They were both saying, we want the broader discussion. And I thought I heard few themes more often today than that one. We want the broader discussion. We have to, in this state, have the broader discussion. And what I heard you just say is maybe I should punt to a fish bio right now. And I think that, that kind of, I know you just said it, but, that's kind of how these things are going. They're not just one path, they're multiple paths. And that just seemed to be such a theme here and especially with how much is coming at us in climate change and water retention, water flow, water temperature, those sorts of things. Could you just talk about how it's different, how it could be different now to have these conversations rather than how we've, skip how we've done them in the past? How do we make sure all of those kinds of things happen and that people as diverse in their thinking and approaches as the two men that I just named are both saying the same things to us, and I think everybody's saying that.
Chair Wall, again, you're going to have to probably push me right in the right path because I'm going to get off track on this one too. But, the fortunate thing is this Beaver topic has been a hot topic for quite some time, and obviously very much ramped up just in 2020. What you probably don't know are all of the other conversations that are happening outside of these commission meetings where we're working with the landowners, we're working with the land management agencies, the NGOs, and especially more so with the fish agencies to try and make sure we're speaking the same language. I think it came up in June, but one of the biggest epiphanies that we had were the definition of habitat varies between our professions. And that was really eye-opening because we had been speaking different languages for the longest time. And now more so than ever, I think we are absolutely on the same page in trying to recognize that we need to take into consideration the organism's needs, both fish and beaver. All too often, dams seem to get a higher priority than the actual animal itself. And so working with fish biologists, we now are starting to figure out, okay, let's look at the big picture. What are the limiting factors? What do we have control over? What can we set up for research design? Because we all know we come to the table with very different interests. Some really, it's all about dams. Some it's all about fish. They really don't even care about the dams. They just want the impact of the fish or the retention of water or capturing of carbon, whatever it may be. And so we've actually had some really awesome discussions since this kicked up, especially with the Siuslaw National Forest, that we've got the full list of kind of like decision trees that we were starting to develop of, well, what is it that you want? What are the greatest questions that you have? And let's go tackle it. We went through a couple different exercises with external folks on, just the first task of identifying beaver presence absence. Okay, where there's beaver, are there dams? If there's not dams, what can we do? If there are dams, how can we have more? If there aren't beaver in a location, what are the limiting factors? Is it harvest? Is it predation? Is it roadkill? Is it whatever? Is it habitat? What can we do to fix that and address that and meet those long-term goals? So we're finally getting a lot of the folks that are the boots on the ground. We're starting to come together pretty tightly, and there's a lot of excitement, especially with the Forest Service, that they have an interest in evaluating a number of these closures, and they're kind of situated to use some of their pending habitat work as a treatment, and we might be able to observe a potential response. So despite a lot of the emotion and a lot of the concern that's raised, when you bring in genuinely all of the parties, all the subject matters, experts and scientists to the table, you can start to see how big and kind of complicated it is. And arguably that's probably why we went the route of selecting to have a work group in June. But once you get all of that stuff out there and you start to have wildlife biologists talk about wildlife needs, fish biologists talk about fish needs, hydrologists talk about their expertise, you start to realize, wow, it's kind of complicated, but the glass half full approach is we've got a ton of options. So if it is a situation where we've got beaver present, but we want more dams, well, the BDA approach is already one of those potential tools that is getting a lot of attention. If it's a situation where we don't have beaver, then is it a habitat issue? Can we improve the habitat? Is there an option for a harvest closure? There's a lot of things that we're getting a lot of momentum behind, both at the state level and the federal level on this topic. So I definitely agree with the public members arguing and pushing for a more holistic approach. And that's honestly how we would look at it from a biologist standpoint. If operating in a vacuum, that the commission said, go tell me where there aren't beaver, or I want more dams on this stretch of river, we're going to throw everything at it and try to see what is the most appropriate action, not necessarily limit it to just a habitat project or a harvest closure or changing of livestock management practices. And some of it is easier to do and implement. Some of it's kind of complicated, especially if we're talking about forest management policy. That it's really sticky, really fast. And so we have to be careful and take our time.
Thank you. And as wandering as you may think that was, there are a lot of pieces of that that I think are really pertinent to this discussion. And I think that exactly 0 people would call me a Pollyanna on these things. But if there's one place where I see commonality and maybe a path forward, it's that contrary to what you think, I have been in a lot of the conversations lately where this does come up in multiple ways. And one of them was just a few days ago in the Rogue South Coast Management Plan. They are one of the actions that they're looking at. It's a very short list of actions, but one of them is try to work with landowners to find non-lethal ways to keep these animals on the landscape. So everybody's trying to do this. And if there is a path forward here, that would turn us all into Pollyannas, it's that people are bringing these multiple pieces to the question of how do we manage in Oregon these animals on the landscape in a way that gets us all more of these benefits. So I think your answer did get, it does bring in all of those. And so that's one of the things that I would be looking at. And the only other thing I would mention is that at several points today and in these discussions, there's so many overlaps with the discussions I've been in for more years than I care to count, with ranchers and conservationists trying to figure out how to have these conservations about restoration on the landscape with ranching. And we can all go to our separate corners and put on the gloves, or we can figure these things out. And you have to have these conversations that bring in all of that stuff. There aren't very many people who are great ranchers, really fine ranchers, and great conservationists. There are a few, but mostly it takes 2 or 3 people to get that kind of expertise corralled to get these projects on the ground. So I'll stop there. Sorry, everybody. That was more than I meant to say. Any other thoughts? Okay, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I love your comments, Chair Wall. And I've had a neighborhood of dam builders on top of my roof over lunch with tarps stopping that water coming in. Not that anyone cares, but it just made me think, geez, we do need to capture, store, and safely release water, not into my living room. I guess I just love what Chair Wall was just saying. And I guess, Derek, the thing that I want to ask you is, I do think what we're trying to deal with, those of us who really care about Oregon and its resources know how important it is that we restore these systems in the best ways we're able to. That is like the mandate on my clock while I'm around. And I know that work can happen slowly because we've unraveled riparian systems across this state. So if we could all, I so wish even for one day I could go back 350 years and walk around Oregon, and look at it when these beaver systems were fully intact in these systems and we were in a better place. But I guess one of the things that I feel pretty sad about in listening to the testimony today is, you know, somehow our public processes have been maybe too narrow around this issue. And I think Chair Wall was kind of getting at that. So I am such a believer, you know, you think about who was going to come to this working group. You had, you know, the petitioners, and, you know, you have some great talent. You know, I spent a lot of time, for example, reading material that Suzanne Fouty sent. I mean, and I loved it. You know, I just could geek out and get lost in all kinds of different places. But we have not been able to create a public process where there's a feeling of trust. And I think, what if you had a Suzanne Fouty and the Oregon Farm Bureau, who actually doesn't just affect how we look at these issues on federal lands. They have a direct connection to landowners all over the state of Oregon, where these exact issues are being dealt with everywhere I look. How do we upgrade these systems and hold water? How do we repair what's going on here? And certainly beavers can play a crucial role in that. But I'm just sad to think that we can't design a process where we can meet respectfully and do some really neat things like you're talking about, like on the Sayusala. I was excited. Let's really go deep. And maybe we don't have the financial resources. I feel like when I was listening to people, even people that have been calling me, there's just such a sad thing, I think, where on both sides, people are like, well, it'll never work, you know, for us to talk it out with each other. It hasn't worked in the past. And I don't want to believe that. But I also want to know, why do you think this kind of process has failed previously? The Beaver Working Group.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. So I participated on the statewide Beaver Working Group, but I wasn't around at its inception and the intent behind it. And there's a number of products that have come from that large effort, or that large group. One of the most notable is a Human Dimensions project that evaluated the public's opinions of beaver. And lo and behold, it's not a controversial topic, really. Most people love and respect that animal. People recognize that they can cause conflict and want to see that there are solutions to addressing conflict and options for that, especially long-term. And so that group, I know at one point was considering trying to do a study to look at the impacts of harvest on beaver populations. I think it actually got trumped by the Human Dimensions work, but that group meets at least annually and brings everybody together to try to talk about what's the latest work, what's going on, what's the latest with BDAs, how are we accounting for things with fish passage. Our fish division actually organizes those meetings. So it's not a wildlife division even undertaking. So I think perhaps now there's just a misunderstanding of the intent of that group, because it has been 12 years since its inception and was likely devised to address one particular topic. And it's been more so a bit of a forum for bringing all different interested parties together and a networking opportunity to bring in researchers, NGOs, concerned citizens, municipalities, all of this one meeting to talk about kind of like what's the latest and greatest going on. People have questions about policy and implementation. So it actually has had quite a bit of value, and there's been smaller working groups develop around the state as well. And oftentimes I point to them as being the ones that are putting a little bit more boots on the ground. They're funding particular research projects. The statewide Beaver Working Group also did fund a beaver relocation research project. The Umpqua Beaver Working Group funded a beaver project as well there. So In some cases, the statewide group has its value, but like anything statewide, sometimes it gets a little bit diluted, and it's hard to make those connections to somebody's project that's in their backyard, per se. So we highly encourage smaller organizations, collaborations to occur to focus in on some of those areas of interest. So, so I don't say that in my opinion, based on my 5 years with experience of that statewide Beaver working group, I couldn't say it's a failure if it's bringing everybody together. There's nobody that's turned away at these meetings. They can all come in and participate. And in my opinion, where the commission was headed in June for a working group would likely consist of individuals from that working group, because those are where you find your subject matter experts, your land managers. But it would be a little bit more narrow in scope. It would have direction from the commission as to here's what we want. But it would be, it's probably going to have to be an adaptive process, because we obviously can't necessarily have, the full range of topics. We still have to make it somewhat meaningful and have something actionable. So I think that there is real promise in that. I think it's just, I guess, yeah, because I wasn't here with the original Beaver working group, I just can't say that why somebody would not want to move forward with a work group of all of the necessary individuals to shed light on this and ideally have something result in action. I think that that's what would be most valuable, especially if we bring in land management agencies that can potentially enact some of these types of projects to improve habitat conditions. That's not a directive of the statewide Beaver working group. It could be a conversation, but that's not what's a priority or sending people home with homework on that front. So I think some of the disinterest or the distrust of a working group just may come from just a lot of other emotions that want to take it their way and not open it up for all of the other discussions. We deal with it on all areas of wildlife and natural resource management. People want a silver bullet. People want one thing to focus on, and that is the fix. And unfortunately, when we work with other agencies, the public, stakeholders in wildlife management, fish management, natural resource management, it's almost very rarely that simple. And so I think that's the issues here. People want to see a fix. They want to see something done right now. They latch on to one tool or one technique, one bit of policy, when in reality, to genuinely get where we want to go, it's likely going to take a little bit longer, greater uplift, and it's going to be more complicated to address.
Can I throw one more thing in there? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I follow up really quickly?
But Commissioner Zarnowitz has her hand up and has for a while. So real quickly, if you will.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think one of the things that we're not doing a good job of in addressing natural resource issues today is we're not bringing in the human component of just all of the, I mean, you can hear it, you can feel it. The imminent threat of climate change. There's fear, there's real fear, and that comes into the room. And I'm not sure that when we put these working groups together, we are facilitating them in ways that are savvy about dealing with the human dimension. So that's a social science problem. And we try to deal with this in, hard science ways. And I think for us to move together as a state into the future, creating healthy systems to the best of our ability based on where we are today, we have to figure out how to crack that. So I am still clearly in the working group camp, but that working group needs to be super relevant, and we probably need to do it a little different than we have in the past. And I certainly support Commissioner Woolley's efforts and would like to go that route.
We have thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, Commissioner Zarnowitz, and then back to Commissioner Woolley. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and that there's obvious a lot of frustration
among the people, because we had the testimony from, I'd say, some of the best ecologists, geomorphologists, wildlife economists, talking and expressing a lot of frustration with processes that have gone on for a long time. And I also want to say, Derek, that I did not feel good about the way you were demonized, because that I think wasn't very professional and coming from some people of the public, but I know that that just shows how frustrated they are. One thing, question I have is both times, last back in June and also today, we had economic wildlife or wildlife economists talk about the values of the beaver, the products that the beavers could provide. And I think for some reason, and I know the department does have its own economist that's supposed to look at things like that. But for some reason, we're not looking at the holistic picture of what certain animals like the beaver can provide economically to the state. And I guess, do you have any comments on the economic analysis?
Sure. Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, you are correct. We do have our own economists. So if we want to bring them into the conversation, we certainly should. But I will point out that there's a great deal of confusion in that petition and with the June commission meeting, in that, as you all know, as part of the rulemaking process, we file a fiscal impact statement as part of our commission packet for filing. And the intent of that FIS is to evaluate the potential economic impacts to what is being proposed, primarily any changes. And so that's why you see in that FIS that they're predicting very little fiscal impact, because going into the June commission meeting, the regulation changes proposed were incredibly minimal. So in most cases, that FIS and that determination are being taken out of context. Certainly the value of beaver, we all recognize, and I think that's pretty unanimous about the potential impacts. The dollar signs associated with that, certainly that can be a little bit, can vary depending on what the economics are used, but yeah, so I think there's definitely a little bit of confusion there that the agency is absolutely not saying that there's no financial or fiscal impact and benefit to beaver building dams and having those types of activities on the landscape.
Okay, thank you.
I do, Derek, want to just weigh in on that one just a little bit. It's an area where I've spent a lot of years on just working on those kinds of issues. And I agree with what Commissioner Zarnowitz is saying, is that there are the fiscal impact statements, and then there are the issues of looking at the value to the state or to the public of the services provided by the ecosystems and by these critters in the ecosystems. And I think that it's we're not economists, but the natural resource economics of these issues is something that we could look at it along with some of these other things. And I think that given the price tags on some of these things for like climate change and drought and fire and those sorts of things, looking at that isn't something that we need to skirt around. We can wade right into that and look at what is the value to this state and to the citizens of this state of having these services. And that's not a new science. That's an established science. And we have people in this state that are experts at it. And I agree with Commissioner Zarnowitz that we heard from some pretty remarkable sets of expertise today that we wouldn't want to miss out on. So I think that's an important piece that we don't want to overlook. And going forward, when we're looking at climate change and habitat and water and flow and those kinds of things, it behooves us to take a look at those and use those tools. And I think we can use them effectively, and we can bring people in to help us with them. Commissioners, oh, go ahead, Commissioner Woolley, and then I'll come back to trying to round us up a little bit and say if we could kind of get a sense of the commission on this. Go
Okay.
ahead, Commissioner Woolley.
Okay, so I won't start on the roundup part yet. I was just going to, related to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde's question to Derek, and I would just confirm what Derek was saying. I think I mentioned in the June meeting that I had a conversation, pretty long conversation with Doug Cottom about the previous or current Beaver group, because he was there from the beginning. And it's true that they were focused on a couple of projects early on, and they provided some very useful products out of that. And it was a very large group. And over time, the numbers dwindled and the focus dwindled. And it did, I don't want to necessarily say de-evolve, maybe it de-evolved from from some of those original kind of focus projects, but it did turn into more of a kind of discussion group and kind of a check-in and, talk about best practices. So I agree that that's not a failure if, everyone decided that was useful and it was okay to do. Then, it didn't fail. It just changed from being more focused early on. And then just one other thing related to Commissioner Hatfield's comment, and I think related to your follow-up to that, Chair Wall, about the bigger discussion. And, I think that when we're bringing in climate change, and I'll talk more about this maybe in the wrap up, but when we're bringing in climate change and we're talking about all the impacts of that and catastrophic fires and increased flooding and so on in the landscape ecology, the landscape scale of discussion, it may be bigger than the committee. It may be that the rulemaking process, which is a longer term and can allow for kind of broader public involvement beyond representatives of certain groups that are at the table, that there can be a benefit to that rulemaking process in terms of this broad public involvement and a wider scale of discussion topics, which doesn't necessarily cancel out the committee, because I think that there are people that even if they're not supporting the petition, they're still going to want to be on a committee, and they're still going to want to have their voices heard in that sort of forum. But as Derek was saying, that focus may be a little bit narrower, and some of these areas that we're talking about that are so broad that really require broader and deeper discussion about human dimensions and about climate. Having the timeline of the rulemaking process could be more conducive to those discussions.
I don't see other hands up right this minute on questions and initial comments. Let's see if we can get a sense of where the commissioners are landing right now. If somebody said, where would you like this to go? Do people have a path forward you have landed on? And maybe we could each talk just for a couple minutes about that, not at length, but or your last observations if you're not ready to make your path forward.
I could make an observation, which may be related to path forward.
Okay.
So what we continuously hear, the mantra that we often hear is, there's no science, there's no science, there's no science. And so I found it interesting that the people that testified, that identified themselves as scientists, all supported the petition. Now, I'm not saying that there are people that testified that were scientists that are not supporting the petition, but they didn't identify themselves as such. I know, for instance, the Wildlife Society, there are plenty of scientists, in the Wildlife Society. But, there's something, off the cuff, there seemed to be an accumulation of around 200 years of experience that we heard from today in fish biology, hydrology, wildlife biology, riparian ecology, all supporting this petition. And so the folks that are saying there's no science, it seems like they're saying that there's a need, that there has to be this very specific study. And you have one stream with beaver and you have another stream without beaver. And you look at dam activity and, you draw your conclusions from this sort of study, which, what we heard from one of the scientists today, that doesn't necessarily need to be. When you have an accumulation of studies that lead in a certain direction. I mean, I counted 180 references, not the citations, but the compilation at the end of the end of the petition related to beaver ecology. Now, all of those aren't necessarily original research. There are compilations of other studies, there's reviews and that sort of thing. So I'm not saying that those are all original research. I'm just saying that there's a lot of science involved in the discussion today that is supporting rulemaking. I guess the other thing I would say quickly that, some may be confused. If I were to support action to explore the concept of rulemaking when I'm the one that's been leading the Beaver committee effort, someone said it would be a slap in the face of Commissioner Woolley. It sounds contradictory, but I believe there's room for both a Beaver committee composed of representatives of specific stakeholders, as well as a larger landscape scale discussion that has habitat, multi-species, and climate change emphasis, which could occur during the rulemaking process. I mentioned that I think last June that I had attended a conference in March of Western State and Wildlife Agencies, and the commissioners, we have our own meeting, and I was very proud to report that our state was the only one that reported that we had a climate plan. And so we're very progressive in that sense, but as we know, a plan is just words on a paper unless it's implemented. And in order to implement it, we need to be able to apply it to real issues on the ground and real questions that we're grappling with. And this does represent an opportunity to apply those goals and objectives to a real problem that we're grappling with, and see if we can look at this issue through the lens of climate change. So, my leanings is to initiate the rulemaking process, and if the committee members that I've contacted, and also, there were a couple of people that mentioned that we hadn't had the science folks on the committee yet, and that's me that I hadn't asked them yet, but they're not being omitted. There were just some other groups that lined up first. But we definitely want to have, someone like a Suzanne Foudy or Boone Kaufman or someone like that on the committee. So that would definitely happen. But I don't think that it has to be either or. I think that, as Derek said, there can be a little bit narrow focus on the committee, but that particular committee structure may not be expansive enough for these really big landscape picture kinds of discussions that we feel are needed with more public involvement. I think a lot of the public didn't even see the petition until October, and here we are, we're just into mid-November, and we're asked to dismiss the petition out of hand. And I feel that that's too quick. And I think that we need to allow the public to have more opportunity to participate in the process.
Thank you. A lot of material in what you just said. Other people thinking, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I see your hand, and I bet there'll be another one soon. Go ahead, Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I feel that this petition is not stopping trapping, and I don't think it will lead to that either. I think there's plenty of places to continue trapping beaver, and as well as that when the beaver become problems and they can't solve them, and other ways that take of beaver would occur as well as on public lands. And that's, I guess I want to tell the trappers that this isn't taking away their activities. But I do feel like it's a good guideline, not necessarily exactly what they've done, but they've pulled together an incredible amount of information that I think would be beneficial to the Beaver Working Group. And I would support going ahead and accepting the petition and just using it as information to go ahead with what we had already started, that Chair Woolley had started. And obviously we have lots of resources from all the testimony to continue.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to weigh in or ask a final question or two? If not, is someone ready to make a motion to get something on the table? Okay, we have Commissioner Zarnowitz and Commissioner Spellbrink. Who wants to go first?
Maybe I'll go first. I wasn't going to make a motion. I was just going to mention that, just say a word about Derek here too. Once again, his presentation and, his responses here to questions and everything like that just confirmed to me his value as an employee here of the department. I really appreciate you, Derek.
Thank you. Well said. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I can propose a motion. I move to accept the petition to initiate rulemaking and direct staff to analyze and provide recommendations for rulemaking on beaver management in the context of climate change, habitat benefits to fish and other species, and water flow, retention and temperature, in close cooperation with the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission liaison on this issue, which would be Commissioner Woolley. Use the newly formed Beaver Management Work Group as a key part of the public engagement on this issue.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I would second.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept the petition to initiate rulemaking. And if you would like to have Commissioner Zarnowitz read the whole motion again, we can, but it's been moved and seconded that we accept the petition to initiate rulemaking and direct staff to analyze and I think provide recommendations. I won't go through the whole thing. Discussion, questions, and Commissioner Labhart, you have your hand up.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to chat just a little bit about some of my thoughts, and then you'll kind of see where I'm going with this. On the Exhibit E, the Commission will be asked to consider a petition to prohibit the harvest of beaver on all federal lands in Oregon. And the issue summary is a petition to amend the Oregon Fur Bearer and Unprotected Mammal regulations to prohibit harvest of beaver on all federal lands in Oregon. So the petition is pretty clear in the summary document. I would say that it's a little frustrating to me that in the June meeting and this meeting, there was still talk about how important beavers are. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I just can't find anybody, and yet there was still a lot of discussion about how important beavers are. And I can't speak for the rest of the commissioners, but I'll bet none of us disagree that beavers are a key component to restoring, maintaining streams and ecosystems. We agree with that. So, you know, I wish we could just put that one to bed. And I agree with you, Chair Wall, that I heard a lot of people say today in their testimony that we want a broader discussion. I heard one said the process would, by initiating this petition, the process would initiate a more robust discussion. I think that's what we voted unanimously in the June meeting when we asked for Commissioner Woolley volunteered to identify and coordinate this effort through the work groups. That's what we asked them for, to do that more robust and broad discussion and inviting all players to the table, not just select groups. One of the attorneys mentioned that we need a solid, unbiased process. I think that's what we were trying to do with the work groups. You know, I think the goal in the petition is not to create a broader discussion and a conversation, but it's to ban beaver trapping on 30 million acres. That's my take on it. That's what the petition is I read. It's to ban beaver trapping on 30 million acres of federal land eventually. So I just think I just support them. In fact, I'm the one that recommended the work group process after the discussions in the June meeting. I think we need to let the work group process move forward where we can collaboratively work on solutions. Commissioner Woolley has done a yeoman's job of going out and getting questions. And Chair Wall, you asked for that too, to make sure that we're addressing the right questions that the commissioners wanted addressed. It's trying to make sure that we have a broad-based group for the work group. And I think that's where we're going to have the rubber meet the road, not starting a petition process to ban beaver trapping on 30 million acres. I was disappointed because I thought we had consensus that with this work group process, we're going to move forward. And then, you know, I don't know what the period was, but a month later, I see a petition that says, nope, we don't like the work group process. We're going to force you into a rulemaking process, or we're going to ask you, I shouldn't say force, nobody's forcing. We're going to ask you to form sign or endorse a petition to start the rulemaking process to eventually ban beaver trapping on 30 million acres. That's, in my opinion, that's not what the APA process is about. We as policymakers need to have a collaborative, broad-based discussion about beavers, and whether it's trap check guidelines, whether it's how many beavers are out there, because I agree with Derek, we don't know how many. I heard that in June there was 40,000 beavers, and I heard 1,500 beavers were trapped a year. Well, that's 4%. That's not 30%. And beavers are increasing in population at greater than 4% a year. Well, I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's part of, let's have this discussion. Maybe we can do an inventory, a survey, and let's have the sides get together in a collaborative manner and talk. That's the Oregon way, is where we get together and we try to work through these issues. We don't try to just legislate something and then say, well, sorry, we're just going to stop the whole thing, which is what, in my opinion, this does if we move this forward. So you can tell where I'm going to be on this vote. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. We have another hand up from Commissioner Zarnowitz.
I guess I view the petition as a start, which we had started, I agree. But the petition, I think, is bringing awareness that there's a lot of information out there that we need to look at. And hopefully it'll involve the people that were instrumental in putting the petition together and putting 70 pages of documentation together, as well as that huge list of references. I feel like if we accept the petition, that just moves us towards rulemaking at some point. I don't think that they may have stated that they want to close all federal lands. That doesn't mean that we have to do that. at this point in time or at a future point in time. It's simply recognizing to me that there's major concern here, and we need to take a more holistic view of the value of beaver in our environment. That's kind of why I'm headed towards accepting the petition. I think I've heard a lot of really good information from a lot of experts that I highly respect and have read their works in the past. So.
Thank you. Anybody else for discussion or questions? Then we have a motion on the table, and it's been seconded. So those in favor of the motion, let's do thumbs up so we know where we are and we can be clear on this one because it's a pretty important issue. So those in favor of the motion, if you can give a thumbs up. We have 3. Those opposed. We have 2, and I can't see Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Commissioner, are you voting for or against Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde?
I'm voting opposed.
Okay, then it's 3-3, so the motion fails. Where would you like to go from here? We have talked about what everybody's looking for is the broader conversation and the work group. Let's get a quick sense of where people want to go from here and what your thinking is. And we have Commissioner Labhart.
Well, I would like us to go back to what we agreed to in June. I think Commissioner Woolley captured it. I think he can bring this group together and make sure that it's broad-based and that we have a good representation and that we have the voices at the table, and that if we've got the wrong questions, then we need to hear different questions. But we put a lot of effort into saying, okay, what do we want to talk about? What's your issue with beavers? What do we want to do? And we put a lot of effort into that. And we're looking at hiring a professional facilitator and bringing the group together. He reported back to us, I think, at the August meeting that here's where I am right now with getting this thing up and going. We're going to have 2 groups, one of the trap check period group, and then we're going to have the other group. And that it just appeared to me that we were making progress and that we were moving forward. So, and we had unanimous support from the commission to move that forward. And I still strongly support Commissioner Woolley's efforts in moving this work group forward. So that's where I am. I'd just like us to restart that process. So.
I have a question just to try it on. With or without the petition, Commissioner Zarnowitz, can you read your motion again without the accept petition? Because without the petition, can you read what yours was?
Okay, is to initiate rulemaking and direct staff to analyze and provide recommendations for rulemaking on beaver management in the context of climate change, habitat, benefits to fish and other species, and water flow, retention, and temperature, as well as in close collaboration with Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission liaison on this issue, use the newly formed Beaver Management Work Group as a key part of the public engagement on this issue.
Which is, I'm wondering if without the part of accept the petition, the rest of it is pretty close to where we were headed before. Does that ring true for people, or is that a problem?
So are you suggesting that we enter all of that language in the record minus accepting the petition, just to have a fuller picture of how we want to proceed?
Well, yes, at least as a way, as a path forward, because that captures, we've had a lot of discussion, we've heard a lot of comments that captures it. And yes, I think that summarizes kind of where we are looking for the broader discussion that people are asking for. And I think that it captures also the benefit of you having already initiated the work group process. And this helps frame that and bolsters it. Or at least that's a possibility. It looks like you're about to make a comment, Commissioner Woolley, and then Commissioner Labhart also has a hand up.
And Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde also has her hand up, so
okay.
Just want to let you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whatever order you want. I was just going to say, as Director Melcher said, it doesn't, since the petition failed because we were deadlocked, it doesn't preclude us from rulemaking in the future about this. Is that correct, Director Melcher? So, in other words, the idea of the petition, it isn't dead. It's just that we're not initiating rulemaking at this time. We're not deciding to initiate rulemaking in this meeting. So I just want to be clear about that.
Well, Chair Wall and Vice Chair Woolley, just to clarify what I had said earlier, is that certainly the commission can at any time give me, the director, and the agency direction to initiate rulemaking on any particular topic, Beavers or otherwise. So the answer to that portion of your question is yes, that's correct. You could come back in February and under other business or in any other venue, tell us to initiate rulemaking on any topic. So that's the answer to that question. I would point out that I think if I understood the amended motion correctly, it's essentially the same as accepting the petition. It just doesn't say that we accept the petition. So
I think it would be maybe, I don't know if it'd be two motions. One not accepting the petition, and then one moving to initiate rulemaking, et cetera.
Yeah, and it's not, Director Melcher, just to kind of add to that, it's not exactly the same as accepting the petition because, as you know, we accepting rulemaking starts a timeline for certain events. And so we would not be on that timeline for rulemaking, correct?
Well, I think I understand your question. If you accept the petition and initiate rulemaking, then there is no timeline. There's no timeline in the APA that says we have 90 days or 120 days. There, of course, is a timeline for the appropriate notice when you do ultimately go to rulemaking. So the second part of your question, and I think the same applies if you were to direct us to initiate rulemaking right now on this or any other topic, there is no timeline that applies. The only timelines that apply are the timelines for notice prior to you actually making the rule changes. And it's probably a little confusing because in the Oregon State Endangered Species legislation or statutes, there are some timelines that come into play, but not in the rulemaking process.
Yeah.
And I know we have counsel on if she wants to correct my legal interpretations.
I don't have any corrections.
Yeah. No, I agree. That's accurate. I guess I was just thinking about the filing that you're referring to. So, thanks.
Would you like me to remake the motion? Or motions?
Can I offer a friendly amendment before you make it, just to see if it'll fly?
Sure.
I think by saying initiate rulemaking is getting the cart before the horse. It's essentially doing the same thing. I think if we had a motion that said something like, we're going to go through the process first. We're going to bring work groups together, and two work groups together. We're going to analyze this, and out of that would come rulemaking. So if the first part of your motion, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but it said something about initiate rulemaking to blah, 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 blah. If we said initiate the work group process as just a regular motion, initiate the work group process to do exactly what you said. And then at the end result of all of that, it may result in us giving direction. If the work group says, we think we need to have an administrative rule for beavers related to this, it came out of a public process where we had everybody work together to come up with a recommendation, rather than just say, we're going to start rulemaking and then we're going to bring in the group to make the rule. I would reverse it and say, we want to hear from the public process first, and then, I mean, that's what we do, you know, with other, we listen to the public. So rather than, if it says initiate rulemaking, I'm not going to be able to support that, because I think it's just doing exactly what the APA does.
So the question I had is the committee structure, is the committee broad enough to address everything that we're talking about? That I guess that's part of it, because I think of public. I've been involved in public involvement for many years, and there's a lot of ways to involve the public. Beyond having specific individuals, you know, sitting in a room and meeting for a specific amount of time. And so, you know, is the committee structure enough to be able to address a lot of these broader topics, these landscape scale topics that we're talking about? Because usually a committee has a more specific focus and has an end goal. And so I just wanted to put that out there, because that's, I mean, you're right, there are a very few specific words that are in the petition. But my interpretation of the petition is creating the environment to have these bigger discussions, and does not obligate us to close beaver trapping on public lands. So, you know, I interpret it broadly. I think similar to Commissioner Zarnowitz. So.
One thing that the amended motion does not do is it does not say ban trapping on all federal lands in Oregon. So I think there's a big difference there, and might get at some of your concerns, Commissioner Laphart. We had talked earlier in June about this being a rulemaking that recommended rules are the way that recommendations typically come out of advisory committees or advisory work groups. So I guess that part doesn't alarm me, to have initiate rulemaking, especially if the effect of the prior motion going down is that we are essentially denying the petition. If you don't accept it, you deny it. But the amended motion then got at initiating this larger work group. And I agree with you, Commissioner Woolley, that it's tough to bring all of these things together, but that is the nature of landscape management, if you will, and looking at these ecosystems. You have to bring the climate change and these other things together. So my main point is that this is quite a different motion at this point than before. So.
Well, I'll use an analogy. I chaired the legislative task force that brought together the final rule or administrative statute and administrative rule for the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. That didn't start out as, well, let's develop an administrative rule or a statute. It started out as a year-long process where we met monthly with various interest groups from all over the state to develop a concept on how do we fund the conservation strategy and how do we get more money into ODF and W. And so it was a lot of back and forth with interest groups, and we developed the concept, and it was essentially a work group. And then we ended up with going to the legislature. In this case, it would be going back to the commission and saying, here's what we came up with. We highly recommend that you develop, in this case, it was a statute, and then eventually administrative rule. But that's what I'm arguing for here, is that we could do the exact same thing with Commissioner Woolley's task force, is let them do their work and then come back to us and say, we've done our due diligence for beavers, and here's what we think. Now, it's starting to morph into a broader discussion about climate change and all that. And that I know that's really important, but we got to be careful that we don't widen the box so much that we can't come together. And yes, climate change and habitat improvement and all that needs to be in the discussion. But I'm just so locked into, we need to have the discussion among the groups first before we start writing an administrator and initiate an administrative rule process. And then I'll be quiet and let the other commissioners talk.
Chair Wall, I think Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde had her hand up.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you. I think I've been spending a little bit of time in confusion here. So I guess what I would like to say is that it would be a broad task, but I think it gets more at what we are trying to get at. The statement that Commissioner Zarnowitz had, but I would definitely agree with Commissioner Labhart that I don't think we should begin a rulemaking process right now. I feel like that's cart before horse also. So if this was to go to, I don't know if this motion has a second yet or not, but if it was to go to vote, I think I would again fall into that same place I was before. But that doesn't mean I don't love her exact language, just with it going the other way. And I do think that brings up questions about how we actually may need to reconsider this group and broaden it a little bit more or be a little more robust, because we're actually starting to get to the real issue, which is, like you say, landscape scale, the landscape scale problems we have. I hope that made sense.
I think it did. Tell me if it didn't, because what I'd like to do next is maybe ask Commissioner Zarnowitz to read the motion again without the part that says accept the petition and without the part that says initiate rulemaking, and just starts in with direct staff to analyze.
Yes.
Okay. Could I respond just to what Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde said first?
Of course.
Because it was just related. So I think, yeah, it's a lot to cover and it's broad, but I think as we heard from the testimony today from scientists that talked about climate change and talked about landscape scale and multi-species benefits and so on, I think it, as you were saying, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, if the right people were at the table that had the big picture view and can bring those elements into the discussion, I think that it could be managed. Just wanted to say that. So, excuse me, Commissioner Zarnowitz, please continue.
Okay, this is, it has like 2 sentences. Direct staff to analyze and provide recommendations on beaver management in the context of climate change habitat, benefits to fish and other species, and water flow, retention, and temperature in close collaboration with the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission liaison on this issue, and use the newly formed Beaver Management Work Group as a key part of the public engagement on this issue. Probably can be refined from that, but those are the elements.
Is it safe to assume, Commissioner Zarnowitz, that that's a motion?
I make it a motion.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second it to get it on the table. Is there discussion? Does this work as a path forward for people?
Well, that covers it for me. So that's I'm there.
I think it's a beautiful motion.
Then if we go from I'm there to it's a beautiful motion, I think we're about ready to vote here. So those in favor of Commissioner Zarnowitz's motion, please put your thumb up, and I can see everybody now. So I think we're those opposed. Was that a sideways vote from one? No.
Yeah, it's kind of obvious Commissioner Zarnowitz's motion is going to go forward. I'm just still supportive of, on the preponderance of science that we received today, supporting the rulemaking process. I still support that. So that would result in a no vote.
And to me, I guess I voted along with the other commissioners, just because I thought it did the same thing as what we did in June, basically, and just emphasize some of the details.
Well, not everybody is completely happy with the result, but we have a result at this point. I think we have a 5-1 vote on this one. And unless anybody has anything to add or any concluding conversation or comments, I think we can thank staff and everybody on the YouTube. And we have one more comment, it looks like. Go ahead, Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Do we still need to reject the petition?
We could ask if we need to do that. I think by not accepting it, we do deny it, but we could ask if that's accurate.
That would be my interpretation as well. You didn't have the votes to accept it and you substituted a different motion. So I think you're good.
I have one more thing too, and this is just this is going back to the STEP committee and everything like that. When in the process of talking to all the STEP people down there and stuff, they're in the process of spawning fish down there at their Rumwreck Morgan Creek STEP program facility, and they're doing it on Wednesdays. And they said they extended a standing invitation for any commissioners that they'd love to have them come down and look at their operation, watch them do this fish spawning there they'll be doing that again this Wednesday.
And where was that again?
That was, I think that's their Coos Bay facility. I think it's called the Rumwreck Morgan Creek STEP Program Facility.
Okay, thank you.
And I have phone numbers and to get a hold of people there. If anyone's interested, call me if you can't find the information, and I can get you the information.
Commissioner Zarnowitz and then Hatfield Hyde. Go ahead.
I just want to ask Commissioner Labhart, was he out hunting and that's why he's in LeGrand?
Yes, I've been elk hunting. I was in the Eagle Cap Wilderness area snow up to my knees and came out for this meeting and going back in tomorrow to try to break camp, but it's going to be pretty tough. It snowed all day in the high country, and I'm actually pretty worried that we're not going to get back in there to get the camp taken down. So yeah, going to be an interesting day for me tomorrow. So but thanks for asking.
And somebody else had their hand up as well, and I think it was Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you. I just wanted to I don't know what's appropriate here, Chair Wall, but I feel in a way, the way this has circled around is we have both put Commissioner Woolley in charge of this working group, and then he was sort of hoping to go maybe a different route. And so I don't know if this is helpful or not helpful, and I feel like it's up to you for sure. But I would like to do whatever I can to support Commissioner Woolley in getting this working group robust enough to tackle the mandate that we just threw out there through Commissioner Zarnowitz's motion, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm ready to be this is a passion issue for me. I love these beavers too, and I love these. So anyway, I don't know. I just want to throw that out there.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your support. And just to be clear, my support of rulemaking was not a vote to disband the committee. My attempt was to be more expansive with the public discussion. That was my main point.
Okay. Well, and I'm just telling you, I'm here, man. If I can be helpful, here I am, and I love it.
We'll take you up on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Any other absolute final comments? If not, enjoy your weekend. Thank you all, and especially thank you to all those people who commented and engaged with us on this and the other issues. So have a great weekend.